Chapter 1. A major case had broken out in the Central District. Several hover cars with police markings were parked at the entrance, a cordon had been established, and beyond the perimeter, a dense crowd had gathered, peering in while murmuring among themselves. To think something like this could happen in the imperial capital. How awful, that child is covered in blood. He spent the night with his mother and the murderer's corpse. Emo stood below the steps, kept inside the cordon as part of the homicide scene. His mind was blank. He looked down in a daze at his hands, the hands of a child, stained with blood, even the fingernails caked thick with dried blood. Was this a dream? It must be a dream. How strange. Why would he have such a dream? A group of people in black uniforms and white gloves were moving in and out of the house. Several of them, having finished collecting evidence, stood by the hover cars, talking. The murderer's identity has been confirmed. He was a prisoner who escaped during transport, on the run for 2 days. Probably desperate, he broke in tonight to rob, targeting this mother and her child. Both the murderer and the mother are dead. Preliminary findings suggest the mother likely fought fiercely with the assailant. Both sustained fatal wounds and died on the spot. He paused here, sighed, and looked at the child standing on the open ground nearby with a complex expression. So small, standing there barefoot, half his face and body smeared with bloodstains. It was unclear how much was his own blood. The exposed parts of his limbs were covered in bruises, large and small, stark against his pale, tender skin. They were accustomed to homicide cases, long since numb to them, but this time they couldn't help but feel a stir of emotion. That child probably witnessed his mother's death firsthand. Only 3 or 4 years old, so young, the same age as my little daughter. Aren't the logistics and medical teams here yet? To avoid causing further harm, they generally couldn't treat the injured on site. Still on the way. I just asked, they said from the pictures of the injuries, they're probably all external. If there are no fractures, we can do some preliminary treatment. The group fell silent for a moment, ended the conversation, and approached Emo. One of them took a blanket and gently draped it over Emo. Emo didn't react, still staring blankly at his hands, covered in dried blood, under his nails, on his chin, and on his pajamas, now stained beyond recognition. The man paused, took a towel from a colleague, and began wiping gently. How old are you? 3 or 4. It was a language he hadn't heard before, but he could understand. Emo slowly looked up at the man wiping his hands. The man wore a uniform, the same as those who had set up the cordon, a military-style outfit with a badge on his chest depicting intertwined swords and flames, a pattern Emo had never seen before. The man's hands paused briefly before gently wiping the blood from Emo's chin. He added, "Are you hungry? Would you like some milk?" Emo's gaze shifted past him, fixing on a spot. The man turned and followed Emo's line of sight. It was the mother, now placed in a body bag. He wrapped Emo in the blanket and picked him up. Fortunately, the child was still young, there was still time to forget this nightmare of a night. Cradled on the man's shoulder, buried in the blanket, Emo, pale-faced, watched the house recede into the distance and his mother, his biological mother whom he had never truly known, being carried away in a bag. His limbs felt icy cold. This was not a dream. Someone had really died. The blood was real. The corpse was real. The crowd suddenly grew noisy, parting to make way. Several men stepped over the cordon tape and strode toward them. They wore black military uniforms with silver trim underneath and standard-issue military cloaks over them. The one at the front took out his credentials. The man holding Emo and his colleagues all saluted in unison. The officer returned the salute and said, "I am Yi Ziyuan, the child's father. My military rank can be verified." He extended his hand. "Hand him over to me." Emo passed from one pair of arms to another. Yi Ziyuan held Emo, staring at the bloodstains on the steps below. He stood still for a moment. He was handsome, wearing thin-rimmed glasses, a look that should have been very refined but now appeared cold and stern. He only lowered his head when Emo unconsciously curled up, bundled Emo into his overcoat, and turned to walk toward the hover car. The car was warm. He placed Emo on a small table inside, unwrapped the blanket, and carefully examined Emo's injuries from head to toe. Then he gathered Emo into his arms again and handed him a box from the adjacent seat. Inside the box was a doll that looked very soft. Emo glanced at the doll, then looked up at Yi Ziyuan. The car door opened, and another person entered, holding a thick stack of documents. Sir, the prisoner's background shows no anomalies. He was a star pirate who escaped during transport. This appears to have been an accident. Has the final report been issued? Yes, essentially nothing unusual. The criminal originally had a B-level psychic ability, but his brain had suffered severe damage. There were residual psychic traces at the scene. The victim likely had a chance to fight back because the criminal was already injured. Yi Ziyuan's heart gave a heavy thud. Psychic ability. The Grath royal family was famously known for their exceptional psychic prowess. The box Yi Mo was holding slipped and fell halfway under the seat. Yi Ziyuan retrieved it for him, sighing inwardly. He's still so young, I'm just too tense. The Empire's pursuit of star pirates was notoriously brutal, regardless of whether they were captured dead or alive. It was common for prisoners to be missing limbs, and psychic overpowering was routine. Especially since the current emperor favored using psychic force to violently suppress enemies on the battlefield. As those above set the example, the entire imperial military adopted a very aggressive style. Prisoners being injured was more common than not. Help me handle the deceased's funeral arrangements. Yi Ziyuan gave brief instructions and ended the conversation, then looked down at Yi Mo. Yi Ziyuan did not talk down to Yi Mo because he was a child. On the contrary, his attitude was very solemn. You may not remember me. I am your father. Yi Mo looked up. Yi Ziyuan paused for a moment, then reached out and covered Yi Mo's eyes with his hand. He was still wearing gloves, which felt cool. Yi Mo heard him speak almost without emotion, as if delivering a report. Your birth was my mistake. Because of this mistake, you must be a more obedient child than others. Your existence will be downplayed, you will not receive the attention and honors you deserve. Your circumstances will be more difficult than those of other children, even though you have done nothing wrong. But you can seek my help. Within certain limits, I will assist you. Yi Mo sat quietly in his arms, listening, then suddenly spoke. Mom. Yi Ziyuan spoke in a very calm tone. She's dead. That's my fault too. Let's go home. After only a few minutes, the hover car stopped in front of a villa. Yi Ziyuan carried Yi Mo through the courtyard to the door. Standing at the entrance, he could hear faint laughter and conversation from inside. He hesitated, put Yi Mo down, opened the door, and gave him a gentle nudge. Entering the living room, Mrs. Yi was sitting on the sofa. A child of about 8 or 9 stood beside her, and another child, slightly older than Yi Mo, sat on the carpet playing with a toy car. You're back. You promised you'd make dinner today. Really, dinner's been waiting for you. Mrs. Yi looked up, saw Yi Mo, and stood up. Whose child is this? What happened to him? Yi, go get the first aid kit. Well? Tell me. Come here, baby. How could you make him walk by himself? He can hardly walk straight. Mrs. Yi was getting frantic. She stepped forward to scoop Yi Mo up and placed him on the sofa. Yi Ziyuan lowered his head, avoiding her gaze, and said softly. He's my son. Mrs. Yi froze. She straightened up. What did you say? I'm sorry. I'll give you a chance to explain. Yi Ziyuan hung his head even lower. I'm very sorry. Mrs. Yi looked coldly at Yi Ziyuan and slapped him. Yi Ziyuan turned his head slightly and took it without a sound. What about his mother? Dead. It was today's case. A home invasion robbery. Mrs. Yi gave him another slap and pressed on. Have you been in contact all along? No. Apart from the child, only a monthly allowance. No contact. With each question came a slap. Last question. Were you involved in her death? No. It was an accident. Then, Mrs. Yi finally said. I'm very angry right now. I don't want to see you. I'm going to bed. I'll figure out what to do with you later. After that, Mrs. Yi turned and went upstairs. Yi Yun, who had been sitting on the carpet holding the toy car, followed her. Yi Mo sat on the sofa. He had already brought the first aid kit. Seeing Mrs. Yi go upstairs, he set the kit down and followed her up. Yi Ziyuan picked up the first aid kit, took out the medicine, knelt down on one knee in front of Yi Mo, and began treating his wounds. We have plenty of empty rooms. You can choose one yourself. Later, I'll set it up just like He and Yi Yun's rooms. Yi Mo's exposed limbs had many bruises. Yi Ziyuan had checked earlier, they looked serious, but based on experience, they weren't actually a big problem, just external injuries. The more serious one was on his forehead, which had bled a lot but had already clotted. After treating his arms and legs and bandaging his forehead, Yi Ziyuan untied Yi Mo's pajamas, now stained beyond recognition. When he revealed Yi Mo's upper body, he paused. On the small, gently rising chest were layers upon layers of scars. Some were new, but most were old. Even battle-hardened military veterans wouldn't have so many indelible scars. Yi Ziyuan's expression turned icy. His gloved hand gently brushed over these wounds. Yi Mo shrank back slightly from the cool touch. Don't be afraid. He looked at Yi Mo and realized that compared to other children his age, Yi Mo seemed much too quiet and obedient. For such a young child, that in itself wasn't normal. I'll call for a doctor to come over. Chapter 2. The campus forum of the Empire's first military academy was buzzing with activity, new posts popping up almost every second. Why are the mecha sim pods always booked solid? How do I snag a spot if one opens up? Exams are coming up, I'm desperate. Looking for a group for the end-of-semester Legion internship. Need people for the simulated battlefield, come quick. Internships at the Botanical Garden. The last post stuck out like a sore thumb among the pile of bloodthirsty ones. Yi Mo sat in the classroom, his light brain open in front of him. The person next to him, with a head of slightly curly brown hair, was also browsing his light brain without even looking up. Yi Mo. Was that Botanical Garden post yours? If you mean the one from 5 minutes and 34 seconds ago, yes. The guy with the brown hair, Zhou Ran, sighed and crossed his arms. You still haven't given up. I bet the school botanical garden hasn't had more than 10 people in it since the academy was founded. Out of those 10, 8 were probably teachers. The remaining 2 students, one was lost, the other cutting class. Zhou ran a hand through his hair in frustration. Why would a student at the first military academy be so hung up on interning at the botanical garden? I thought the first military academy might have majors like horticulture or something. Zhou Ran couldn't help but retort. And then you'd go plant flowers on a warship. The name, Military Academy, pretty clearly indicates there's no such thing as horticulture here. Yi Mo's expression darkened. It's like this. Because of my family situation, I can't leave the imperial capital. There are only 4 schools in the capital, the first military academy, the second military academy, the third military academy, and the 4th military academy. Yi Ziyuan had been promoted to corps commander just 2 years prior. Family members of a corps commander were not allowed to leave the imperial capital without special reasons. Last year, when it was time to continue his studies, Yi Mo only had 2 choices, either attend school or drop out. Fortunately, Yi Mo's spiritual power was B grade, just barely making the cutoff for applying to a military academy. Zhou Ran's face immediately filled with sympathy. All 4 military academies in the imperial capital were among the most selective schools in the empire. Only the top elite students could get in. Zhou Ran himself had gotten in thanks to extra points for being from a remote region. The entrance exams were the same nationwide, but to balance opportunities for remote areas, the number of admission slots in the imperial capital was limited. Yet, it was also crawling with the children of the powerful and wealthy, who had all the resources and went all out, making it a total war zone. Some said this was the Empire's deliberate strategy to dismantle noble influence, as students from these 4 academies were all officer candidates. In recent years, many talented students from humble backgrounds without connections had also been promoted. But military academy is fun too, Zhou Ran coaxed. Next semester, we'll get our hands on real mechas in mecha class. Aren't you excited? And at the end of the semester, we can apply for Legion internships, though with our mediocre grades, it's unlikely any Legion would take us. Both he and Yi Mo were stuck in Class D. Even within Class D, their grades were average, neither good nor bad. At the elite-packed First Military Academy, Zhou Ran was quite satisfied with himself. But Yi Mo was different. Despite having similar grades, while others trained in mecha simulation pods, Yi Mo ran to the botanical garden. While others sparred in the dueling arena, Yi Mo learned how to prune plants. While others discussed which nutrient solution restored stamina fastest in the simulation pods, Yi Mo studied the effects of soil on cultivating cherry tomatoes. Yi Mo was still trying to find a way. Do you think if I choose the logistics major next semester when we specialize, there might be courses on how to cultivate plants on garrison planets? They were just in their first semester of the first year. Specialization would happen in the second year. There will be courses on how to select high-efficiency nutrient solutions. Think about the botanical garden after you're discharged. Or, you could pick a legion that has a botanical garden. Then you could spend time there when you're free. The military academy program was 6 years, requiring at least 6 years of service after graduation. Yemo visibly wilted. It's not that I want to go to the botanical garden. I want to farm a piece of land and open a flower shop, selling flowers grown on that land. The vegetables grown there could be for me to eat or give away. You've thought that far ahead. Then I could open a restaurant and freeload your vegetables. Zhou Ran was quite optimistic. He laced his fingers behind his head and started calculating. Now the average lifespan is 300 years. We enter school at 17, graduate at 23, and can apply for discharge at 29 after completing the mandatory service period. That's pretty fast. Oh, right. If you don't really care about your major, could you choose the mecha department with me next semester? Then we could even stay in the same dorm. Yemo was amused. Class is about to start. I'm going to the restroom. Zhou Ran waved his hand. Hurry back. Next class is Professor G's Imperial History. Just as Yemo stood up, he heard a whooshing sound through the air. Reacting swiftly, he pushed off the desk with his hands and flipped sideways, landing cat-like on the desk diagonally opposite. Almost the moment he left his spot, a loud crash sounded. The seat where he had been sitting was kicked in, a large dent caving in. The outer material shattered, revealing the metal frame inside. Everyone in the classroom looked over. It was nearly time for class, and the room was already quite full. Zhou Ran shielded his face with one arm and also reacted, standing up. The white-clad student wore a white military uniform with black long boots. His jacket was untied and tied around his waist. He wore a sleeveless black compression shirt that showed off his clearly defined muscles. With a tapered waist and powerful shoulders, he looked imposing. The standard uniform of the First Military Academy was a black military uniform, with slight variations depending on the occasion, the same for all grades except for the color of the shoulder insignia. First-year students had red insignias. However, there was an elite group within the First Military Academy, the top 30 ranked students for each grade, belonging to Class A, who wore white uniforms. Rankings were calculated each semester based on a challenge system. Across all grades in the entire school, there were only about 100 of them, each an outstanding genius. Zhou Ran subtly shifted into a defensive stance, shooting Yemo a look that said, "Run." Against someone in white, 10 of him and Yemo combined wouldn't stand a chance. The other person arrogantly swept his gaze over Zhou Ran, finally settling on Yemo. "Keep dodging, and I'll carve up that pretty face of yours." He gestured in the air, then lashed out with a kick. Zhou Ran crossed his arms in front of him, blocking it, but staggered back several steps. Yemo then moved forward, stepping on his shoulder and pulling off a light flip. The white uniformed student's feet didn't budge. Even with Yemo's full weight on his shoulder, his body only shifted slightly, looking utterly unruffled. He realized Yemo was trying to lead him to a less crowded area and snorted coldly. Yemo was puzzled. Since enrolling, his social circle had been limited to Class D, following a monotonous routine every day, let alone interacting with the elites of Class A. "I don't know you. You're Yemo, right? That's the guy. Just take your beating, and we'll be done. Don't worry, for the sake of that pretty face, I'll take it easy on you." They traded a few quick blows, and when they finally stopped, Yemo was pinned with his arm wrenched behind his back, his cheek pressed against the wall. Keynes grinned, revealing a sharp canine, his expression like a wild animal's. With one hand restraining Yemo, he slid his other hand up Yemo's spine, gripping his neck. It was so slender it felt like it could snap with one squeeze, and the skin was cold. He loosened his grip slightly and sneered maliciously. "Do you know how the person who sent me described you? The one who looks like a woman. I don't hit women. If you kneel down and beg me now, I might consider letting you go." Yemo remained silent. He leaned closer. "Why so proud? I know your background, just a bastard." Yemo turned his head to look at him, biting his lip tightly, and strained his shoulder in an attempt to break free, but couldn't. "Keynes." He had been standing at the doorway for who knows how long. He too wore a white military uniform, but unlike Kane's, he was impeccably neat and wrinkle-free. On his shoulder was the dark green upperclassman insignia, and on his chest was a golden badge marking him as the top student in his grade. Let him go. Kane sked and released Mo. As he passed He at the doorway, he drawled, "Hello, senior." He didn't even glance at him. "Tell Yun to behave." Kane gave a reluctant grunt. "Respond properly." "Yes." Only after Kane had left did he walk over to Mo. He was always like this, emotionless, as if he were a robot, his tone never fluctuating. "Are you coming home next week?" Since enrolling, Mo had stayed at school and never returned home. The reason was clear to everyone, but next week was Mrs. Ye's birthday banquet. Mo murmured a quiet, then remembered how he had reprimanded Kane and thought he should respond more formally with a yes. But he had already continued. "That's Kane's. His father and mother each have a bastard child. Nowadays, the reproductive process is entirely handled by mechanical incubation pods and fertility centers, so technical management is extremely strict, requiring multiple rounds of review. Within the empire, couples must submit an application for the center to conduct an audit, but outside the empire, regulations are more relaxed. As a result, it's common for imperial nobility to have illegitimate children on both sides." Mo didn't make a sound. He didn't know Kane's. He and Yun shared a common social circle, the next generation of elites who began forging connections early, building their own interpersonal networks. Like cubs in a wolf pack, they tested and clashed with each other, establishing their positions based on the outcomes of each encounter, deciding whom to follow or be followed by. He was clearly one of the top contenders, while Mo had been eliminated from this game from the very beginning. "Have you forgotten how to call me brother?" Mo remained silent, but he didn't press him. After a moment of quiet, Mo relented and murmured softly. "Brother." He hummed in acknowledgement, reached out, lifted Mo's chin, and meticulously wiped away the marks left on his cheek from earlier. "Don't throw a tantrum. I'll have father arrange for you to intern with the military at the end of the semester. Don't disgrace the family." Then he nodded to the people in the classroom who were watching them and left. Chapter 3. Chapter 3. The professor, who had been standing at the door for who knows how long, clapped his hands to get the students' attention. "Class is starting." Someone stood up, dissatisfied. "Professor G, why didn't you stop that behavior earlier? Is violence against classmates allowed here?" Another female student stood up. "Yeah, why did you allow such an insulting act against a classmate to happen? Shouldn't the perpetrator face punishment?" Ji Yen placed his book on the lectern and swept his gaze over the students before him. "It seems you haven't yet grasped the rules of this place." He tapped the desk with his pointer and sighed. "Freshman, your psychic power is about to stabilize, isn't it? Once this period passes, the freshman grace period ends. Yet, you remain ignorant of what this place truly is, seeing only its surface tranquility. Here, you either dominate or be dominated. Just like that kid from Class A earlier who had to submit to the senior year chief." Ji Yen had arrived halfway through the altercation but hadn't intervened. Not just him, as long as it doesn't disrupt teaching, no teacher would intervene without any casualties. Every rule in this school encourages competition, including permitting appropriate violence. Within the school, nobles and commoners are mutually hostile, like fire and water. But no one ever considers what gives those talented youths with no background the confidence to stand against the scions of powerful families with deep-rooted foundations. Here, background and influence are disregarded. Class is redefined here. If you wish to preserve your dignity, you must claw your way up. The young, spirited students were unsatisfied with Ji Yan's ambiguous answer and retorted defiantly. "Are Class A students really that arrogant? Just because their grades are better, more outstanding than ours, does that give them the right to trample on our dignity?" In the classroom filled with rising indignation, a few students remained seated in their original spots, calmly accepting this reality. Ji Yan didn't know them personally, but their surnames were familiar, either frequently appearing in the news or on the military deployment lists. Ji Yan had some reservations about the education methods of the nobility. These children were too composed, so composed they'd lost the impulsiveness of youth. Young people shouldn't have so many adult-like worries, they shouldn't meekly lower their heads. He shook his head. "Even though this is Class D, surely you're not completely unaware of these things. It seems I haven't been a very competent teacher. That's my failing. So today, let's have a lesson to make you understand the rules. He raised his voice sharply. Open your terminals. See your points. After more than half a semester, each of you has accumulated a substantial number. You should all be clear on their function. Points cannot be traded privately. Once used, they turn gray, but the number still accumulates in your account, counted toward the points ranking. All your activities at school require points, including the use of simulation pods. Ji Yen spoke rapidly, striding down from the lectern. Then, have you noticed that the points rankings for other grades are public, and the numbers on them change every moment? I guess you've never considered what lies behind these point fluctuations. Among upperclassmen, this activity is called the hunt. Except for first years, as long as one is physically healthy, all are default participants. There are many rules, but the core is one: survival of the fittest. The classroom instantly erupted into hushed conversations. Then we're doomed. Our Class D doesn't have anyone with A-level psychic power, right? We're just easy prey for others. First years are still in their psychic development period. After it passes, a few might rise to A-level. Such rules are too brutal. Ji Yen stopped there. After next semester ends, your psychic power and your points rankings will be made public. The upperclassmen are all eyeing you prime targets. Have a little sense of urgency, freshmen. Looking at the seemingly shell-shocked kids, Ji Yen softened his tone again. Don't worry too much either. There's still time. Your psychic development period isn't over yet. Once your abilities stabilize, you'll truly participate. Also, students whose innate psychic abilities are at a disadvantage shouldn't lose heart. The third corps commander, Gu Yixiao, only has a C-level psychic rating. Yet, he still won everyone's respect with his exceptional ability. Intelligence and tactical skill are also part of one's strength. Ji Yen held his pointer and casually drew a few strokes, several diagrams projected into the air. If you've been paying attention, you might have noticed the various factions and clubs formed among the upperclassmen. Choose a suitable faction, seek their patronage, join them. They will offer you help. Similarly, your membership will also strengthen them. Every year, newcomers make a name for themselves, write their own legends, and single-handedly change the balance between factions. Go and try. I look forward to your part in it. He walked back to the lectern and suddenly turned his gaze toward Yemo. Yemo, tell me your simulation pod login count. 0, Professor. The classroom immediately erupted in an uproar. Teachers at the school don't specifically allocate much practice time during class, with the expectation you practice on your own time. With no practice whatsoever, no one can guarantee passing the assessments. And while Yemo wasn't among the elite, he had never failed a course. I've seen your grades. Not bad, not great, very unremarkable. But that's useless. You yourself are already conspicuous. You're a smart kid. If you understand, then be a bit more serious. Yes, Professor. Ji Yen nodded. Good, let's begin class. Asterisk. As soon as class ended, Zhou Ran slung an arm around Yemo's neck, complained as they walked out. Your brother is actually Yi He. Why didn't you say so earlier? He's a legend in the commander department. My older sister is also in commander. You have no idea how much she idolizes Yi He. Can you get me an autograph? I'll sell it to her when I go back. Before Yemo could answer, Zhou Ran muttered to himself. Forget it, she doesn't deserve it. Your brother is really good to you, specifically came to back you up. If it were my sister, she'd probably grab me by the ear and ask why I lost, and why I had the nerve to go crying to her. Yemo couldn't help but smile. Yeah, your sister is very blunt. Zhou Ran wanted to say more but was called by someone nearby. I need to go for a bit. You head back first. I'll bring you dinner tonight. He waved at Yemo and ran off within a few steps. Yemo returned to his dorm. As soon as he entered, he took off his jacket first. All classes require military uniform attire, improper attire gets points deducted. But wearing it is rather uncomfortable, he never managed to get used to it. The nanny robot he'd used since childhood in the corner began tidying Yemo's clothes. Yemo zoned out, collapsing onto the bed. His black hair splayed out on the white sheets. He took out his terminal, hovering over the request page for simulation pod usage for a long time, but ultimately closed the page. Although he felt bad for disappointing Professor Ji Yan's earnest guidance and advice, he was already perfectly content with his current grades. In his free time, he'd rather tend to flowers and plants. Spending time with plants relaxed Emo and made him happy. From a very young age, his dream had always been to buy a piece of land and open a flower shop. Although getting beaten up was embarrassing, Emo knew a little about the hunt. It wasn't as brutal as Professor G made it out to be. When one's points fell below a certain threshold, the remaining points would be automatically protected, temporarily exiting the hunt. Though it was a low bar, just enough for basic needs. Worst case, he'd just get beat up a few times. It didn't matter if he kept losing points, he could just lose until he was no longer eligible for challenges. What was the point of having a lot of points anyway? Emo happily opened his terminal, ready to continue reading about cherry tomato cultivation methods. His terminal suddenly chimed, and a message popped up. Next weekend, I and Yun will wait for you at the school gate. Also, I'm sorry for suddenly visiting your class today. There was another unread message from Yuan. Judging by the timestamp, it was received during class. It was just a cryptic message. Next week is her birthday. The evening wear for the birthday banquet has been placed in your room. Emo didn't need to ask to know that Yuan's message was probably sent at Mrs. Ye's prompting. Yuan had never been that thoughtful. He sighed. Growing up, everything he and Yun had, he had too. There was even a section of the Yi family garden that belonged to Emo, that Mrs. Yi had set aside for him. But the nicer things were, the worse it made him feel. Emo's existence was awkward. For a long time, he couldn't find his place. He was the youngest child in the family, yet he was also a scar on this happy, perfect family. It seemed he shouldn't be hated, but he certainly shouldn't be loved either. His every appearance would reopen the already healed wound, a bloody reminder to everyone of its existence. All Emo could do was try to make that scar appear as inconspicuous as possible. He wasn't a child anymore. He was content to grow quietly, like a plant, keeping as much distance as possible. Yet, he was destined never to fully separate from the Yi family. Everyone had labeled him a bastard while simultaneously stamping him firmly with the Yi family's mark. Emo tossed his terminal aside, stretched out his limbs, and silently rolled himself to the inner side of the bed until he hit the wall. Turning his head, he saw a potted plant on the table, which had tentatively sprouted a pale yellow flower bud at some point. This finally lifted his mood a little. He sat up, a slight smile on his face. It's blooming. The robot, having finished its chores, came running over with a tray holding the school-issued psychic tranquilizer. Good baby, time for your psychic tranquilizer. So soon. Feels like I just had it yesterday. Can I skip it? If you don't drink it, you're not a good baby. After you finish, I can give you a lift. The robot took a few steps forward, holding the tray up to Emo. Never mind then. I don't want to crush you and send you to the repair shop. The robot was the infant care robot Emo had used since childhood. He had refused to change it back then, so it had stayed with him until now. As a result, Emo was still the robot's good baby. Emo frowned and swallowed the potion. The psychic tranquilizer had no taste. Emo had heard others say it made them feel relaxed and lightheaded afterward. But for him, it caused headaches. His usually dormant psychic energy would become active, a dense, crawling sensation like ants gnawing. Chapter 4. On the weekend, the Yi family's signature hover car was parked early at the entrance. When Emo got in, Yun was talking animatedly with lots of hand gestures to Yi about something. But the moment Emo sat down, he clammed up. Both Yun and Yi had inherited their parents' good looks, but the two brothers were completely different. Yi possessed a cold, stern appearance like their father's, looking unapproachable, while Yun appeared softer and more gentle-looking. However, Yun only looked well-behaved. In reality, his temper was contrary and exceptionally volatile. In contrast, no matter how aloof Yi was, he maintained a veneer of politeness and wouldn't make others feel awkward. In some ways, he was much easier to get along with than Yun. Yi nodded towards Emo, who had settled into his seat, signaling the driver to start. The ride was deathly quiet. By the time they returned to the Yi residence, the sky was growing dark. The villa was brightly lit, with several butlers and servants bustling in and out, busy decorating the main hall to prepare for the guests. As soon as Yun entered, he sprawled on the sofa. He deliberately draped his arms over the back of the sofa and stuck his leg out onto the coffee table, blocking Yi Mo's path to the stairs. The living room was still being decorated, and this was the only way to get upstairs. Yi Yun looked up at the blocked Yi Mo. Yi Mo was still wearing his military uniform, which he wore perfectly. The black fabric covered almost all of Yi Mo's body, with a leather belt cinched tightly at the waist. The small amount of exposed skin was extremely pale, so pale that it seemed to emit a soft glow in the dim light of the living room. Yi Yun noticed Yi Mo pursed his lips, his eyelashes trembling a few times. For some reason, Yi Yun felt a twinge of guilt and even hesitated for a few seconds, wondering if he should move aside. "Beg me, and I'll let you pass." Beside them, He was taking his time taking off his uniform jacket and handing it to the butler while scolding Yi Yun, "You're the older brother. Don't be so willful. How old are you, still picking on your younger brother?" Yi Yun scoffed and reluctantly retracted his leg. "What trouble could I possibly cause him? He'll just hole up in his room anyway and stay there until the banquet is over without coming out." Yi Mo, who was already on the stairs, paused for a moment before continuing upwards. The sound of footsteps quickly faded away. Yi Yun scared in annoyance and kicked the table in front of him. Again. Again. It was as if no matter what he did, Yi Mo would endure it silently, like a block of wood. "Knock it off. I haven't settled the score with you yet for getting Keynes to trouble him last time. That wasn't my fault. It was that brainless bastard Keynes acting on his own. I just complained a few times. Besides, he's a bit too weak himself, hanging out with those losers in Class D all day." A flash of anger crossed Yi Yun's face. That bastard Keynes, how dare he lay a hand on his brother? He had gone too far. No matter how much Yi Yun complained, that was his own business, it wasn't for outsiders to interfere. He didn't even glance his way. "You're not a child anymore. You should know this isn't Little Mo's fault." "Of course I know." Yi Yun interrupted him. "I know." A moment of silence passed between the two brothers. Then He suddenly spoke. "By the way, do you know what Keynes said to little Mo?" "Keynes said the person who called him over described him as the one who looked most like a woman." Yi Yun put his foot down and turned to look at Yi, his face full of disbelief. "I never said that." Ignoring him, Yi continued. "He looked furious at the time. Honestly, I've never seen him so angry before. If you want to make him that angry, you could take notes. I won't let Keynes get away with this." After a while, he asked Yi, sounding awkward, was he really that angry? Yi didn't respond. Yi Yun had always had this terrible temperament since childhood. He started picking on Yi Mo when they were little, but if he actually made Yi Mo cry, he would awkwardly try to comfort him with his own favorite toys. However, Yi Mo rarely cried, and even when he did, it was very quiet. Asterisk. Yi Mo faced the mirror, buttoning the last button on his clothes. He raised his head, examining his reflection, the same appearance as in his previous life, even with the same beauty mark at the corner of his eye. He picked up the gift he had prepared earlier and went to Mrs. Ye's door. Before he could knock, the door opened. The young man who opened the door wore wire-rimmed glasses and had a scholarly air. He was briefly startled but quickly recovered, stepping back. After Yi Mo entered, he for some reason closed the door and stood to the side. Mrs. Yi was sitting at her dressing table. She turned and reached out towards Yi Mo. Yi Mo bent down, bringing himself within her reach. Mrs. Yi ruffled Yi Mo's hair and smiled. "I have good taste. This outfit suits you well." She meant it. Yi Mo's looks were outstanding, so outstanding that even at her most furious moments, Mrs. Ye's anger would completely dissipate when she looked at him. Such a small child, covered in wounds, frightened like a young beast brought home by a hunter, hiding at the slightest sound, only daring to peek timidly from a corner, it was truly hard to dislike him. Mrs. Yi couldn't help but take a little more care of him. In the end, she could only think resentfully, how could a scoundrel like Yi Ziyuan spawn such a well-behaved and good-looking child? Mrs. Yi took the gift from Yi Mo and placed it in a drawer, which already held gifts from Yi and Yi Yun. Then she introduced the two young men in the room to each other. "This is Yi Mo." Mrs. Yi paused for a moment before finally smiling and saying with relief, "My youngest son." Lin Yiji adjusted his glasses and extended a hand to Yi Mo. "Hello, I'm Lin Yiji." "I'm Yi Mo." Before he could finish, Yi Mo blinked hard, somewhat confused as to why the scene before him was starting to blur. Wisps of unusually active psychic energy began to drift from Yi Mo's body. Mrs. Yi stood up. "Are you feeling unwell? I'll call a doctor." Yi Mo wanted to answer Mrs. Yi, but waves of throbbing pain in his head made him feel nauseous. He groped around, trying to lean against the nearby wall, when a hand reached out to steady him. Lin Yiji used his other free hand to push up his glasses, appearing very calm. Psychic disturbance. He's in a period of psychic instability and needs a psychic tranquilizer, madam. Hearing this, Mrs. Yi relaxed slightly and quickly began rummaging through a drawer. Children in their developmental stages frequently experience psychic turbulence. Some sensitive children react quite intensely. Almost every household with children keeps an ample supply of psychic tranquilizers on hand. I still have some left over from when he used it before. Let me, ma'am. Lin Yiji knelt down, cradling Yi Mo in his arms. Yi Mo's consciousness was already fading, one hand gripping Lin Yiji's arm tightly, his cheeks flushed an unnatural red. Lin Yiji bit the cap off the vial. Supporting Yi Mo's chin with one hand, he applied some pressure to make him open his mouth and poured the solution in. The tranquilizer worked fast. Yi Mo soon quieted down, but before Lin Yiji could even sigh in relief, he arched his body again, his expression more pained than before. Lin Yiji bit off the cap of another vial and fed him the dose. Yi Mo could no longer swallow on his own, and a small amount of the liquid spilled from his lips. Lin Yiji wiped it away with his hand. After waiting a moment longer, Yi Mo's arched body began to tremble. The situation showed no sign of improvement, instead, it worsened. Lin Yiji tilted Yi Mo's head back and inserted his fingers into his mouth to prevent him from biting his tongue. The maximum safe single dose of the psychic tranquilizer was 3 vials. Mrs. Yi was already offering the 3rd vial. After the 3rd dose, it had no effect. "It's ineffective, madam. His reaction is quite severe this time. He likely needs soothing from his parents." Before the convenient and fast-acting psychic tranquilizer was invented, the method to help children safely navigate their psychic development period was parental soothing. A parent's psychic energy could provide immense comfort, calming their turbulent psychic power. Children who remained unsoothed for extended periods often became irritable, with psychic power that grew difficult to control and highly aggressive. Since psychic power is closely linked to the brain, this influence could also manifest physically. Before the invention of the psychic tranquilizer, orphanages had a mortality rate as high as 40%. Among the children who survived the development period, various other issues commonly arose. "I'll notify Yi Ziyuan." Mrs. Ye's expression was grave. She instructed someone to fetch Yi Ziyuan from downstairs while simultaneously dialing his number on her terminal. The moment the call connected, Mrs. Yi felt a wave of relief, though her tone was sharp. "Get over here quickly. Little Mo needs psychic soothing." There was some noise on Yi Ziyuan's end, which gradually cleared up. He was likely at the banquet downstairs. "I'll be right there." Chapter 5. Chapter 5. Yi Ziyuan hurried upstairs while pulling out his terminal to contact his adjutant. "Get a medical team on standby at my villa in the suburbs, the Huaxian one. Have them prepare psychic energy medication and sedatives. Make sure they're discreet, and the sooner the better." In the room, Yi Mo lay awake, staring blankly at the ceiling. His head was pounding, and his whole body was burning up. He felt as if even the blood flowing through his veins was boiling. Sweat had dampened the hair at his temples. Yi Ziyuan walked over, glanced at Lin Yiji, and took Yi Mo from him. "How many doses of psychic tranquilizer were used?" 3. "We can't use any more." Mrs. Yi hovered anxiously nearby. Xiao He and Xiao Yun never reacted like this. This child has always been a bit weaker than them since he was little. He comforted Mrs. Yi. "Don't worry, it's fine. I'll handle it." Yi Ziyuan propped Yi Mo up. He was in his prime, a military man through and through, appearing lean but actually muscular and strong. In one motion, he bore Yi Mo's weight entirely on himself, so Yi Mo hardly needed to exert any effort. "You and Yiji go downstairs first. Yiji is a guest, we shouldn't trouble a guest. I'll take little Mo back to his room." Mrs. Yi looked at Yi Mo, then at Lin Yiji. "I was too flustered. Yiji, come with me. Take good care of little Mo." As soon as Mrs. Yi and Lin Yiji were out of earshot, Yi Ziyuan quickly grabbed his military cloak and completely covered Yi Mo with it. Yi Mo still retained a sliver of consciousness. Struggling, he managed to poke his head out from under the cloak, like a fragile fledgling bird. "Father, where are we going?" He was dazed, his voice faint. "My head hurts terribly." Yi Ziyuan bundled him up tighter. "It's all right. I'm taking you to see a doctor. You'll be fine soon." He supported Yi Mo through the guests, quickly descended the stairs, and exited through the back door. A hover car was already waiting there. Yi Mo sat in the back seat, completely swamped in the cloak, only the lower half of his face visible. Outside, the sky darkened. Blue flashes of lightning flickered intermittently among the clouds, barely noticeable amidst the city's neon lights. At first, Yi Mo just sat there with his head bowed, nothing seemed out of the ordinary. Gradually, his breathing became rapid. Even the driver sensed something was wrong. A frenzied, overwhelming psychic energy permeated the air, almost suffocating. He'd only felt this suffocating pressure once before, from those few who had just returned from the front lines. Psychic energy bathed in blood remained active every second, ready to destroy something at any moment. A low rumble of thunder suddenly echoed from the sky. At the same time, the hover car jolted violently before steadying again. Yi Ziyuan immediately commanded. "Switch to manual driving." "Yes, sir." Beads of sweat dotted the driver's forehead. He didn't dare imagine what had just caused the thunder. He drove at top speed to the villa area in the suburbs. Fortunately, during this time, Yi Mo remained quiet. A medical team was already on standby in front of the villa. As soon as Yi Ziyuan got out of the car, several people rushed up, hurriedly ushering Yi Mo into the villa. "Commander Yi." Yi Ziyuan turned around, his eyes widening a fraction. Standing by the roadside was Lin Huixian, His Majesty's Secretary General, who was almost inseparable from the Emperor. Behind him stood another person wearing a black uniform with gold trim, a member of the Imperial Guard. Yi Ziyuan turned his head and barked a few orders before walking towards Lin Huixian. "What are you doing here?" Lin Huixian adjusted his glasses, speaking concisely. "Delivering documents to His Majesty." Yi Ziyuan remained composed. "I thought His Majesty was pursuing space pirates in the border regions. I should go pay my respects." Lin Huixian shook his head. "He's only just back. He probably won't see anyone. He's just resting temporarily at Huaxian, it's quiet here. He'll return in a few days." His Majesty's psychic energy hadn't yet settled. When he first entered the port, it began affecting the weather in the capital. The port area was filled with lightning and thunder, the warship practically sailed through a thunderstorm. The palace was in the center of the capital. Once, during one of His Majesty's psychic outbursts, all equipment in the entire capital malfunctioned, causing significant chaos. Since then, he always rests outside for a few days before returning. Huaxian is considered a military district, primarily allocated to high-ranking officials and retired veterans needing recuperation. It's sparsely populated, with a quiet environment and no important facilities nearby, making it suitable for temporary rest. After they exchanged a few more words, Lin Huixian departed. Yi Ziyuan immediately entered the villa. The hall was filled with various instruments and medications, with people bustling back and forth. "Hold him down. Administer the psychic inhibitor injection. Prepare to monitor his vital signs." They injected the cold liquid. Yi Mo struggled, but his limbs were pinned down firmly. He could only lift his head futilely before collapsing back, exhausted, like a dying swan. His chest rose and fell faintly, the only sign he was still alive. If the psychic tranquilizer was soothing, then the psychic inhibitor was blocking, forcibly suppressing the raging psychic energy back. This process was several times more painful than the psychic outburst itself. A man approached Yi Ziyuan. "We've temporarily stabilized him with the inhibitor. He's been given a sedative and is now asleep. The psychic tranquilizer is becoming less and less effective on him. I'm afraid that before his psychic development period is over, the tranquilizer will become completely ineffective. My suggestion is to find his biological mother. Or father," he added quietly. Asterisk. Lin Yiji returned home very late. His father, Lin Huixian, was sitting on the sofa, with documents spread all over the table in front of him. He sat down opposite his father and poured himself a glass of water. Lin Huixian didn't even look up. "Why are you back so late today?" "You forgot, today is Mrs. Ye's birthday." Lin Huixian frowned slightly. "Then I saw him at Huaxian today." It seemed someone was injured, a whole team of doctors was waiting there. Lin Yiji was also taken aback. But the youngest son of Uncle Ye's family had a psychic outburst today. The psychic tranquilizer failed, and Uncle Yi has been performing psychic soothing on him. Lin Huixian set down his pen. That child from the Yi family, wasn't he a bastard brought back by Yi Ziyuan? I remember the gossip back then lasted quite a while. No one believed someone like Yi Ziyuan would have a bastard. Lin Huixian hadn't believed it either back then. Yi Ziyuan was the epitome of a traditional military man, rigid to the core, he'd sooner die than do something like that. Until Lin Huixian saw that frail child, about the same age as Yi Yun, by Mrs. Ye's side. Even now, Lin Huixian didn't have much of an impression of him. The child probably wasn't given much attention, he was almost never seen in social circles. All he remembered was that the boy was quite good-looking. Because of this incident, Yi Ziyuan lost the promotion to corps commander he was supposed to get. It was only later that he earned the position back through his own efforts. Seeing Lin Huixian pause in thought, Lin Yiji poured him a glass of water as well. Don't overthink it. Could be personal business. Lin Yiji said casually. It couldn't be that Uncle Yi failed at psychic soothing, could it? A corps commander failing at that, might as well say the child isn't Uncle Yi's own. Lin Yiji trailed off here. Lin Huixian looked up, and the two exchanged a glance. Both the old fox and the young fox had keenly sensed something off. Lin Huixian finally concluded. Keep your curiosity in check. Act as if you know nothing. The Yi family's business was beyond their reach. He warned. Stay away from that child. Chapter 6. Chapter 6. The Yi family's medical team conducted an exhaustive battery of tests on Yi Mo. The lead physician pulled up streams of data and displayed them for Yi Ziyuan. His psychic strength has remained consistently at B grade, but since entering the developmental phase, it has surged at an unprecedented pace, faster than anything I've ever witnessed. The psychic tranquilizer is utterly insufficient for his needs. If he safely navigates this developmental phase, his final psychic level will undoubtedly reach S grade. It's truly extraordinary. The psychic developmental phase typically only enhances control over psychic abilities. I've seen a handful of cases where psychic levels improved post-phase, but those were almost exclusively jumps from C to B, largely because their latent strength was already hovering at the threshold. Each grade represents an exponential leap in power. A jump from B to S is unheard of, even A to S would be exceptional. The physician was visibly elated. An A-grade psychic could rise no higher than corps commander. Advancement beyond required S-grade capability, only an S-grade possessed the requisite mental bandwidth to command a fleet of hundreds. After all these years. After your sister and Yi Yun, the Yi family is finally poised to produce another S-grade psychic. As long as an S-grade psychic matures within the Yi family, the family's past crimes and disgrace will be erased. Your decision to bring this child back all those years ago was truly wise. Most people's psychic strength peaked at C grade. B grade and above were considered exceptional, S grade was exceedingly rare. Every S grade psychic was a priceless asset, capable of single-handedly altering the course of a battlefield, and fiercely coveted by every nation. Yi Ziyuan suddenly felt a bitter irony. Wise. How many S-grade psychics does the Grath family possess? They're as common as mass-produced dumpsters lining city streets. What can one say? It must be in the Grath blood, even this seemingly cursed fate is identical. The first emperor took his own life in his bedchamber at the height of his youth. Of his 7 children, 3 died in battle. God had granted the Graths everything, talents so superior they left others in the dust, striking appearances. No one could deny the Graths' glory, they had built this empire single-handedly, nothing short of a miracle. Who could have imagined that the empire's origins lay in a small, abandoned planet, declared dead, stripped of all resources? Its inhabitants were known as the Forsaken, surviving solely on handouts from other nations. The Federation and neighboring states regularly delivered basic supplies, not out of compassion, but for a simple, cruel reason: they needed this planet and its people to serve as the first line of defense against the insect tide. It was little more than feeding livestock to hold back the swarm. Simultaneously, with no station troops or armed forces to protect it, the planet became a lawless haven for rogue space pirates, who pillaged at will. Every rebellion ended in failure. Every uprising brought only senseless bloodshed, a history akin to hell, the Empire's grim origin, a humiliation every imperial citizen was taught to remember from childhood. This state of affairs persisted for over 1,000 years, until the Graths appeared. The first Graths scavenged broken blades from battlefields, used them to decapitate space pirates, planted blood-soaked flags atop mounds of insectoid remains and pirate corpses, and led the Forsaken, beginning from that Forsaken world, on the Empire's relentless expansion. Even the Federation, which still today condemns the Empire's excessively violent methods and inhumane tactics, must concede the Graths' achievements are undeniable. Their glory endures. Yet the noble Graths, the glorious Graths, the Graths who forged this vast empire with their own hands, none met a peaceful end. He had only ever seen this child's gentle disposition, so unlike the Graths, yet failed to notice how increasingly his features mirrored that accursed lineage. Yi Ziyuan gazed at Yi Mo lying motionless on the bed. Sedated, forcibly restrained, his wrists, ankles, and waist bound tightly to a specialized psychiatric medical bed. His eyes were covered with sterile gauze to accelerate calming. Long ago, every orphanage maintained a special room, windowless, hermetically sealed except for the entrance door, its walls lined with psychic dampening material. Inside, rows of children lay strapped to psychiatric medical beds, their eyes covered. Typically, these children soon succumb to psychotic breaks, deprived of psychic soothing, their minds never finding peace, dying slowly amid unrelenting mania and agony. Are there any alternative treatments? The physician hesitated. He was reluctant to abandon his proposal. A future S-grade psychic must not suffer complications. Securing Yi Mo's biological parents as swiftly as possible remained the most efficient and effective treatment plan. There are alternatives, but all carry side effects, varying in severity. Generally speaking, locating his biological parents as soon as possible remains the optimal approach. Yi Ziyuan cut him off. If it were possible, if there were even the faintest chance, I wouldn't be asking you this question. He turned to face the physician, each word ground out between clenched teeth. In the dim light, his eyes seemed to flicker with starlight. I want him to survive more than anyone else. Otherwise, he would never have risked the total annihilation of the Yi family to bring him back all those years ago. After a pause, Yi Ziyuan drew a slow, deep breath. My apologies, I lost control of my emotions. I need a method that ensures his survival. He spoke quietly. He's not yet an adult. He still has a full life ahead of him. Yi Ziyuan stood as upright as ever, still young, yet in that instant, he seemed to have aged decades, shoulders subtly bowed. The physician sighed. If Yi Ziyuan said it was impossible, then it truly was. What a tragedy. Had an S-grade psychic emerged, the Yi family would not now be in such dire straits, relying solely on Yi Ziyuan to hold everything together. The Yi family of old bore no resemblance to this. Who could have foreseen their fall? Overnight, every Yi family member serving in the military was dismissed. Yi Ziyuan's father was stripped of his noble title. From that incident years ago until now, only Yi Ziyuan had managed to rise. Afterward, Yi Ziyuan's father relocated most of the Yi family to a remote star system, treading with extreme caution. Should the next generation fail to produce military officers capable of establishing themselves, the family's position would deteriorate further once Yi Ziyuan retired. Having served the Yi family for decades, he had watched them fall, from universally feared and courted to utterly marginalized in the imperial capital, where even the lowliest dared trample upon them. Even their ancestral residence had been forfeited, the place where Yi Ziyuan grew up bore no resemblance to where Yi He and Yi Yun had been raised, in the very heart of the imperial capital. He paused, then retrieved a new set of data. In all my years, I've encountered only 2 children whose responsiveness to the psychic tranquilizer gradually diminished. One was an orphan from an institution, the tranquilizer failed him midway through his psychic developmental phase. The other was the heir of the Grindon family. He exhibited intolerance to the psychic tranquilizer from the outset. During his developmental phase, his parents were stranded on a frontier planet for 3 years due to the Second Star Rebellion. Both survived. The first case presented milder symptoms. The medical team administered continuous psychic inhibitors. Yet after completing the developmental phase, his psychic abilities frequently destabilized, and he suffered severe neural pain. In his 6th year, he took his own life. The second case, I'm unclear on their exact treatment protocol, but that child, aside from occasional emotional volatility, appears otherwise unaffected. Personally, I suspect the irritability may simply reflect his innate temperament. After finishing, the physician couldn't resist adding. I've always wanted to know which medical team the Grindon family employed, but their confidentiality measures are impeccable. Achieving this outcome, theoretically, borders on impossible. Yi Ziyuan steered the conversation back with firm resolve. How much time do I have? The psychic tranquilizer retains some efficacy for now. I can also administer low-dose psychic inhibitors alongside complementary pharmaceuticals to delay the progression of his developmental phase. The physician emphasized. You must act immediately, establish contact without delay, and determine whether their treatment protocol is viable. The Yi family today is no longer what it once was, but the Grindon family remains as illustrious as ever, even surpassing its former stature. I understand. I will initiate contact with the Grindon family as swiftly as possible within this time frame. When Yi Mo awoke, Yi Yun had already pulled a chair beside his bed, arms crossed, legs crossed, alert the moment consciousness returned. Asterisk. You're awake. Father ordered me. He stressed the word ordered. Except during class, you need to be looked after the rest of the time. Yi Yun glared at Yi Mo. Well? Nothing to say. Yi Mo sat up, the back of his head still throbbing with a dull ache. Suddenly confronted with this question, he was a bit caught off guard. He thought for a moment, then tentatively offered. Sorry. Yi Yun stood up angrily. This again. No, you're staying with me except during class. You're not allowed to hang out with those losers from Class D anymore. Yi Mo, who had been looking down, glanced up at Yi Yun upon hearing this. In the end, he couldn't hold back, murmuring dejectedly, I'm in Class D too. I have many friends in Class D, and they're very good to me. Yi Yun was taken aback. This was the first time Yi Mo had worn such a hurt expression. Usually, he would silently endure all of Yi Yun's demands, reasonable or not. He wanted to say something to fix the situation, but he didn't know what. Finally, he turned his head away, took a wound patch, and stuck it on Yi Mo's arm. Yi Mo's arm had been injected with who knows how many medications, just moving it had caused fresh blood to seep out. Anyway, remember this, after class, I'll come get you. We'll eat together, hang out together. I know you don't want to be with me, and of course, I don't want to see you either, but it's father's order. I have no choice. In the end, he hesitantly added one more thing. If you want to be with your friends, I can tag along too. But we have to be together. It's father's order. Yi Yun repeated it once more. Yi Mo listened quietly to Yi Yun's words, then suddenly spoke up. I want to be with you. Yi Yun's eyes widened. Yi Mo was looking down, his hair falling softly. From Yi Yun's angle, he couldn't see Yi Mo's eyes, only the beautifully contoured line of his jaw, like fine porcelain. What? I want to be with my brother. I'm happy. Instead, Yi Yun turned his head away, somewhat flustered. I'm not that unwilling to be with you either. After all, you're so weak. Without me watching over you, you just get into trouble outside. Chapter 7. Chapter 7. The moment class let out, Yi Mo's terminal vibrated a few times. It was Yi Yun. He had taken Yi Mo's class schedule earlier, demanding Yi Mo spend any free time with him. Yi Mo could always expect a message from Yi Yun the second class ended. I'm in the lounge. Just head right in. The second message came a few minutes after the first. Zhou Ran leaned over, hooking an arm around Yi Mo's neck. Wanna grab food with us? Sorry, not today. I'm meeting someone. Yi Mo looked a bit troubled. He didn't know how to explain that his father made him stick with his brother at all times. It sounded strange. Zhou Ran was easygoing. He quickened his pace, laughing and joking with someone else as they walked away, still managing to remind Yi Mo about the afternoon's plans. Alright, we're out. Don't forget to gather at the school auditorium this afternoon. Yi Mo smiled in response, packed up his textbooks, and went against the crowd towards the A-class lounge. Apart from some general courses shared with other classes, A-class had separate instruction for everything else. Their classrooms and lounge were in a different area. It was Yi Mo's first time going there. The corridor grew quieter with fewer people, and he soon reached the lounge. Not a sound came from behind the door. He hesitated for a moment, then remembered Yi Yun had told him to enter directly. He slowly pushed the door open and stopped at the entrance. There were people in the lounge, about 7 or 8 of them, all wearing white uniforms. They leaned against walls or sat on sofas, scattered throughout the room. The badges on their shoulders were all red, representing the first year. At that moment, everyone turned to look at Yemo. No one spoke, the lounge was eerily quiet, carrying an inexplicable sense of pressure. "Excuse me, I'm looking for Yi Yun." Yemo saw Keynes among them, sitting imposingly on a sofa, but he didn't see Yi Yun. Yi Yun, a girl sitting on a locker, started to answer but was interrupted by Keynes. "You shouldn't be here. Trash should stay in its proper place." As soon as Keynes finished speaking, Yi Yun kicked open the locker room door and came out holding a piece of clothing. He had clearly heard Keynes's words. He wasn't wearing his jacket, only a loose white t-shirt underneath, giving him a more casual, lively look than usual. He walked straight towards Keynes, pressed his head, and slammed it hard against the wall. Just one hit drew blood, which trickled down Keynes's forehead. "Keynes, are you trying to defy me? Challenge me?" Keynes laughed. "Let's give it a try then." Keynes shoved him back, and the two quickly exchanged a few moves, like wolves tearing at each other, each strike aimed at the other's vital points. Soon, both Keynes and Yi Yun were sporting minor wounds. No one intervened, instead, they stepped back, clearing space for them. After all, medical technology was advanced now, any injury could be fixed by tossing them into a treatment pod. Yemo stepped forward and held Yi Yun back. "All right, brother. What he said isn't wrong." Yi Yun's eyes remained fixed on Keynes, not ready to let it end. Keynes leaned against the wall, looked up at Yemo. "Hear that, Yi Yun? Even he admits I'm not wrong. Why bother meddling?" Yemo quickly pulled at Yi Yun, trying to find any excuse. In his view, he truly wasn't from A-class and wasn't as outstanding as them. It really wasn't worth getting angry over. "Let's go, brother. I'm hungry." Only then did Yi Yun glance at Yemo, reluctantly saying, "Fine, let's go eat first." Yemo held on to Yi Yun and started walking out. Keynes spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva. "What? Is that how your whore mother taught you to suck up? Not bad." Yemo stopped. He let go of Yi Yun's hand. "Brother." Yi Yun, who had been holding back, rushed past him and punched Keynes. The outcome was decided in an instant. He grabbed Keynes's head and pressed it against the floor. Challenge failed. Looks like you still need to follow my orders. Be good, Keynes. Watch your mouth. Don't provoke my brother. Yemo stood at the doorway behind him. His entire demeanor instantly turned cold, no longer the gentle person from before. He quirked the corner of his mouth slightly, his eyes icy. Sunlight streamed in from behind him, casting a halo around his figure. Black hair, pale skin, eyes slightly upturned at the corners, stunningly beautiful. It seems I am quite good at sucking up. Even Keynes, who had been about to get up and exchange a few more rounds with Yi Yun, froze in place. After all, Yemo had always been somewhat timid, just like his mother's lover. Yi Yun wasn't surprised at all. Yemo was that kind of person, fine with anything happening to himself, but would get angry the moment it involved his mother or family. The first time was when Yemo, for the first time ever, got into a fight in kindergarten. When the parents were called, he refused to say why. Only after Yi Ziyuan scolded him severely did he cry and say it was because the other child had spoken ill of Yi He. The girl sitting on the locker quietly took out her terminal and aimed it at Yemo. Click, the sound broke the silence in the room. She shrugged, raising her terminal to show it. I was thinking of posting this on the forum. You probably don't mind, right? Yi Yun was the first to laugh gleefully. Don't mind. Make my heroic pose bigger. If you can't see the face clearly, label the name. He was referring to Keynes. Keynes snorted but didn't refute. The strong ruled, the only rule in the school. He could play by it. The girl paused, then added Yi Yun back into the frame she had initially cropped out. Post title. Should the school heartthrob be replaced? In the grand auditorium, all students wore training uniforms. The first row wore white training suits, while the rows behind consisted of other classes in black. The entire first row sat ramrod straight, eyes sharp like identical mannequins. The other classes behind were much more relaxed. An old man wearing glasses was slowly reading from a script in his hand. He already had white hair, combed back, and his chest was adorned with numerous medals of various sizes. Though aged, his exposed shoulders were broader than most, and his posture remained upright, looking like a dozing lion. This practical training course involves all first-year students, aiming to familiarize them with the space combat environment and provide a preliminary understanding of the internal structure of warships. Zhou Ran had his hand on the back of the front row seat, whispering to Yi-Mo from below. Class really is something else. The principal has been speaking for over half an hour, and they still haven't budged. I definitely wouldn't be able to stop myself from fidgeting. Yi-Mo himself couldn't hold back either. He and Zhou Ran were both slackers who just got by. One was severely lopsided in his studies, only interested in mechas, and the other just thinking about graduating to go farming. Hearing this, Yi-Mo also said admiringly. After all, they're all elites, 1 in 10,000. On the podium, the principal's sentence suddenly cut off. He turned to the last page and then continued. The instructors leading this practical training are Instructor Aaron and Instructor Claire. I hope you students will learn with an open mind, better yourselves, and serve the Empire as soon as possible. As he said the last line, the principal on stage suddenly stood up. Like an old lion waking from a lazy afternoon nap, he displayed his inherent majesty. He placed his hand diagonally over his heart and raised his voice. Long live the glory of the Empire. May Grath be immortal. All the students shot to their feet, also placing their hands over their hearts and shouted in unison. Long live the glory of the Empire. May Grath be immortal. The entire auditorium echoed with these words, even getting slackers like Yi-Mo and Zhou Ran, who had been spacing out, all fired up. Good, students. Next, instructors Aaron and Claire will lead you aboard the warship for a special journey. 2 instructors walked up from the floor below the stage, both quite young. The principal was taller than them, looking a size bigger than the 2 instructors, and when he stood, he had an indescribable air of pressure about him. The 2 instructors stood behind the principal until he nodded to them and stepped down, then they came to the front. Aaron stood sternly to one side, while Claire appeared more gentle. Aaron took a step forward first, his sharp gaze sweeping over the audience below. Recruits, you have 15 minutes to gear up and assemble at the warship docking bay. I hope you won't be late. Yes. The people in the entire auditorium scattered, quickly heading for the equipment room. The equipment room was large, with rows of lockers. Normally, aside from during training classes, it wasn't open to any students. Yi-Mo found an empty equipment locker, swiped his card to open it, and began quickly donning his gear, slid a dagger into his boot side and strapped a gun and ammo to his waist. Next to him, Zhou Ran was loading rounds into his gun while shooting the breeze with Yi-Mo. Isn't this just a familiarization field exercise? Why so formal? I feel like we'll just take a tour, not be allowed to touch anything, and then it'll probably be over. The talking around them suddenly died down. Yi-Mo shut his locker door and, a moment late, stopped what he was doing, turning to look back following everyone else's line of sight. Yi-Yun was standing not far away, looking his way, accompanied by 7 or 8 companions also in white combat suits, either standing or leaning. Keynes was among them, with a wound still on his head. Seeing Yi-Mo turn around, Yi-Yun raised an eyebrow. Ready? Yi-Mo nodded. Then let's go. As soon as Yi-Yun spoke, the companions around him stood up, preparing to leave. Yi-Mo was still a little unclear on what was happening. This is class, right? I want to go with my friend. Before Yi-Mo could finish, Zhou Ran had already silently pushed him forward, stepping back himself and slinging an arm around someone else's shoulder. He gave Yi-Mo a thumbs up as if to say, you can do it. Yi-Yun thanked Zhou Ran, then took hold of Yi-Mo's hand and said to him in a low voice. This time might not be so simple. Stay with me. As they walked, Yi-Yun explained to Yi-Mo. I checked the ammunition, it's not practice rounds. Of course, the main thing is we just sent someone to gather intel from the upperclassmen. They said. Yi-Yun leaned closer to Yi-Mo, his expression serious, and whispered very softly. Be prepared for people to die. Yi-Mo's eyes widened. He had seen death before, his earliest memory of this world was the sticky sensation of blood and a still-warm corpse. He remembered how he had crawled out from under that woman's body. He had forgotten her face but still recalled the pallid color of her skin after excessive blood loss. Yi-Yun, of course, noticed Yi-Mo's tension and tightened his grip on his hand. Don't worry too much. Stick close to me. I won't let anything happen to you. He pulled Yi-Mo to his inner side, blending into the group of companions. The 2 instructors were already waiting for them at the warship entrance. Aaron looked down at them with a scrutinizing gaze. This batch of students is far worse than the last. Claire didn't seem to mind. You say that every year. Have the deer been driven into the encirclement? Of course, they've been cornered at Z472. That area is sparsely populated, perfect for a hunting ground. It's time for them to see blood. The Empire doesn't need dogs that only know how to wag their tails. Aaron frowned. I remember His Majesty's warship is docked at a nearby port, isn't it? We've already informed the Secretary General. His Majesty replied, proceed as you wish. Chapter 8. Yi Yun was wound tight. If Yi Mo lagged even a little, he would notice and snap at him to keep up. The interior of the warship was spacious and mostly silver. Claire spoke up first. Beautiful, isn't it? Its name is Mother Bear, meant for training pups like you. The warship was a basic model. Basic navigation was handled by AI, while more precise operations required a mental interface. It was currently in travel mode, and the bridge was empty except for the pilots and the 2 instructors. Aaron and Claire led them through each area, giving them a quick rundown. Combat mode must be controlled via mental interface. You'll get to that in your upper years. Over there is the landing gear, to cushion the landing. When they reached the most expansive part of the command center, Claire called out. Activate viewing mode. The warship's outer walls gradually turned transparent, drawing gasps of surprise from the students. You can explore areas that interest you on your own now, but don't wander off. The students quickly dispersed, forming small groups to move about freely. Aaron looked at Claire with disapproval. Claire shrugged nonchalantly. Anyway, the most critical areas require iris authentication. Let them relax a bit first. They might be throwing up later. Can't have their whole internship be a bad memory. Yi Yun's group of 7 or 8 stayed together, following him and clearly looking to him as their leader. Yi Yun quickly started giving orders. Check your equipment once more. Check out the emergency exits, then review how to use the landing gear. Claire walked over to Aaron. We're almost there, right? Z472 is such a great place. Far from the imperial capital, a derelict planet, completely uninhabited, littered with junk and ruins. Just bombard it directly. Aaron maintained his stern expression, standing ramrod straight. Compared to previous classes, they are too relaxed. Those kids are doing quite well. Aaron tilted his chin slightly, referring to the group Yi Yun had organized. Claire glanced over and immediately noticed they all deferred to Yi Yun. Terrifying. The elites of Class A, already establishing a clear hierarchy in their first year. Claire gave an exaggerated shiver and backed away slightly, playing up his fear. Aaron glared at him. He himself had worn the white uniform all the way to graduation. If your eyes are working, you can see there's one from another class among them. He was referring to Yi Mo, whose black uniform stood out starkly amidst the sea of white ones. Claire held up his hands in mock surrender, then keyed his calm. This is Mother Bear. What's the situation? A voice crackled back. The little deer have all been herded into the hunting grounds, staying put. The best viewing spots are still reserved for you. Although the surface of Mother Bear has been refurbished, judging from the scratches and the wear and tear on the parts, it's definitely not just for teaching purposes. It's an active-duty warship. Other areas require authorization and are temporarily inaccessible. Yi Yun was quietly discussing the current situation with the others, speculating about what was coming next, when he suddenly stopped and pulled Yi Mo. Following his lead, Yi Mo looked outside. The entire command center fell silent. Outside were formations of huge warships, each surrounded by numerous mechs. They clustered together, aimed at a nearby asteroid. Their own warship, threading its way through them, appeared much smaller. Mother Bear requesting permission to enter the port. Permission granted. Channel open. Smooth sailing, Mother Bear. The warship rapidly approached the asteroid, guarded by a tight fleet. The port was constructed high above the surface. Starships could only take off or land through the port, landing without one would damage both the surface and the starship. So even a derelict planet like this had a port. As they approached the port, Claire clapped his hands. Once he had everyone's attention, he spoke sternly. Listen up, elites of the 1st Military Academy. You've got your first mission since enrollment. See that derelict planet below? The fleet just forced a pirate band to ground. Your job is to wipe them out. Yi-Yun locked eyes with the instructor and asked loudly. Sir, are we in command of this ship? As soon as he asked, the students gradually quieted down. A faint smile touched Claire's lips. Of course. I just unlocked all the ship systems for you. Is the exam starting now? Yes, it's starting. From this moment on, Instructor Aaron and I won't lift a finger to help you. Claire walked over to Aaron, and they both stood in a corner. Yi-Yun turned around, raising his arms so everyone could see him. Listen, we are all elites of the First Military Academy. Those space pirates are nothing but a disorganized rabble. No matter how many there are, or how many ships they have, they've been forced to land in a panic. Their ships are as good as scrap. But we have a fully armed warship. This is our moment to prove ourselves. Seeing the freshman's initial confusion turn to focus, discussing and assigning roles, Claire chuckled softly. Lucky little guys. All they have to do is fly in and blast the place, and they're done. We might be heading back soon. How come we never got a cakewalk like this? The internships were different every year. The worst one had to get into a real shootout with pirates, and the counseling office was booked solid for a month after. Aaron had kept his gaze fixed out the viewport the whole time. We've reached the port. Upon entering the port, the lights on the bridge flickered a few times and went out. What's going on? Who messed with something? Is this a malfunction? The landing was smooth. Is this part of the field exercise? Claire frowned tightly, this wasn't part of their plan. Aaron was the first to sense something amiss. He said loudly. Quiet. Everyone stay where you are, don't move. Don't open the door. Aaron took a few steps forward, drew his dagger, and moved toward the door, kneeling on one knee. Claire followed closely behind. They closed their eyes, listening intently, then opened their eyes at the same time. Someone is trying to force their way in from outside. They've damaged the external power source. The warship has been damaged and has automatically sealed itself. This was a common tactic used by space pirates after intercepting a starship. The Empire was founded on crushing space pirates, and successive emperors had never abandoned this tradition. The military was very familiar with pirate methods. Has anyone tried contacting the main fleet or the port? I just tried contacting the main fleet, the signal was intercepted. The port is attempting to connect. We're through. Let me amplify it. A burst of harsh static came through, but no one spoke. The sound gradually became clearer, as if many people were in a noisy commotion. Kill them. Cut off their heads and mount them on flags. Then a man's voice. Can you hear that, you imperial dogs? I'm going to cut off your heads to accompany us in death. Wait, they're using us as training for the new recruits, right? Your new recruits aren't even adults yet, are they? I'll poke open their tender flesh with a knife and throw them onto your warship. No one spoke. Yi-Yun cut off the communication. They've taken over the port. This is a futile effort and illogical. Warships aren't like starships, they aren't so easily dismantled. We can force start the warship. Yi-Yun frowned. This didn't make sense. Their first choice should have been to take them hostage to bargain for an escape, but instead they immediately resorted to provocation, as if they were forcing them to start the warship. At that moment, the emergency power automatically activated, flooding the hall with bright light. Aaron and Claire exchanged a glance. There's an S-class among them. They want to seize the warship. Only after the warship was activated could one use psychic energy to invade and gain control of its permissions. It's an obvious trap, but we have no choice but to walk into it. After activation, we'll have a brief window, about 20 seconds, before the pirate psychic energy fully takes over the warship. Either stay put, wait for the warship to be dismantled, and face the pirates head-on, or start the warship and then escape to the surface to survive. The choice was clear. Although Yi-Yun had spoken with such fervor earlier, both he and the others knew in their hearts that underage recruits were no match for ruthless space pirates, even if many of these kids were S-class. Among new recruits, S-class was generally considered non-existent. Officially, they weren't recognized as S-class. Only those who had matured into their abilities were truly considered S-class. I hope that after they seize the warship, they'll spare these kids. Otherwise, it'll be a heavy loss in every sense. Claire and Aaron made their decision. Can you hear me, you unlucky lot? Put on your landing gear. As soon as we leave the port, jump immediately. This is for real now. Mission change, the objective is to survive. Everyone scrambled to put on their landing gear. Yi-Yun pulled Yi-Mo over, equipped him, and only then began equipping himself. Aaron and Claire were also among the last to gear up. Yi-Yun took a vial from the row of serums at his waist and exchanged it with one from Yi-Mo's pack, placing it in the emergency serum section. This is from Father. If you feel unwell, inject it. I'll keep the rest. Finally, he pushed Yi-Mo toward Zhou Ran. Stay with your friends. He stared at Yi-Mo. As soon as the exit opens, jump immediately. If you encounter pirates on the surface, run if you can. If you can't escape, don't hold back. Yi-Mo felt uneasy. He seemed to want to say something, but he obeyed Yi-Yun's command. He was used to being arranged this way. I will, brother. On the other side, Aaron sat at the control panel, connecting his psychic energy to the controls. Claire knelt beside him, one hand gripping the edge of the control panel, the other clutching Aaron's ankle. They were about to face a psychic-level confrontation, and the warship would become extremely unstable. The students stood in place, panicked and uncertain, watching their actions and exchanging glances. Yi-Mo stood among them, hearing someone even begin to sob quietly. Yi-Yun and his group moved first. They stepped out from the crowd and went straight to Aaron's side. In unison, they drew their guns from their waists and knelt down, just like Claire. Yi-Yun grabbed Aaron's other ankle. Aaron glanced down. Without looking up, Yi-Yun said. Class A goes first, right? We've received so many privileges, it's time we pulled our weight. There was indeed such a rule in the school. Class A's uniforms were a conspicuous white. They were the leaders, expected to step up first in any situation. But treating them this way at such a time was especially cruel. Aaron noticed a boy beside Yi-Yun quietly hiding his hand behind his back, the hand holding the gun trembling slightly. No need. You'll just get in the way. A girl kicked the boy. Don't misfire. If you misfire, I'll beat you up. The boy immediately stopped trembling. Don't give us orders. I'm the leader here, instructor. Yi-Yun snorted coldly. Aaron would soon be engaging in direct psychic combat with the enemy. The gap between S-class and A-class was no small matter. He was bound to lose his combat effectiveness afterward. Instructor, if we delay any longer, the warship will be completely dismantled. They all knew, there simply was no time for everyone to jump. Claire barked orders to the crowd still gathered in the command center. Everyone, go. All of you, get to the exits and jump as soon as they open. If you miss it, find cover nearby. Once only Aaron, Claire, and Yi-Yun's group remained in the hall, Aaron first sealed the hatches to several passageways, isolating the command center completely. The starship's engines roared to life. The vessel shook violently for a time, then came to a halt just after clearing the port. Sweat quickly beaded on Aaron's forehead at the console, his face contorted in pain. The starship lurched unsteadily, making it nearly impossible to walk. The exit slid open swiftly. Students jumped down in batches, like dumplings dropping into a pot. When roughly 1/10 of the students remained aboard, the exit suddenly closed. The starship steadied and returned to port. Finally, the hatches to the command center all opened automatically, control had been seized. Scatter. Aaron slumped before the console. Yi-Yun instructed two to guard him, then gripped his gun, stood up, quickly flattened himself against the wall, and covered one passageway. Footsteps, growing clearer and clearer. Yi-Yun peered intently down the passage. Suddenly, the passage hatches automatically closed again, sealing shut. The others shut one after another. Muffled curses came from behind the doors. What the hell? Why did the doors close suddenly? Wasn't it under control already? Useless. Yi-Yun froze for a moment. Yi-Mo stood at the exit. The exit was actually in the warship center, opening from the bottom, all you had to do was jump. A small number who hadn't made it in time were originally with Yi-Mo. They had already followed the instructor's orders and hidden immediately. One in the storage room, two in the ventilation ducts, others in cabins. Yi-Mo instinctively knew this. His mental energy flowed naturally through the warship, gently covering every object. He could even sense two other mental energies, one, very faint, belonged to the instructor, lingering at the control interface. The other, slightly stronger, belonged to a red-haired man. Had anyone been present, they would have been awestruck. What immense scale, what precise control, to achieve such fine detail. Yimo's perception had sharpened, yet his emotions felt dulled. Countless pieces of information fed back. His mind was clearer than ever, but he felt nothing. Fear, worry, all seemed infinitely diluted. Was this what the teacher had called the application of mental energy? Many people had boarded the warship. Someone was walking toward him. Spotting Yimo, he burst into loud laughter, raising a machine gun and pointing it at him. Look, here's a scared little pup. Chaos, Yimo thought. He remained standing where he was. I'll break your arms and legs. Cry, kid. The space pirate approached. He got a clear look at Yimo's face, his eyes red, licking his lower lip. I'll give you a chance. Kneel down and cry on my bed. Yimo watched him quietly, raised his hand, and shaped it like a pistol. He tilted his head slightly and whispered. Bang. Chapter 9. Chapter 9. It was as though a bullet had actually torn through the man's body. Yimo's face and body were splattered with blood, leaving his pale skin mottled. The man's face still wore a lingering smile as his body collapsed heavily to the ground. A pool of blood quickly formed beneath him, creeping toward Yimo's feet and soaking his boots. Yimo stood in place, letting out a soft, huh. It took him a good while to finally look down at his soiled clothes. He hadn't gauged the force right. Psychic energy seemed too sharp for the human body. It felt strange, like using a masterfully forged, legendary blade to slice through a block of butter. The blood at his feet continued to accumulate, but Yimo ignored it. His consciousness grew increasingly hazy, as if he were dreaming, weightless, floating in an ocean. Countless streams of data flowed toward him through this sea, filling his thoughts, a screw missing from the left hatch, the propulsion system 30% damaged. Such information kept flooding in relentlessly. Winning this psychic battle should have been easy, but Yimo stopped after using only a small portion of his power. His vast psychic energy began to seize up. His face grew paler, and the skin beneath his clothes started to crack, revealing shocking streaks of crimson. His body was gradually breaking down. The suddenly unleashed psychic energy rampaged unchecked within Yimo's body. Normally, this energy should have gradually bonded with its host over a long period, finally becoming fully docile during the psychic development phase. The current Yimo could hardly control it at all. It was like gripping a blade without a hilt. Before even striking, its sharpness had already wounded its wielder, leaving him bloodied. One could say it had completely hijacked its master, cheering as it was unsheathed, diluting its master's consciousness within this vast ocean of psychic energy. Diligently and indiscriminately, it fed back all accessible information. Now, Yimo could neither control it nor withdraw it. The warship emitted a heavy roar as its gears re-engaged. The situation had reached a stalemate. In the port command room, damaged equipment was piled in a corner. Strange patterns, painted in a dark red that provoked unsettling thoughts, marred the walls. The once orderly command room had taken on a bizarre, incongruous appearance, reminiscent of a bandit's den. A red-haired man sat before the command console. He was large and muscular, with bulging veins, particularly on his arms and upper body. Damn it. There's a tough one inside. Are S ranks a dime a dozen now? Sweat beaded continuously on his forehead. This was his last trump card, his final chance. Damn it, he never should have taken this mission. Falling into the hands of those Empire lunatics was worse than being captured by the Federation. To be toyed with, driven, and penned like livestock, those maniacs even dropped basic survival supplies for them. For a moment, he even considered giving up. Even if he seized the warship, the fleet surrounding the derelict planet was still tightly encircling them. But he shoved the thought aside the next second. No, it wouldn't come to that. He still held something those people needed. The distress signal had been sent earlier. Even if he himself held no value, they wouldn't abandon that item. He would survive. Just a little longer. Once he seized the warship. Damn it, once he escaped, he'd make sure to slaughter all those brats. Using them for practice, were they? He'd send back a warship full of corpses. Seemingly pleased by the scene he imagined, a smile broke through the pained expression he had been maintaining. Asterisk. Command Center. The boy who had been trembling earlier adjusted his glasses. His knowledge of warship structure was the best in Class A. Not sure what went wrong during the other side's takeover process, but they could regain control of the warship at any moment. As soon as he finished speaking, the warship emitted another roar. His face paled. The warship was restarting. The hatches could reopen at any moment, and who knew how many space pirates were roaming inside. Stay quiet. Yi closed his eyes, gripping his gun tightly, not daring to let his guard down. Everyone held their breath, even the hum of electrical currents was crystal clear. Yi suddenly opened his eyes and shouted. The vents. The moment he spoke, the ceiling ventilation duct was already breached. Along with shattered metal, a nimble man dropped down. Yi immediately opened fire. Keynes and the others were a beat slower but followed suit. Bullets clinked and clanged as they were deflected, falling to the floor. It was a protective shield. Continuing would just waste ammunition. Damn it, why would a space pirate spend money on such an expensive yet impractical thing? It was just depleting their ammo for nothing. The device was extremely costly and had a very low cost-effectiveness. It required manual activation and had been involved in several tragic incidents, including, but not limited to, cases where the user was shot before they could even activate it. Switch to knives. They dropped their guns and drew their knives. Claire was the fastest, already positioned behind the man. The man immediately raised his hands. Wait. I surrender. Be careful of friendly fire. I'm not with them. I'm just a thief. I don't deserve this. As he finished speaking, the protective shield on his body expired due to excessive energy consumption, another reason the thing was so impractical. It had already burned out right at the start of the firefight. Claire kicked the man hard in the stomach, dropping him instantly. Then, pinning him to the ground, Claire pressed the cold blade of his knife against the man's neck. Be careful, sir. Don't be rash. The man swallowed nervously, his eyes darting around shiftily, his expression thoroughly untrustworthy. Officer, I have important intel. Just take me with you. You're not a space pirate. No, I'm not. I'm a hostage they took. Claire's hand didn't even twitch. Yi break his shin. Yes, sir. The man hurriedly changed his tune. No, no, no. I'll tell the truth. I'm not a hostage, but I'm not with them either, I swear. I'm their mechanic. I was forced. I haven't killed anyone. Claire wasn't buying it. Is that so? I have. You know that? Even kids about the same age as my students. That's not even illegal in the Empire. Now, honestly state your identity and your purpose. The man clearly had also heard of the Empire's harsh laws. In the Empire, anyone found in a space pirate den, regardless of the means used, their actions were not considered illegal. He came clean. You can call me Rat, a thief. I saw their fleet was flush with cash. Okay, I'll tell the truth. I got a tip they had a treasure worth a fortune, so I snuck aboard as a repairman. They'd lost a lot of people by then and were desperate for hands. It's a long story, are you sure you want me to spill it all now? We're running out of time. Then make it short. The man spoke quickly. I don't want to be mixed up with them anymore. I'm here to defect. Staying with them means certain death. Look, I shut the hatch, locking those pirates outside. I also know the layout of their ground forces. I can show you the way. I'm useful to you, just take me along. Preferably, don't settle scores with me after we get out. I'm really not a pirate, otherwise, I wouldn't dare sneak in to tell you this. Believe me, I'd rather work with you than stay with them any longer. I'm just a thief, I don't want to kill. Aaron, leaning against the wall, suddenly spoke up, backing up Rat's story. He has no reason to lie. We have no other choice. Once released, Rat sat up, stretching his body and groaning. State your terms of surrender. Rat snorted. I have a device, a good piece from the black market. When connected inside the warship, it can temporarily expel the psychic energy controlling the ship. We can manually pilot it for a short time, just like when you made your first escape, take off and then jump ship. Claire seized the key point. How short? About 20 seconds. It was another niche device, but in this situation, it was just right. They had already lost Instructor Aaron's combat ability for those 20 seconds, another 20 would be enough for all of them to evacuate the ship. Feasible. Let's begin. Rat's eyes widened. So fast. Shouldn't we take a moment to mentally prepare? Only one young woman responded to him. She glanced at him and sheathed her dagger. If you don't have a landing device, go equip one now. If you do, go install the device. Claire had already started setting the flight conditions. Rat scrambled over, connected the device to the control panel, took a few deep breaths, and activated it. The device emitted a high-frequency sound wave, immediately making everyone dizzy. Aaron, whose psychic energy was already damaged, looked particularly pale. It wasn't hard to imagine how it would feel to have one's psychic energy directly exposed to such a thing. Everyone gathered at the hatch, ready to go. Claire hoisted Aaron over her shoulder. Soon, the warship began to climb again. Rat shouted loudly. Run! As soon as he finished speaking, all the hatches automatically opened. Yemo and the red-haired man in the port control room both clutched their heads in pain. Yemo staggered a few steps before finally half-kneeling. His immense psychic energy slowly withdrew from the warship. His head throbbed terribly, but his mind felt clearer than before. The circular hatch beside him had opened again at some point, letting in a cold, biting wind. Yi-Yun led the charge, clearing the path while the others behind him called out to those who hadn't made it out earlier and had taken cover nearby. He ran swiftly, fortunate not to encounter any pirates along the way. Turning a corner, he saw a figure half-kneeling at the exit, head bowed. At the front, Yi-Yun instinctively aimed his gun at the person, but his pupils contracted slightly the moment he recognized him. It was Yemo, half-kneeling at the open exit. The howling wind rushed in, tousling his hair and uniform. He looked terrible, half his body soaked in blood. The black uniform didn't show much, just a darker shade, but his skin was extremely pale, making the splattered bloodstains on his exposed skin starkly visible. Against the cold, mechanical backdrop, with fallen corpses nearby, the composition had a horrifying yet awe-inspiring beauty. A vague thought crossed Yi-Yun's mind, he hadn't heard any gunshots. But he quickly snapped back to reality and pulled Yemo up. The wind drowned out Yi-Yun's voice. Why are you here? Why didn't you leave? Yemo couldn't even hear the wind, his ears were filled with intense ringing. The others arrived one after another. Yi-Yun gave up on conversation, grabbed Yemo, and jumped straight down. They descended rapidly, not slowing at all during the fall to the ground, like small projectiles crashing toward the surface. By the time they landed, their final speed would reach a terrifying figure, with buffer devices forming protective shields around them. Yi-Yun held on to Yemo the entire time. Just before landing, he adjusted his posture, maneuvering to protect Yemo, and flipped like a cat, landing with almost zero impact. Both of them landed in an abandoned factory, with several thuds echoing nearby. Almost immediately after landing, he began checking Yemo for injuries. As he did, he instinctively wiped Yemo's chin, smearing some still wet blood and making the scene look even more gruesome. Yemo lay in the rubble, head tilted back, quiet and obedient. After checking him over, Yi-Yun let out a sigh of relief, no rips in his clothes, so likely no wounds. Then came a barrage of questions. Why did you go back? Didn't I tell you to leave? It's just B-level psychic energy, who do you think you are? Yi-Yun quickly stopped. He noticed something off about Yemo. Yemo was usually gentle, or even somewhat timid and wooden. Normally, such questioning would make him show guilt and confusion, silently bowing his head to listen. But now he was quiet, unnaturally quiet, eerily beautiful in his stillness. Yemo looked as if he had been frightened. This version of Yemo felt unfamiliar to Yi-Yun. He stopped questioning and instead began awkwardly comforting him. Luckily, you managed to take care of the opponent. He lowered his voice, talking to Yemo while repeatedly trying to wipe away the bloodstains. I'll forgive you this time. It's okay, Yemo. You did well. They were pirates, damned pirates. No need for pity. That was brave. I actually thought you'd be crying, after all, when you were little, you always cried so hard whenever those assorted plants you raised died. Yi-Yun froze, lifting the hand he had just placed on Yemo's shoulder. The blood on his palm was fresh, he realized it was still seeping continuously from Yemo's body. What's going on? But his clothes weren't torn. Yi-Yun quickly unbuttoned Yemo's shirt, but stopped short. The exposed skin on Yimo's torso was laced with wounds, like cracks on a shattered porcelain doll, except these were real flesh and blood. The cracks stood out starkly against his pale skin, and there were even more scars, layer upon layer, many of them already healed. Yi Yun was bewildered, he had never seen anything like this. Yi Mo had closed his eyes, and Yi Yun panicked. "Stay awake, Yi Mo. Damn it, what is this?" "Right, the medicine." In a panic, Yi Yun pressed the medicine Yi Ziyuan had given him against Yi Mo's neck and injected it. Yi Mo opened his eyes again, his pupils unfocused, his consciousness hazy. But the pain made him curl up, thrashing instinctively. Yi Yun grabbed his wrists, and Yi Mo began banging the back of his head against the concrete floor, over and over. "What the hell kind of medicine is this?" Yi Yun held Yi Mo tightly, frustrated, covering his eyes with one hand and restraining him. Finally, after a while, he calmed down. Yi Mo suddenly spoke. "Brother." Yi Yun responded. But they weren't plants. Yi Yun felt Yi Mo's eyelashes brush against his palm, followed by a warm sensation as tears streamed out from between his fingers. Yi Mo was crying. Earlier, Yi Yun had been at a loss, but now he felt reassured. Nothing had changed, he was still the same timid, crybaby kid. Chapter 10. Chapter 10. It was already night. The port hovering in mid-air was hidden in the darkness, all that was visible was a sky full of stars. Yi Yun's hand covered Yi Mo's eyes, pinning him in his embrace. He watched as tears trailed down over Yi Mo's lips and chin before dripping down, vanishing into the blood-soaked fabric of his clothes. He had covered Yi Mo's eyes originally to calm him down and prevent him from self-harming from the injection, but Yi Yun still hadn't let go. He figured Yi Mo wouldn't want to be seen crying. Yi Yun wanted to comfort Yi Mo but didn't know what to say. In the end, it was Yi Mo who gradually calmed down on his own, even offering comfort to Yi Yun. He said, sounding a bit dejected. "I'm sorry, I'm too weak, nowhere near as capable as my brothers." Yi Yun secretly breathed a sigh of relief and released his hand, starting to examine the wounds on Yi Mo's body. The wounds on Yi Mo had stopped spreading and were no longer bleeding, which relieved Yi Yun. "You've always been weak anyway. Since you know that, you should listen to your elders and not just spend all your time messing around with friends." Yi Yun sounded rather indignant. "I heard from the professor that your simulator pod login count is still 0. If father had ordered you to stay with me since the term started, this never would have happened. But there's still time. Just do as I say from now on." Yi Mo cooperated with Yi Yun's movements, half kneeling on the ground, raising his hand and giving a soft mm. Yi Yun unbuttoned Yi Mo's jacket, took it off, and placed it aside. Then, very carefully, he peeled off Yi Mo's undershirt. Because the wounds had been left untreated for too long, some had stuck to the fabric. Yi Yun simply used a dagger to cut the undershirt open, removing what he could. The rest had to be ripped away. This might hurt a bit. Yi Mo didn't make a sound, only shuddering when Yi Yun peeled off the fabric. Only after removing all the clothing from Yi Mo's upper body did Yi Yun see clearly. Besides the fresh wounds, Yi Mo's back and chest were covered with scars left by healed injuries, layered upon layer on his fair skin. On the young body with its artistically sculpted form, they looked exceptionally jarring. Yi Yun didn't have any external wound medicine on him. After injecting Yi Mo with an anti-inflammatory, he began wrapping the bandages directly. He used up an entire roll of bandages, plus half of the bandages from Yi Mo's first aid kit. Most of Yi Mo's upper body was wrapped in bandages, with a layer around his waist and abdomen, leaving only one shoulder and a strip of skin at his midsection exposed. After finishing the bandaging, Yi Yun finally draped Yi Mo's jacket over him. "This is just a temporary fix. When we get back, I'll get you into a medical pod." Then he placed Yi Mo's arm over his own shoulder, bearing his weight to help Yi Mo stand up. Yi Yun looked around. They had landed on the roof of an abandoned factory. Because it was quite high, they had a good vantage point. Although it was night and there wasn't much light, they could barely make out the surrounding area filled with dilapidated factory buildings of varying heights, with an outer wall on the outermost edge. "We need to find the others as soon as possible. There should be pirates on the ground too. Where we landed is right below the port, so the pirates are probably nearby as well. This area isn't safe." It was unclear what this factory building was originally used for. It was very tall, almost like a tower. There was a small door on the roof. Inside, it was very dark. Stairs led downward. There were also external stairs, made of metal, firmly attached to the wall. Going down those stairs led to the roof of an adjacent, lower building. A network of stairs intertwined like this, connecting different structures. Yi Yun chose to take the internal stairs. Climbing ladders on the building's exterior was too conspicuous. The stairs spiraled downward. It was dark inside, but better than Yi Yun had imagined. At intervals along the stairs, there was a small window in the wall, letting in enough starlight to see by. They walked for a while until the spiral staircase ended. This floor was quite spacious, with a square railing in the middle forming a corridor that ringed a central open shaft. Yi Yun looked around. Besides the exit they came from on the roof, the surroundings were smooth walls, no stairs, no doors of any kind. But they hadn't reached the bottom yet. Roughly estimating, they were probably only about halfway down. Yi Mo tugged at Yi Yun. "Is that a staircase going down over there?" Yi Yun looked in the direction Yi Mo pointed. The square railing had a gap there. He and Yi Mo walked over to the gap. The building was very quiet, with only the echo of their footsteps. The gap in the railing indeed led to stairs. Metal rungs, perpendicular to the wall and attached to its surface, extended downward into the darkness. It was very dark below. There were no windows, no light at all. They couldn't see what was down there or how deep it went. That's strange. Why did the stairs switch to a ladder here? I'll go down first. You follow behind me. Yi Yun let go of Yi Mo and began preparing to descend. He went through his gear item by item, looking for anything he could use for light. Yi Mo also took off the jacket draped over him that hampered his movement and tied it around his waist, leaving only his bandage-wrapped upper body exposed. He was just about to check his own gear, but he stopped. As if compelled by some unseen force, he took a step closer to the railing, held onto it, and looked down. Beside him, Yi Yun had already finished preparing and was about to start climbing down. Yi Yun was already halfway over the edge, gripping the ladder's sides. As he began descending, he instructed Yi Mo. "Let's take it slow. You've lost too much blood. If you feel weak, tell me." Yi Mo suddenly interrupted him, his face pale as he grabbed Yi Yun. He pulled so tightly that Yi Yun felt almost yanked back up. He pulled Yi Yun up, behind himself, using his own body to shield Yi Yun. He took a few steps back, away from the railing and the stairs, before he said in a low voice, his face still pale. "There's something down there." Yi Mo's voice was very, very soft, as if afraid of disturbing something. Yi Yun saw nothing, but he also lowered his voice. "What did you see?" "At the bottom, clinging to the wall, moving upward. A dense group of things." Yi Mo's description was vague. Yi Yun frowned and approached the railing again. Yi Mo followed closely, as if ready to pull him back at any moment. Yi Yun leaned over to look down but saw only darkness. He thought for a moment, found a small stone nearby, and threw it down. After a while, they heard the sound of the stone hitting the ground. He turned to look at Yi Mo. "There's nothing." Yi Mo shook his head. Yi Yun patiently coaxed him. "Then I'll go down first to take a look, then come back up to get you." "No, don't go." Yi Mo was quick to refuse. It was the first time he'd ever refused Yi Yun, he'd almost never gone against Yi Yun's will. Afraid Yi Yun would press on, he reached out and grabbed Yi Yun's wrist. Yi Yun was taken aback for a moment, then relented. "Let me take another look." He took a button-sized device from his equipment bag, pressed it, and threw it down. They were issued only 2 per kit, they weren't very powerful and shouldn't do much structural damage. Yi Yun had used up most of his ammunition on the warship, so aside from his dagger, this was one of the few weapons he still had on him. About 10 seconds later, an explosion and a burst of blinding light came from below, followed immediately by a piercing shriek, not just one, but thousands upon thousands of overlapping shrieks. Yi Mo and Yi Yun both covered their ears simultaneously. Yi Mo yanked Yi Yun back against the wall before stopping. A few minutes later, there were still the occasional shriek from below, mixed with the harsh scrape of something against the walls. Things only gradually calmed down after a while, returning to the previous silence. Yi Yun lowered his hands from his ears. He'd gotten a look at what was below in the explosion's brief flash. It was a dense mass of insect eggs, and above the eggs were swarms of insects clashing their forelimbs and opening their mouthparts. They varied in size, were all pitch black, and their heads and thoraxes were covered in carapaces, piled on top of each other. What was even more disgusting was that most of the eggs, still coated in mucus, had been gnawed away, and below were many remains of black adult insects. Yi Yun's face turned extremely grim. Why would there be Zerg here? Claire and Aaron landed in the abandoned city. They settled in a building that had originally been a hotel, and Claire even found a few students. Rat had been with them the whole time. Claire didn't trust him, always suspecting he had ulterior motives, and kept him under close watch during the landing. Rat didn't mind. He dragged a mattress of unknown age into the hall, placed it near Aaron and the students, let out a sigh of relief, and collapsed onto it. Claire was still on guard at the entrance, his brow furrowed. He had lost count of how many times he had tallied the students in the hall. No idea where those kids are, whether they're all safe, or if anyone's injured. Aaron's face was still pale, and several students were huddled close to him. They should all be near the port. We'll look for them again tomorrow. Rat, however, was quite carefree. He lay sprawled on the mattress. I don't think you need to go looking for more students. They're young, their arms and legs are better than ours, and anyone who can get into First Military Academy isn't stupid. They're definitely hiding somewhere. Making a big show of searching for them is more likely to put us in danger. Ignoring Claire's cold expression, he happily shared his own plans. We're far from their nest here. We're safe. Let's just lie low here and wait for your people to notice something's wrong and come pick us up. Where is their nest? Rat closed his eyes, stretched his body vigorously. He hadn't had a good night's sleep in a long time. Out in the factory area in the suburbs. Let's hope no one was unlucky enough to land right in there. Chapter 11. Chapter 11. The port's command room. A skinny man wearing a hat was deeply worried. Boss, we have to find a way out. Our supplies are almost gone. Right now, we're consuming the basic supplies those imperial maniacs dropped for us. They'll last at most 3 more days. He lowered his voice. That thing is also getting more and more active. The amount of food it needs is almost impossible to supply now. Maybe we should just abandon it and use the warship to break out. The red-haired man looked impatient. Didn't I tell you to feed it corpses? That thing eats anything. They're all gone. I even threw down the bodies of our own men. The red-haired man whirled around. But without it, we're finished. Without it, we wouldn't even have made it up to this command room. And what's surrounding us outside is the Grath Empire. If it were any other country, even the Federation, I'd grab a knife and charge out. After saying this, he slammed the table hard. Those cowards. I knew they wouldn't dare confront Grath. They didn't even want the king insect anymore. The skinny man cautiously suggested, we could capture those students and use them as hostages to clear a path. The red-haired man said irritably, we've already killed so many of them, and with those bugs too. They won't let us go. The red-haired man suddenly turned. Where are all the bugs from the port locked up? The skinny man said, using the king insect's blood, we herded them into the containers. We locked up all we could. The rest were shot. He couldn't help but complain, wasted a lot of our bullets. The red-haired man pondered for a moment. You go back. Release them all into the open. Drop the king insect at the factory where we dumped the eggs. Hide the warship in a secluded spot. Once those bugs attract the fleet's attention, they'll definitely have to break formation to rescue their students. That's when we'll slip out in the chaos. The surroundings fell silent again, just like before. But Yi Mo and Yi Yun now knew what was down there. Both of them cautiously leaned against the wall. As if realizing Yi Mo and Yi Yun wouldn't come down anymore, faint rustling and crawling sounds gradually rose from the bottom. Even more chilling were the occasional sounds of chewing. This made the previous deathly silence seem even more abnormal. Yi Mo's face was still pale. He spoke very softly, clearly still shaken. They were deliberately luring us down before. It wasn't hard to imagine what would have happened if they had simply climbed down the ladder. Yi Yun had already calmed down. There's nothing down there. They're killing each other. There shouldn't be a king insect inside. If a king insect were present, all the bugs would be its living appendages. A king insect wouldn't allow such infighting to happen. This was strange. Only a king insect can create a nest and start laying eggs. But there was no nest and no king insect below. Their sizes and developmental stages were also inconsistent. There were fully developed adults and unhatched eggs piled haphazardly together. Emo whispered, someone threw insect eggs down there. They hatched, but there was no food below, so they started killing each other. Yun looked up and continued, the reason their developmental stages are different is because eggs were probably dropped at irregular intervals. The first bugs to fully develop would eat some of the eggs, and some would survive. Regardless of whether those people were the space pirates or not, one thing was certain, this place was not safe. Yun made a decisive call. While it's still dark, we'll go from above. They began retracing their steps up the spiral staircase. They had only gone halfway when Yun, who was in front, stopped. From ahead came the sound of something heavy hitting the ground, followed by faint voices and heavy footsteps. The sky was beginning to lighten. He turned back, met Yemo's gaze, and made a hand signal. Careful with those. A short, stocky man was carrying a black bag. Behind him, two companions were carrying another, larger bag. The man in front, perhaps his strength gave out, let the bag on his back slip to the ground. The man in front wiped sweat from his forehead, picked up the large bag again, and couldn't help complaining. Why be careful with this thing? It just won't die. Really, if it weren't for those imperial lunatics blocking us here and delaying us for so long, we wouldn't be in this mess. I say we just burn the whole thing and be done with it. What a hassle. The short, stocky man looked very nervous, constantly adjusting the bag on his shoulder. Stop complaining. Hurry up. Let's get back early. The boss mentioned some activity today. The men picked up their heavy loads again and continued downward. The short, stocky man walked in front. Passing a window, he tilted his head and glanced outside. In the dim light, he seemed to see something. Dawn was approaching. He squinted, took a step closer to the window, and looked down, locking eyes with someone below. His eyes widened. Before he could shout, Yun, who had been clinging to the windowsill and hiding below the window, slit his throat with a dagger. The black bag on the man's back fell off, and the man slumped down, half hanging out the window. TSK, discovered. Yun quickly kicked the body aside and vaulted over the windowsill. The two men following behind had already dropped the bags they were carrying and drawn knives and daggers from their waists. Yun lunged forward first, trying to stab his dagger into the opponent's heart. But hindered by the corpse, he was a beat too slow. His wrist was grabbed. Standing on one leg, he drove his other knee hard into the man's head. The man released his wrist in pain, allowing Yun to turn and plunge the dagger in deeply. Because of that momentary pause, Yun's dagger was still embedded in the man's body. As he turned, the other man was already swinging a long blade down at him. It was too late to dodge. Yun's movement faltered. He forcibly suppressed his instinct to evade and instead thrust his shoulder forward, bracing for the blow. Then, he watched as the man holding the long blade in front of him collapsed, revealing Emo behind him, gripping a dagger. Due to the close distance, a few drops of blood splattered onto Yun's face, but he was excited. Well done. The window was too small. Emo had been clinging to the staircase, hiding underneath it. Yun first searched the bodies for ammunition and weapons. Finally, he crouched down and used his dagger to slit a small opening in the large black bags they had been carrying. A pool of mucus and several pristine white eggs spilled out from the bag. One even slid to Emo's feet. Yun retied the bag, sealing it shut. Those space pirates have a king insect. As long as a king insect is alive, it will continuously lay eggs until it feels it has produced enough. Its egg-laying speed is very fast. If it doesn't receive feedback from adult insects, its egg-laying rate will increase more and more rapidly. It also requires sufficient food. Without enough food, it will even irrationally consume its own energy to lay eggs until it exhausts itself and dies. Yun was just about to check the other, smaller bag, which was soaked through with blood from the body. Just as he was about to cut it open, the egg at Yemo's feet suddenly jerked, as if something inside was pushing against the shell, forming a bulge. Emo instinctively took half a step back. Yun, crouched beside him, immediately plunged his dagger into it. The egg's surface trembled a few times and then went still. Yun dealt with the other eggs one by one, then hoisted the large bag from the ground onto his shoulder. He lifted it with apparent ease, the bag that two people had struggled to lift together. He then picked up the other bag with his free hand. They're about to hatch. We need to deal with them quickly. Emo caught up with him and asked, how do we deal with them? Yi Yun's reply was curt. Same as those space pirates, throw them down. He straightened his back. I don't want to fight bugs and pirates at the same time. Yi Mo moved closer, wanting to take the bag from his shoulder, but Yi Yun avoided him. Don't get so close. You're just getting in the way. Yi Yun and Yi Mo returned to the edge of the deep pit. At first, Yi Yun took the eggs out one by one, finished them off, and then threw them down. Later, growing impatient, he simply tossed the entire bag down. Yi Mo was a bit scared and kept his distance. Yi Yun first threw down the large bag he had opened. After a dull thud, a rustling sound came from below. Then he lifted the small bag, intending to throw it down as well. Suddenly, the surface of the bag tore open and a slimy, soft tentacle shot out, quickly wrapping around Yi Yun's neck. The bag fell to the ground, scattering the white eggs everywhere. It was only then that the creature fully emerged from the bag. It was extremely bloated, entirely white, covered in mucus, its snout stained with red. Its back was lined with pairs of eyes, but it wasn't large. Standing upright, it would only reach a person's calf. It wrapped around Yi Yun's neck from behind, clinging tightly to his back. Yi Yun instinctively gripped the foreign object around his neck with both hands. He bent over, trying to pry it off with force, but the creature's strength was immense. The part wrapped around his neck continued to slowly tighten. Yi Mo immediately rushed over. With one hand, he grabbed the creature, and with the other, holding a dagger, he avoided Yi Yun and slid the blade sideways into its body. The sensation was soft, and Yi Mo pierced it easily. It still didn't release Yi Yun, instead wrapping its tail around Yi Mo's forearm. Yi Mo grunted in pain, his arm was likely broken, but he didn't let go. With his other hand, he tried to tear the creature off Yi Yun. Bent over, Yi Yun staggered back. He half knelt against the railing, gasping for air. Yi Mo, let go. Listen, this must be a king insect. We'll work together. I'll jump down with it in a moment. You go find the others and tell them there's a king insect here. Yi Mo shook his head, teeth clenched. He used his other hand to grab a part of the king insect and pulled back with all his might, but it barely budged. Instead, he was pulled closer. Yi Yun stepped back. Aren't you disgusted by this kind of thing? Let go. He snapped, simultaneously releasing his own grip and extending his hand, allowing the king insect to wrap around him and release Yi Mo. Yi Mo also pulled his hand back at the same time, but quickly, he cut his own arm open with the dagger and reached for Yi Yun again with his bloodied arm. This time, the creature released Yi Yun without a moment's hesitation and wrapped itself around Yi Mo. It happened so fast that by the time Yi Yun stood up, he only saw Yi Mo leaning against the railing, his arms and head entangled, his eyes covered, leaving only the lower half of his face visible. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Mo vaulted over the railing and jumped down. From the bottomless void below came a series of piercing shrieks, one after another. Yi Yun's pupils abruptly contracted. Chapter 12. Chapter 12. Claire set out at first light, when it was still too dim to see clearly. He combed through every building possible, locating each student and sending them back to Aaron for assembly. He had just entered an alley, preparing to search a building through a window, when he heard the low, deep drone of a warship's engines. Claire quickly sought cover, then looked up, his gaze locked onto the warship approaching from the distance. The warship flew at an extremely low altitude, its massive shadow stretching hundreds of meters across the ground. Claire carefully concealed himself. Confident their targets lacked high-powered weaponry, and certain they wouldn't be attacked, the pirates arrogantly flew the ship dangerously low. So low, in fact, that anyone aboard could clearly observe the ground below. Claire's expression darkened, the veins on the backs of his clenched fists stood out sharply. This was the Mother Bear, a warship originally commissioned to protect those students, now turned into their greatest threat. The warship drew closer, its enormous shadow already loomed overhead. Then something dropped onto the ground with a heavy, dull thud. Claire knew the Mother Bear intimately. Precisely because of that familiarity, he recognized instantly that this object was not part of the ship's standard armament, it was the pirates' doing. He stared intently at the object dropped several hundred meters away. Only after the dust settled did Claire identify it as a shipping container. Several protrusions deformed its surface, evidence it had been opened upon release. Almost the moment it landed, countless nightmarish insectoids poured out, pitch-black bodies encased in chitinous armor. Their antennae caught the scent of food in the air, and they swarmed in dense clusters, brandishing razor-sharp forelimbs as they rapidly scaled every building. The warship had already flown toward other areas, but container after container continued to drop. Claire's fury surged, nearly uncontrollable. Those pirates dared deploy insectoids. Once breeding began, they became an unstoppable plague. Eradicating them from a planet demanded immense effort and cost, and even then, the planet often ended as a barren rock. Worse, they possessed interplanetary migration capability. Once an infestation took hold, losses rarely remained confined to a single world. The deep well was over a dozen meters deep. In almost an instant, Emo reached the bottom, and was immediately engulfed by a tide of insects swarming over him with what seemed like glee. Yi Yun hurled himself against the railing, staring in disbelief as Emo vanished beneath the swarm. Then he snatched the dagger Emo had left on the ground earlier and began descending the ladder. Damn it! Streaks of moisture, formed who knew when, crisscrossed his face. Sweat and tears fell into the darkness with each movement. Yi Yun gripped the dagger tightly in one hand and the ladder in the other, jumping down rung by rung. Uncontainable rage contorted his features, a seething fury that seemed ready to burst from his eyes. Damn bugs! The first military academy's entry requirement mandated a minimum B-rank psychic power. A fall of over a dozen meters wasn't necessarily fatal for its cadets, but it was enough to cause serious injury and render them combat ineffective. The violent impact left Emo unable to muster any strength. His limbs splayed outward, and the surrounding insects surged over him, tightly enveloping both him and the king insect. Emo was still alive, wrapped by the king insect, its mouthparts buried deep in his body, leaving only his mouth, nose, and chin exposed. His vision was obstructed, amplified by fear and surging adrenaline, his hearing and sense of touch became hyperacute. In his ears echoed the wet, sticky sounds of the king insect's movements, and the grating noise of his own bones under immense strain. Time seemed to slow. Emo perceived everything around him with terrifying clarity. Perhaps convinced he posed no further threat, or perhaps the king insect intended to savor the freshest flesh, the swarm merely sank their mouthparts into his body, pinning him in place, then fell still. Only the king insect continued to coil slowly over him. The mucus it secreted likely contained some toxin. Where it contacted his skin, a faint burning sensation flared, followed swiftly by numbness. Emo felt the king insect firmly wrap itself around him. It adjusted to a suitable angle, then stilled. Short, hook-tipped limbs hidden beneath its bloated body pierced deeply into Emo's flesh. Then it opened its mouthparts, revealing a circle of tiny, sharp teeth, and began shifting its head. Emo realized it intended to bite through his neck from behind. It was over. Emo's previously taut body relaxed. He ceased resisting, offering his neck to the slaughter. But then, he heard Yi Yun's voice. He shouted Emo's name, thick with fury. The voice was close, so close that even the insects swarming Emo grew restless once more. Emo's fingers twitched first, then his arm. He fought desperately to break free from the biting insects, but failed. More mouthparts pierced his arm, dragging him back. At that moment, his vast psychic power broke free from the constraints of his flesh, erupting violently. The king insect paused. Even the surrounding insects rippled like a wave, retreating slightly. But uncontrolled psychic power was useless against them. Soon, they surged forward again, driving their mouthparts deeper still. Unlike his fragile physical body, this immense, torrential psychic power disregarded its host's limits. It recklessly drew upon energy, surging joyously outward, piercing the clouds. Fleet systems orbiting the asteroid were disrupted for several seconds. Without pause, the psychic energy swept past the fleet, traversed the vast starry expanse, and raced onward toward ever more distant reaches. On a remote asteroid, in a conference hall, every person seated at the table held significant authority within the Glan's empire. Whenever they gathered, it invariably signaled a major event. Yet now they had rushed to this isolated asteroid, convened urgently. Each had a thick stack of documents before them, expressions grave, waiting their turn to deliver reports. At the head of the conference table sat the Empire's undisputed ruler, Norton Grass. He occupied the highest seat, leaning his head casually on one hand propped by his elbow, eyes half closed as if resting, starkly contrasting the solemn, cautious demeanor of all others present. Secretary General Lin Huixian stood beside Norton Grass, recording the meeting and occasionally raising questions on His Majesty's behalf. Suddenly, Norton Grass opened his eyes. The meeting halted. Everyone stopped, without complaint. Secretary General Lin, standing behind him, stepped forward to inquire. Your Majesty. Norton Grass paid no heed to his diligent Secretary General. His immense psychic power surged forth, rapid, unrestrained, crushing everything in its path. The entire conference room fell silent, the atmosphere bordering on murderous. Lin Huixian prayed inwardly that it wouldn't breach Glan's territory into neighboring star domains, otherwise, another diplomatic crisis would erupt. After a dozen seconds, Norton Grass withdrew his psychic power. Go deal with the matter on Z472. Secretary General Lin closed the documents in his hand, bowed slightly, accepted the order, and strode quickly from the conference room. Norton Grass closed his eyes again and instructed. Continue. Yimo's psychic power expanded outward from its host without restraint. But midway, it was abruptly forced to stop. This psychic power, so potent it could disrupt fleet systems merely by brushing past them, was seized, halted, and swiftly reeled back toward its source by another, far stronger psychic force. Before this other force, Yimo's runaway psychic power was like a cub whose scruff was clamped in a lion's jaws. The king insect attached to Yimo was the first to sense the danger. It even released Yimo's neck, preparing to flee. But it was too late. Before it could withdraw, its internal brain was shredded by the violent psychic force. Then the other insects in the deep well, uncomprehending, unaware, fell still, becoming hollow, lifeless husks. Having accomplished this, that incomprehensible psychic force, having crossed such a vast distance, retracted, leaving only Yimo lying motionless at the bottom of the well. Yimo lay there, eyes open, eyelashes fluttering a few times. His body remained covered in insects of various sizes, all now utterly lifeless. By then, Yiyun had descended the ladder. With only a few meters remaining, he simply jumped down. He ran to Yimo's side, clearing away everything atop him, pulling Yimo free from the pile of insects. Yiyun tore the insects off Yimo's body. At first, his movements were rough, but he stopped when he later discovered that the insect's mouthparts were still inside Yimo. He slammed his fist hard against the ground, then forced himself to slow down and proceed. Yiyun acted quick, precise, and ruthless, so much so that Yimo barely felt any pain. The lifeless king insect was easily torn apart this time, and Yiyun frantically wiped the mucus and other residues from Yimo's face with his hands. It's okay, Yimo. When Norton Grass's psychic energy swept past the fleet-orbiting planet Z427, along with a much weaker psychic force, it didn't even cause a ripple, as if he were merely casually placing building blocks back in their original positions. This indicated that Norton Grass could have easily avoided drawing anyone's attention, but he made no effort to conceal himself, passing by with great fanfare. Everyone on the fleet surrounding planet Z472 felt this psychic energy. Some of the captains had once followed Norton Grass onto the battlefield and recognized His Majesty's psychic energy. They exchanged information within the internal channel. What happened? Could there be a problem on the planet? The chief captain reacted quickly, immediately ordering the communications personnel. Contact Mother Bear. The communications personnel worked frantically at their instruments, attempting again and again to reach Mother Bear, their faces pale. Captain, Mother Bear is out of contact. At that moment, a message appeared in the internal channel. The message was instantly pinned to the top of the channel, bearing the distinctive emblem of Graph. This emblem was designed based on the unique psychic frequency of the Glan's family, automatically appearing when a member of the Glan's family accessed the channel. Strictly speaking, this wasn't just a message, it was an order, issued directly by the Empire's highest ruler. Attack. Chapter 13. Chapter 13. Keynes was the first to sense something amiss. After the warship landed, he had been with an injured companion. They had found a few other classmates before they were all found by Claire and taken to Aaron's stronghold. After arriving, unlike the injured classmates who gathered around Aaron, Keynes distanced himself from the crowd and sat by the entrance, voluntarily taking up watch duty. Keynes stood up. As he often did at school, he had untied his uniform jacket and fastened it around his waist. The top he wore wasn't the standard issue undershirt but the black sleeveless shirt he always favored. It was indeed practical, easy to move in and hard to tear. He stared at the distant, faint black tide for a few seconds, then turned and shouted, "Run! Upstairs! Barricade the way!" Human speed and endurance were far inferior to the tireless insectoids. From elementary school, imperial education drilled students on emergency procedures for insectoid attacks. The rule was always the same: find a high, sturdy structure, take shelter, and wait for rescue. The others in the hall didn't hesitate. They helped the wounded up and headed for the stairs. Only Mouse was a step behind, just waking up and looking utterly confused. Run. Why run? Where to? He scrambled to catch up with the group, muttering incessantly. Is it the space pirates? Have they found us? Keynes didn't answer. He turned and shut the main door. Instructor Aaron helped him barricade it, shoving cabinets and whatever else they could find against the door. They brought up the rear of the group, locking or barricading every door behind them as they passed. Finally, they all reached the access point to the roof. The roof was accessed by a retractable ladder. Once Mouse, the last of them, was up the ladder, Aaron drew the long blade from his waist. He turned to face the corridor, already suspecting what was coming. He had his back to Keynes. Get over there and help them block the entrance. Keynes was halfway up the ladder. Hearing this, he gripped the ladder with one hand and looked back at Aaron. Aaron stood with his feet apart, slightly crouched, gripping his blade with both hands. His frame was thin, but he firmly blocked the stairwell. Both instructors were young, only about 10 years older than the students, practically the age of an older sibling. Keynes let go and jumped down from the ladder, landing lightly. He yanked the jacket from his waist and tossed it aside. Mimicking Aaron's stance, he took up a position slightly behind and to the side of Aaron. Aaron glanced at him, about to say something, but the sound of shattering glass came from the far end of the corridor. Several insectoids quickly scrambled through the narrow opening. The opening wasn't large, allowing only one insectoid at a time to enter. At first, Aaron and Keynes handled them relatively easily. But the insectoids kept coming, an endless stream. Once they latched on, they wouldn't let go, even in death. To keep moving, they had to rip them off, which only made the wounds worse. Soon, both men were spattered with blood. Then, the door at the far end of the corridor finally gave way and shattered completely. A swarm of insectoids came pouring in. This was more than they could hold back. Aaron and Keynes slowly retreated, shoulder to shoulder, bracing against the entrance. I have one last bomb on me, Aaron said quietly. Claire had been issued one too. They were standard issue upon graduation, a last resort to take out the enemy with you. Keynes spat a gob of bloody saliva. Ah, that's good. Let's wait a bit longer. Wait until more insectoids swarmed over to taste their flesh. Aaron's finger was already on the detonator. He had to trigger it while he still could. But the insectoids suddenly stopped advancing. The black tide halted, gradually revealing the exit. Several fully armed soldiers peered in, scanned the area, and then strode inside. People here. Medics over here too. More people entered. Protected by suits impervious to bites, they laid down heavy fire, nearly wiping out the insectoids in the corridor. The few survivors scattered. Aaron released the detonator, dropping to one knee, leaning against the wall as he gasped for breath. Saved. Keynes also collapsed to the ground, his dagger clattering beside him. Several people came over, hoisting them up by their arms. Meanwhile, the warship Mother Bear was surrounded. It bore many more scars than before. Space pirates were being continuously escorted down from it and sent into the ship's brig. At the floating port of the abandoned planet, one warship after another entered the harbor. Thousands of fully armed soldiers jumped down from the starships and began searching the derelict city beneath the port. New warships kept joining. The soldiers carried heavy weapons and first aid kits, eliminating insectoids and searching for students. Commands from the commander's station sounded intermittently in their earpieces, allowing them to adjust their search directions in real time for maximum efficiency. Another message echoed in everyone's ears. All squads, be advised. The king insect has not yet been located. If you find the king insect, withdraw immediately and report. Repeat, if you find the king insect, withdraw immediately and report. The king insect possessed intelligence. If allowed to develop, it would be far more troublesome than other mature insectoids, capable of easily wiping out an entire squad. One squad entered a factory at the city's edge. They searched every building until only the tallest structure remained. This building had no external entrance, it was completely sealed, with only a vertical ladder attached to the exterior wall. After searching around and finding no entrance, one squad member's eyes widened. He was relatively young, with a head of curly hair, but he was the squad's gunner, carrying the heaviest machine gun in the team. Curly tried to persuade the squad leader. Probably no one's in there. What idiot would hide in a place like this? The tallest building meant it was the most conspicuous. With no exit, being trapped inside would be a dead end. The squad leader firmly gestured. Up. The squad began climbing. Only at the very top was there a small door. They descended via a spiral staircase. Halfway down, the squad leader at the front stopped. Bodies. 3 of them. 1 hung from a window, 2 were piled together, faces unclear. Without a word, a woman with a ponytail who was following the captain stepped forward first, using her foot to flip the corpses over one by one. Once they saw clearly, the team let out a collective sigh of relief, and the heavy atmosphere dissipated. Star pirates. The ponytailed girl allowed herself a slight smile. Not bad work at all. The knife wounds are clean and sharp. Just what you'd expect from first military academy students. The curly-haired boy let out a sigh of relief and perked up, chattering away as he tried to talk to the ponytailed girl. So there really were people hiding in here. Good thing we came. Sister Shen, can I take point with the captain this time? My weapon packs heavy firepower. Those who usually follow the captain are often the team's deputy, responsible for various duties, like stepping forward to inspect the corpses just now, or rescuing people when they encounter them. He felt a bit embarrassed. Just once. I want to save people too. I heard Team 3 has already run into students twice. Upon hearing this, the ponytailed girl took a step back, and someone in the team teased. You just want to show off, don't you? The curly-haired boy didn't deny it, following the captain while muttering to himself. Hee hee, I'm about to appear like a savior to rescue the terrified students. Don't be afraid, I'm coming. They descended to the very bottom and swept the exit area with their eyes. It was mostly empty, with only an empty bag lying by the railing. The curly-haired boy felt a bit disappointed. No one, and no exit either. The bottom of the well was littered with insect eggs and adult insect corpses. Yi Yun didn't know what was happening. He was still too young, hadn't yet passed through his psychic development phase, and lacked the sensitivity to perceive changes in psychic energy. But he couldn't afford to care about that anymore. Yi Mo's breathing was gradually weakening, and his body was already streaked with blood. These black insects weren't venomous, but the wounds they inflicted were deep, and they secreted a mucus that made the wounds difficult to heal. Blood kept gushing out. Yi Yun had been trying to stop the bleeding. He tore his relatively clean clothes into strips to use as bandages, wrapping them around the wounds, but it was mostly futile. He wiped his face haphazardly and struggled to stand up. Stay awake, Yi Mo. I'll carry you on my back. Yi Mo opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but as soon as he did, blood welled up. The bright red blood stood out starkly against his pale skin. Yi Yun knelt down, cradling Yi Mo in his arms, lifting his upper body to prevent him from choking. His hands were trembling as he wiped away the blood from Yi Mo's mouth and the side of his face, but it was no use, blood kept gushing out. Yi Yun had always been the one to persist, encourage, and lead others. Now, for the first time, he felt despair. The wounds wouldn't stop bleeding. He tried to get Yi Mo to hold on a little longer. Don't be afraid, Yi Mo. I'll carry you home. Halfway through his sentence, footsteps came from above. They were clear and chaotic, likely from 7 or 8 people. Holding Yi Mo, Yi Yun clenched his fists. He looked up, staring unblinkingly at the mouth of the well. Who was it? Could it be star pirates? Even if they were pirates, even pirates would be fine. Just let someone come and save Yi Mo. The footsteps grew softer, as if gradually moving away. Yi Yun tightened his grip on the gun and shouted loudly. The fading footsteps grew heavy again, then stopped. He glimpsed someone peek over the edge before pulling back. The curly-haired boy was the first to run over. His teammates cautiously aimed their weapons at the mouth of the well. After all, pirates had pretended to be civilians and set traps before. The curly-haired boy reached out for a flashlight, muttering. Can't see clearly. A strong beam of light shone down from the mouth of the well. Don't be afraid, we'll be right. The curly-haired boy stopped mid-sentence. The moment he saw clearly, his pupils slightly dilated, and his teammates slowly lowered their guns. The flashlight illuminated the devastation at the bottom of the well. Countless insect corpses and eggs, and beside them lay a twisted, white, bloated king insect. And in the middle were two people. Yi Yun was holding Yi Mo. His upper uniform had been removed, leaving only a white undershirt stained with smears of blood. Bruises marked the corners of his mouth, and the exposed skin was mostly covered in dried blood. Especially Yi Yun's hands, which were stained red with Yi Mo's blood. Yi Mo was in an even more tragic state. The bandages wrapped around his upper body were also blood-stained, and his forehead, mouth, and chin were covered in blood. It was a rescue team. Yi Yun released his tight grip on the gun. Tears mixed with blood streaked down his face as he shouted loudly. "Save him!" Chapter 14. Chapter 14. The captain handed his firearm to a teammate and jumped down first, landing nimbly at the bottom of the well. Unlike students who hadn't yet passed their period of psychic maturation, he was fully mature, with both his psychic power and physical fitness having undergone a major improvement. This height was nothing to him. At the bottom of the well, thousands of insect carcasses and eggs were piled together, mixed with the bloody smell in the air, making it extremely nauseating. Yi Mo had already fallen into a coma, covered in semi-coagulated blood and wounds, leaving them unsure where to start. The captain carefully took Yi Mo from Yi Yun's arms. During this time, teammates scrambled down the ladder, spacing themselves out along the way. The lowest one reached up, and they transported Yi Mo upward in a fast-paced relay. The team members waiting by the well's edge were ready. One of them immediately carried Yi Mo on his back and swiftly ran toward the starship berth. Yi Yun was the last to come up, the remaining teammates hauling him up. "Do you need bandaging?" "No, this isn't my blood," he answered while climbing up from below, then quickly brushed past them and caught up with the team ahead. "Hey!" Before Curly could finish speaking, Yi Yun had already disappeared. Curly and the remaining teammates who had rescued Yi Yun exchanged glances. Shin closed the first aid kit she had just opened, and they all followed. The factory wasn't far from the port, and they soon reached the starship. A medical team was already on standby and quickly carried Yi Mo inside. Yi Yun followed the gurney all the way, rattling off Yi Mo's condition to the doctors as he went. "He's lost a lot of blood. Besides insect bites and external injuries, there's trauma from a direct fall of over 10 meters. The wounds came into direct contact with insect remains and mucus. The king insect was semi-parasitic on him before." He kept relaying information until Yi Mo was pushed into the operating room. One of the doctors stopped him outside the emergency room. "Thanks, that's very helpful. First, let me take care of those wounds of yours. Your friend should be stable by then too." Yi Yun's chest was still heaving from the frantic run. The doctor tried to calm Yi Yun down. "Easy now, try to relax. Let's get you bandaged up first. Then you can stay with your companion, have some hot water, and contact your family." "That's my brother." Yi Yun drove his fist into the corridor wall, struggling to compose himself. After closing his eyes for a few seconds, he said, "I'm sorry." He straightened up. "It's my fault. Let's get bandaged." Yi Yun took one last look at the emergency room door and followed the doctor into the adjacent room. In the emergency room, separated by just a wall, doctors bustled around Yi Mo. "Start a blood transfusion. There are too many wounds on his body, and there's internal organ damage as well. Letting it heal naturally could lead to complications. We'll likely need to use the treatment pod. But some of his wounds resemble those caused by untreated psychic turbulence. Unstable psychic power could affect the treatment pod's operation. We need to inject a psychic tranquilizer first to stabilize it." Another doctor glanced at the instrument. "I'm seeing psychic fluctuations. Give him the tranquilizer." Someone brought the psychic tranquilizer and injected it into Yi Mo. The readings on the instrument spiked sharply, then plummeted rapidly, cycling like that a few times before finally settling down. One doctor frowned, staring at the instrument for a moment. The readings shouldn't have fluctuated so drastically, but the final values were normal. Another doctor looked up and urged him. "Hurry up and help clean and disinfect the wounds. No suturing. Then use the treatment pod." Once he was bandaged, Yi Yun waited outside the door. As soon as Yi Mo's wounds were treated and he was placed in the treatment pod, when visitors were allowed, Yi Yun immediately went in. Inside the treatment pod, Yi Mo floated in pale green fluid, naked, his hair occasionally drifting over his face. The midsection had frosted glass, allowing only the shoulders, neck, and calves to be seen. This design was meant to let family members see the patient and feel reassured. Looking at Yi Mo in the treatment pod, Yi Yun felt for the first time that this seemingly useless design was incredibly wise. It was only now that the panic of nearly losing Yi Mo finally began to subside, and he let out a sigh of relief. A doctor nearby briefed him. "We were fortunate. The bugs that got him weren't mature, so their lethality was not as bad as from mature ones. The king insect was also in an early developmental stage. However, the wounds probably won't heal without some scarring. Medication can help reduce it, I'll give it to you later. Additionally, because we needed to use the treatment pod, to ensure no issues during the process, we gave him a heavy dose of psychic tranquilizer." The doctor adjusted his glasses, recalling the initial anomaly in the instrument readings. After a moment's hesitation, he attributed it to unstable psychic power and didn't mention it. He continued instructing Yi Yun. He should still be in the active phase of psychic development. He can't have any psychic tranquilizer for a while. His parents will need to soothe him psychically themselves. Yi Yun nodded and assured him. "I'll inform father afterward." As soon as the doctor left, Yi Yun immediately called Yi Ziyuan. As soon as the call connected, he got straight to the point. "Yi Mo needs psychic soothing. He's injured and used the treatment pod. The doctor said he can't use psychic tranquilizer again in the short term." "How was he injured?" "Internship accident. We encountered insects." Yi Yun brushed over it briefly. "I understand. Also, father." Yi Yun pressed his hand against the wall, unaware of how aggressive his voice and expression had become. "What was that injection you gave me? Why did it cause Yi Mo so much pain that he harmed himself? He's always been very tolerant. When Yi Mo first arrived as a child, he had many injuries. When the adults at home were busy, Yi Yun and Yi He had also treated Yi Mo's wounds. Children didn't know how to be gentle, but Yi Mo never cried once. When Yi Ziyuan gave him the injection, he only said it was an emergency medication to be administered when Yi Mo lost consciousness, with no other explanation. Yi Ziyuan was blunt and unyielding in his speech. "Mind your tone, Yi Yun. I yielded to your mother, but that doesn't mean I'll indulge you and Yi He." Yi Yun was silent for a moment, seemingly realizing that Yi Ziyuan wouldn't be swayed by this approach. He softened his tone. "Yi Mo has sustained many unexplained wounds and is bleeding heavily. Father." Yi Ziyuan remained silent. "Can I really not know? I'm very worried. I'll handle it." With that brief statement, Yi Ziyuan hung up. Lin Huixian was in the captain's command room, watching the live feed from the surface alongside the captain. He had received the order while in a meeting and rushed to Z-472, only learning the details on the way. After understanding the situation, Lin Huixian immediately grasped its severity. Thousands of the First Military Academy's elite students, the Empire's future, had nearly been annihilated on a remote, abandoned planet of the Glan's Empire. With elements as sensitive as space pirates and insectoids, even if His Majesty didn't fly into a rage, the incident would spark public outrage across the entire Empire once exposed. The first flag of the Glan's Empire flew over the corpses of space pirates and the remains of insectoids. This was the Empire's glory and its lasting wound. The chief captain beside him watched the swarms of insectoids on the screen with a grim expression. Had it not been for His Majesty's orders, they would have remained outside until the space pirates, aboard their warships, had buried their children on this remote, abandoned world. We've already dispatched teams to search for the students and clear the insectoids. Since this was originally a warship training exercise, they weren't wearing tracking devices. We're uncertain of their locations and can only conduct a grid search. Most have been rescued so far, with no casualties reported yet. They've released about 1/5 of the containers carrying insectoids. We're coping relatively well. Thankfully, His Majesty notified us in time. Any later, and we likely wouldn't be so composed." Lin Huixian pushed his glasses up. "What about the space pirates? They tried to escape in the Mother Bear but were intercepted. There were no hostages aboard. After interrogation, we learned they were responsible for transporting the king insect. The seller is from the Wanderer Star sector, and they only know the drop-off point for the buyer. They were cut loose after their capture, no one has attempted a rescue. The individuals haven't been dealt with yet. What are His Majesty's instructions?" Lin Huixian made a gesture, and the entire cabin fell silent. He dialed a communication number. Upon connection, the graph emblem, intertwined sword and flame, appeared on the screen. Lin Huixian initiated only an audio call. They couldn't see the other side, nor could His Majesty see them. But the moment the connection was established, everyone in the cabin stood up simultaneously, clenched their fists, placed them over their hearts, and bowed their heads toward the direction of the emblem. Lin Huixian organized and reported the obtained information and the course of events, concluding with: Your Majesty, the captured space pirates were apprehended at the edge of the Glan's Empire's star sector. Preliminary estimates suggest the king insect they carried was intended for release within our borders. The king insect originated from the Wanderer's star sector. We are currently tracing its source. The space pirates have not yet been dealt with. Everyone in the command room awaited the order. After a few seconds, a voice came from the other end, calm and understated. Raise the flag. Yes. The people in the command room responded in unison. Long live the Empire's glory. Long live Graph. The screen returned to its previous display. The communication had ended. The Empire first raised its flag on the original imperial capital, a planet overrun with refugees at the mercy of others, much like the current Wanderer star sector, ravaged by various factions, with space pirates coming and going as they pleased. The original Grances took up the sword and raised the flag against the endless tide of insectoids and space pirates. Lin Huixian lowered his hand, hearing someone nearby whisper. Let's hope the blood of our enemies can quell His Majesty's wrath. Chapter 15. Chapter 15. Yi Ziyuan ended the call. He lowered his head, hands braced on the desk, his right fist pressed against the desktop, looking very tired. Finally, he let out a soft sigh, straightened up, and got in touch with his deputy. Go pay another visit to the Grindins for me. Ask them if the matter I mentioned earlier is still open for discussion. No, never mind. Yi Ziyuan suddenly changed his mind. I'll pay them a visit myself. The Grindin family's estate was situated in one of the best districts of the imperial capital. There were scarcely any other buildings around, just stretches of forest. The butler received Yi Ziyuan with great courtesy, his words polite, yet he remained completely unyielding. Yi Ziyuan didn't waste words. I would like to see the elder Mr. Grindin. The butler was just taking away the tray, still very polite. I'm terribly sorry. The elder Mr. Grindin is currently out of town. What you're requesting is not something I can decide. Yi Ziyuan abruptly changed the subject. My father was once very close friends with Mr. Kevin of the Grindin family. The butler's hand holding the tray trembled slightly, causing the teacup to tip over on the tray. He quickly cleaned up. The Grindin family was still ruled by the elder Mr. Grindin. Kevin was one of the elder Mr. Grindin's children, and the eldest son. Originally groomed as the Grindin family heir, he should have long since taken over the elder Mr. Grindin's responsibilities. Yet, for some reason, he had stepped down. Currently, the next heir bypassed Kevin entirely, with his daughter being named directly. Yes, Mr. Kevin and your father were the closest of friends. Back then, they often took walks in the garden. They were both still young and lively. I still remember your father, he particularly enjoyed the estate's tea paired with roasted meat. The butler spoke rapidly, his topics jumping around. Yi Ziyuan listened quietly without interrupting. The butler finally stopped, letting out a helpless sigh. Mr. Yi, please wait a moment. I'll go ask Mr. Kevin to come down. After a while, the sound of a cane tapping on the floor echoed from the staircase. Soon after, Kevin Grindin's figure appeared in the living room. He had some difficulty walking, waving a hand to indicate he didn't need the butler's support, insisting on walking over himself. He sat down opposite Yi Ziyuan. In an era with such advanced medical technology, choosing to live with such a disability could only mean he was content with his condition and had no desire for treatment. Kevin adjusted his sitting position, comfortably sinking into the sofa. His attitude was casual but not arrogant, treating Yi Ziyuan like a junior from his own family. I heard what the butler said. The fact that you would say that means you've spoken with your father? Yes. Kevin let out a hearty laugh. I thought so. Otherwise, you wouldn't casually use your father's name to come here. That old fellow has finally learned to lower his head. I originally intended never to get involved in you youngsters' affairs again. Any family wanting to stay out of trouble wouldn't want to be associated with the Yi family, which once produced a rebel. Kevin's eyes sharpened, gripping his cane as if it were a sword. But tell your father, that doesn't include the Grindins. If the Grindons were to bow their heads like the others, my leg wouldn't be as it is now. They are all cowards, even though Graf acknowledged the Yi family's atonement. The families implicated in that rebellion were almost all purged. Only the Yi family merely had all its members serving in the military and cabinet removed. Even Yi Ziyuan's uncle, who was directly involved in the rebellion, was spared. Later, Yi Ziyuan faced no obstacles when entering the military academy. Yi Ziyuan remained silent for a long while before speaking. It's not the same. My father insisted I make this clear to you. My child, Yi Mo, is a product left behind from that rebellion. Kevin waved his hand, cutting him off. He said softly. I don't want to know about those things. Your father once gave the Grindon family immense help. I will ensure they lend their assistance. I still have some say in the Grindon family. If a child of the Yi family can be sacrificed, then so can a child of the Grindon family. During that rebellion, Yi Ziyuan's elder sister, the Yi family heir, single-handedly turned the tide, preserving most of the clan at the heavy cost of her own life, lost among the stars. The fact that Yi Ziyuan could smoothly enter the military academy, then the military, and become a corps commander was partly due to his elder sister's legacy. If the Yi family hadn't produced a rebel, Yi Ziyuan's sister would have been awarded the Graf medal. Kevin Grindon stood up. Find a day sometime and send that child over. Yi Yun had been waiting in the treatment room until Yi Mo's treatment was finished. He draped a blanket over Yi Mo, who had just emerged from the treatment pod, and handed him a cup of warm milk. Yi Mo was wearing a thin white garment, looking very pale. Yi Yun held his hand. He had prepared many things to say, intending to scold Yi Mo properly once he woke up. But seeing Yi Mo's still pale face even after the treatment pod, he silently swallowed his words. Instead, he talked to him while leading Yi Mo to the lounge where the other students were gathered. We're heading back now, we'll be home soon. The school gave us a half-month holiday. I've already notified Yi He and Mom and Dad, they're waiting for us at home. The lounge was full of students. During Yi Mo's treatment, they had already pieced together the sequence of events and were now discussing it animatedly. Thank goodness His Majesty was holding a conference nearby. He sensed something was wrong and ordered the fleet outside to come rescue us. Even nearby spans several asteroid distances, right? That's truly incredible. After I graduate, I'm definitely joining His Majesty's Imperial Guard. The person who replied ended with longing. Joining the Imperial Guard was the dream of many children. Mouse was among them, holding a plate of bread, eating while chiming in. Join if you want. Another person poured cold water on the idea. Give it up. The Imperial Guard directly commanded by His Majesty isn't that easy to get into. Not even every term's top graduate is guaranteed a spot. Yi Yun might have a chance. Yi Yun happened to walk in just then and snorted upon hearing this. I don't want to join the Imperial Guard. The Guard is good, but I'd rather be a corps commander. Then I'll appoint you as my deputy. He turned to Yi Mo. Yi Mo had just come out of the treatment pod, feeling as if he'd just woken from sleep, his mind a bit foggy. He held the milk cup, reacting a beat slow. Yi Yun immediately glared. You don't want to join the Imperial Guard too, do you? I forbid it. The Imperial Guard was no easy post, they followed His Majesty on campaigns east and west, facing great danger. Keynes, leaning against the wall nearby, interjected. Don't worry, he can't get in either. Yi Yun rolled up his sleeves and was about to step forward. Ah, did you get hurt because you provoked the Zerg, Keynes? A group of people rushed to stop Yi Yun. Mouse was among them, still chewing on a piece of bread as he stood between Yi Yun and Keynes. Whoa. We all just made it out alive, we're all brothers here. Yi Yun, don't be so impulsive, and Keynes, you should talk less. Yi Mo, still holding his glass of milk, hurried over and grabbed Yi Yun's arm. Brother, I really can't get in. Why the hell can't you get in? Chapter 16. Chapter 16. The originally scheduled 3-day field training was abruptly terminated after only 2 days and 1 night. All student interns were collectively returned to campus. Upon disembarking from the starship, they found the principal already waiting at the landing pad, accompanied by a large group of doctors in white coats. Every student had to undergo a series of medical and psychological evaluations before being permitted to return home. Immediately after stepping off the vessel, they were ushered into individual examination cubicles. Most students had not directly confronted the space pirates and thus suffered no psychological trauma. They chatted animatedly, debating who had displayed the greatest courage, keeping spirits high throughout the process. Yi Yun hastily filled out the stack of forms handed to him and shoved them toward the attending physician, his dismissive attitude unmistakable. The doctor tapped the table disapprovingly. "Did you even read the questions?" Yi Yun clicked his tongue and reached to retrieve the forms. The doctor, well accustomed to such behavior from military academy cadets, barely mustered any irritation. There was one advantage to these carefree students: their resilience. They bounced back easily from any setback. He waved his hand. "Fine, go ahead. If you still have the energy to brush me off, you're probably in good health." Yi Yun wasted no time on formalities. He turned and left, scanning for Yi Mo's cubicle. Finding it, he dropped down behind it, arms crossed. Yi Mo was just beginning his first form and glanced back. "Yi Yun, fill out the forms properly, no distractions. Answer every question the doctor asks." The physician across from Yi Mo chimed in, "Yes, listen to your." Yi Yun finished, "Brother." The doctor nodded. "Right. Listen to your brother." Yi Mo lowered his head silently and resumed filling out the forms. When he finished, the doctor handed him a piece of candy. "You may leave now. Your evaluation results will be sent to your guardian's terminal shortly." Just as Yi Mo rose to his feet, a hand pressed firmly onto his shoulder. That same hand pulled one of the forms from his stack and placed it back in front of him. "This one, do it again." Yi Mo turned. It was Yi He. He had no idea how long Yi He had been standing there, likely the entire time, observing him fill out the forms. As Yi Mo turned, their eyes met. Yi He spoke calmly. "Mother asked me to pick you up. She's very worried." Indeed, while completing that particular form, Yi Mo had been distracted, and filled it out haphazardly, selecting answers for several questions without reading them. Yi He, the elder brother, had always been commanding, excelling effortlessly in everything, handling responsibilities with flawless precision, so perfect he sometimes seemed almost inhuman. Both Yi Mo and Yi Yun obeyed him without question. Yi Mo obediently picked up his pen and redid the form. Yi He placed it precisely back into its original position and handed it to the doctor. When he returned, Yi He casually took a piece of candy from the patient-specific box nearby and offered it to Yi Mo, perhaps as comfort, perhaps as reward. "Let's go home." Yi Mo hummed in agreement. Instinctively, he sensed Yi He was slightly angry, so he slowed his pace, falling into step beside Yi Yun. The two followed quietly behind Yi He. Since childhood, Yi Mo had feared him deeply, and that fear remained unchanged, even now. Though it might sound absurd, the younger Yi He had terrified Yi Mo even more than the present-day version. Back then, Yi He had been just a child, but every gesture exuded maturity, every action, meticulous precision. At times, Yi Mo even wondered whether he or Yi He truly housed the mature soul within their bodies. Unlike Yi Yun, a transparent, outspoken boy who voiced his grievances openly, Yi He was reserved. Even when furious, he never revealed it on his face. His anger was subtle, and terrifying. Even Yi Yun, a little tyrant unafraid of anything, behaved obediently in Yi He's presence. When Yi Mo first arrived at the Yi household as a child, Yi Yun had been reprimanded repeatedly by Yi Ziyuan for deliberately bullying him, yet Yi He had never once been scolded. Yet paradoxically, Yi Yun accepted Yi Mo far earlier than Yi He did. Though Yi Yun had teased and provoked Yi Mo during early childhood, he'd wrestled briefly with the idea, and ultimately accepted him after Mrs. Yi extended her hand first. Yi He was different. Acceptance from him required an exceptionally long time. During that prolonged period, he employed countless subtle methods to express his dissatisfaction, each incident etched indelibly into Yi Mo's memory. After yet another lecture from Yi Ziyuan directed at Yi Yun, all the plants Yi Mo kept in the glass greenhouse inexplicably withered and died. At the time, 10-year-old Yi He stood calmly at the greenhouse entrance, surveying the dozens of dead potted plants. It was me. For a moment, Yi Mo felt he might die. He'd just arrived in an unfamiliar society, still struggling with the language. In that initial family setting, Yi Yun expressed the most direct hostility, Mrs. Yi remained immersed in grief, Yi Ziyuan was preoccupied with official duties, and Yi He embodied quiet, insidious malice. Fear peaked in that instant. For a long time afterward, Yi Mo communicated exclusively with his nanny robot. Later, as Yi He matured, he gradually accepted Yemo, and never repeated such acts. Yet first impressions proved difficult to erase. Yemo still couldn't suppress his instinctive fear. He seemed to notice. He hadn't lost his temper in front of Yemo for years. Around him, he was always gentle, even when reprimanding Yun, he never did so in Yemo's presence. As the hover car approached, Yemo spotted Yi Ziyuan and Mrs. Yi waiting at the entrance, having arrived early. The vehicle halted. Yun exited first. Yemo rose to follow, and as he passed he suddenly spoke. Yun has already briefed the family on what happened. Father and mother are furious. Be prepared. With that, he placed a hand on Yemo's shoulder and gently guided him out. The moment Yemo and Yun stepped from the car, Mrs. Yi enveloped them both in a tight embrace. Though she already knew they were unharmed, seeing them in person finally eased her anxiety, and she burst into tears. What's wrong with the school? How could such a massive oversight occur? And you too, I told you to be careful, careful. Yet you're both recklessly impulsive. She turned to Yemo, little Mo, your brother said you didn't leave when he first ordered you to. You went back instead, and got yourself injured. Then, at the end, you charged straight at the insectoid swarm. Your health is already fragile. I just decided, when you came home, I'd give you a proper scolding. Yi Ziyuan stood half a step behind her, nodding gravely. They're simply not mature enough yet. They need more experience. Mrs. Yi redirected her frustration toward him. Experience? Experience what? Aren't they already excellent enough? Can't they take things slowly? This is clearly poor planning by the school. At such a young age, why are they fighting space pirates? Coming from a small town would have been safer, and you still want them to go out and gain experience. She refused to release Yemo's and Yi Yun's hands. After speaking, she tugged them both inside. Come, let's go in. You haven't eaten or slept properly these past few days, have you? Your father and I cooked plenty. Yi Ziyuan and Mrs. Yi had already eaten, so they simply watched as Yi Yun and Yemo ate. He entered a moment later, having changed clothes, and sat beside Yemo. Mrs. Yi continued her gentle scolding. You two scared me half to death. They messaged me saying you encountered a royal insectoid, and if rescue had been delayed by even a second, it would have been life-threatening. Little Mo, eat more meat. Look at you, covered in injuries. Rest and recover thoroughly this time you're home. Don't worry about your flowers and plants. I've already instructed Butler Grandpa to assign people to care for them. They're all thriving, none suffered any issues this round. Yemo was ravenous. He kept his head down, eating steadily, pausing only briefly to hum in agreement before resuming. Yi Yun looked up, protesting, Mom, it wasn't that dramatic. It was just a juvenile. Just? He put down his cup, still calm and unhurried. So, you killed that larva? Yi Yun went quiet again, his face falling. He remembered the feeling of helplessness when he held Yemo at the bottom of the well. He refilled Yemo's cup with water and slid it closer to him. Also, Father, I heard from Yi Yun earlier about Little Mo's medicine. When Yi Yun injected him, he noticed Little Mo had a rather intense reaction. It seems he doesn't react well to that medicine. Yi Ziyuan's piercing gaze swept over the two brothers, finally settling on Yi. Unlike Yi Yun, Yi didn't look away, he met his father's gaze directly. Nearby, Mrs. Yi grew anxious. What medicine? Yi Ziyuan, why are you looking at them like that? If you have something to say, take it out on me. Don't scare them. Tell me, what have you been hiding from me? Yi Ziyuan withdrew his gaze, trying to calm Mrs. Yi. It's nothing serious. You know he's been sickly since he was a kid, often falling ill. He's in the midst of his mental development phase now, with significant fluctuations in psychic energy and some physical instability. I didn't tell you because I didn't want you to worry. Mrs. Yi wasn't buying it. Nothing serious. What counts as serious then? What's this about the medicine he mentioned? It was a temporary medicine given by the medical team, who hadn't encountered this situation before. The side effects might have been quite intense. Yi Ziyuan explained patiently, he's fine now. The Grindin family's medical team can treat him. I was going to tell you in a day or two and send Mo over soon for early treatment. By evening, Mrs. Yi insisted on checking on them just like when they were children, making sure they were safely tucked into bed before returning to her room. When she checked on Yi Mo, Mrs. Yi started to say something but then stopped herself. Instead, she hugged him just like she did when he was little, patting his back. "Little Mo, you're very important to Mom too. You're Mom's good boy." Yi Mo hesitated but didn't reach out to hug Mrs. Yi back. He simply offered a soft, hesitant smile. "Sorry, Mom, for making you worry." Yi Ziyuan waited at the door, and after Mrs. Yi had checked on each of them, they returned to their room together. When he was with Mrs. Yi, he seemed gentler than usual and spoke a bit more. "Not angry anymore? Weren't you going to scold them? How can I be angry when the two kids just narrowly escaped death? And you're not allowed to be harsh with him either. This child has always been cautious since he was little, like a little mouse. If you scold him, he immediately gets scared and starts apologizing." Mrs. Yi grew angry and swatted Yi Ziyuan. "It's all your fault." After a moment, she grew worried again. "Hurry up and contact Grindin. He's so weak, he's been prone to illness since he was little and doesn't like fighting or killing. He should have gone to a comprehensive university, but then you got promoted to corps commander, and now he's fighting and killing just like you. It makes me uneasy just thinking about it." Yi Ziyuan agreed with Mrs. Ye's perspective. Unlike the ambitious Yi He and the active, competitive Yi Yun, Yi Mo had a gentle, plant-like temperament, soft as dough, easy for anyone to push around. But in the empire, which upheld the principle of every citizen a soldier, the education system from compulsory schooling onward encouraged aggressive children like Yi He and Yi Yun, not children like Yi Mo, who would grieve over a withered plant. 40% of the compulsory curriculum consisted of highly confrontational practical courses like various physical training, combat, and shooting classes. In the beginning, Yi Mo failed almost every non-academic subject. For a considerable period, school teachers would come to Yi Ziyuan and Mrs. Yi every semester, saying this child probably couldn't keep up with the curriculum. Yi Ziyuan had once been deeply puzzled: how could a family like Grath, so outstanding in aggression, produce someone like Yi Mo? The Grath family's very blood smelled of gunpowder. But soon, Yi Ziyuan stopped dwelling on the question. A gentle, slow temperament wasn't necessarily a bad thing. He hoped all three children could live peaceful lives. Chapter 17. In the morning, Mrs. Yi dragged Yi Ziyuan out of bed nice and early. Yi Mo and the others had been granted a half-month leave because of the incident. Yi Ziyuan and Yi He had also taken a few days off. It was a rare occasion with everyone home. This was the first time the whole family had breakfast together since Yi Mo and Yi Yun entered the first military academy. Mrs. Yi was busy heaping everyone's favorite foods onto their plates, asking Yi Ziyuan beside her to hand over whatever was out of her reach. "This is for Xiao Yun, he likes it. Little Mo, this is for you. And you must drink your milk too. Go easy on the greasy food in the morning." Yi Yun and Yi He had wisely chosen seats far from Mrs. Yi. Only the obedient Yi Mo and the stubborn Yi Ziyuan sat next to Mrs. Yi, one on each side, so they ended up with the fullest plates. As usual, Yi Yun was restless even at the dining table. He shot Yi He several meaningful glances, but Yi He stared straight ahead, pretending not to see. The meal was nearly finished. Yi Yun grew a bit anxious. Seeing Mrs. Yi talking to Yi Ziyuan and not paying attention to them, he mustered his courage and whispered to Yi He. "Brother, help me out this time too. You promised before to talk to father about letting me and Yi Mo intern at a military legion. With a 2-week break, I want to go." Yi He picked up his napkin, still taking his time. "Yi Mo has to go for treatment, he can't go." "Yi Yun, but I can." Yi He had finished his meal. He stood up, pushed his chair back, and while Mrs. Yi wasn't looking, casually snagged a piece of food from Yi Mo's plate, reminding Yi Yun. "I already helped you test the waters with father about Yi Mo being sick. Do it yourself this time." As he spoke, Yi Ziyuan and Mrs. Yi also finished their meals and left in turn. Yi He headed for the corridor, while Mrs. Yi and the others went upstairs. Yi Yun hesitated for a moment between the two, then chose to follow Yi He. Yi Mo was still drinking his milk. His plate was full, and he ate slowly, keeping his head down. He finally looked up, glanced around a bit confused, then went back to drinking his milk. After breakfast, he went directly to the tool shed behind the garden. He put on his work clothes over his regular ones, collected an assortment of tools, and headed to the glass greenhouse. There was a large glass greenhouse in the Yi family garden. It took up a lot of space and looked somewhat out of place because it wasn't part of the original villa but was built later. The Yi family garden was originally quite ordinary, planted only with some evergreen shrubs and easy-to-care-for flowers and plants. Mrs. Yi, including Yi Yun and Yi He, couldn't care less about these things. Only Yi Yun, when he was little, often played in a garden with toys Mrs. Yi didn't allow in the house, frequently damaging shrubs and flower beds. In the entire Yi family, only Yi Mo was interested in plants. After Yi Mo showed enthusiasm for gardening, the garden layout got more and more elaborate. Initially, just a small corner of the garden was set aside for Yi Mo to experiment with. Later, seeing Yi Mo struggling to move things back and forth every day, a small tool shed was built at the edge of the garden. Finally, after Yi Yun damaged Yi Mo's small flower bed while playing with his toys, Yi Ziyuan scolded Yi Yun and discussed it with Mrs. Yi. They decided to simply build the glass greenhouse, leaving the rest of the space for Yi Yun to play with his toys. The glass greenhouse was tacitly acknowledged as Yi Mo's territory. No one touched it. Everything inside was slowly accumulated by Yi Mo. Originally quite empty, it was now very beautiful, filled with a wide variety of plants, artfully arranged potted plants, and even a small tea table and a swing. Yi Mo and Yi Yun were close in age and had attended the same school since kindergarten. Yi Yun disliked boarding, so Yi Mo never boarded either. Before, Yi Mo would come home from school every day and disappear into the glass greenhouse, spending most of his time there. But since entering the first military academy, Yi Mo hadn't had much time to visit the greenhouse, only setting up a scheduled watering system. Yi Mo had expected many plants to have died from lack of care, but when he entered, he was taken aback. The plants in the greenhouse were almost exactly as he had left them, growing lush and vigorous. It was clear someone had been doing simple maintenance in the greenhouse. Yi Mo's heart gave a little leap of joy. This feeling of being quietly cared for made him very happy. In that case, the remaining work wouldn't be much. Yi Mo sat down directly and began trimming the potted plants one by one. The greenhouse door opened slightly, then closed again silently. Footsteps, neither too light nor too heavy, approached and then stopped. Someone stood behind Yi Mo. Yi Mo stopped his work and looked up. It was Yi He. Father said you need to go to the Grindon family tonight to receive treatment. You'll probably need to stay there for a while. You can start packing your things in advance. As for the time, is after dinner tonight okay? Yi Mo nodded, looking very docile. He was still wearing gloves, holding an orchid pot in both hands. Yi He continued. Old Mr. Grindon and several of his children are currently not in the capital. Only Mr. Kevin and his children are there. Mr. Kevin has a deep friendship with our grandfather. He is very easy to get along with. Mr. Kevin has 3 children. The eldest daughter, as the heir, is often away. The second son has already entered the cabinet. The youngest son has a bad temper, but he entered the first military academy and is currently in his 4th year. You probably won't encounter him. There's only one thing to note, the Grindon family are fervent supporters of the Grath faction. Be careful not to casually discuss certain matters, even if they are true. As if afraid Yi Mo wouldn't take it seriously, he added. It's best not to discuss anything related to Grath at all. The Grindon family's youngest son once knocked out a classmate's tooth at school because the other person didn't use an honorific when mentioning Grath. Yi Mo was about to nod again, but halfway through remembered something and changed it to a verbal response, Yi He bent down and extended a finger. Yi Mo was sitting cross-legged on the floor. He instinctively tightened his grip on the pot in his arms and closed his eyes. At that moment, Yi He's finger lightly touched Yi Mo's forehead. It was very gentle, a bit ticklish. Yi Mo heard a note of helplessness in Yi He's tone. You hold grudges much longer than Yi Yun. It wasn't exactly holding a grudge. Perhaps timid and fragile was more accurate. Because he had been hurt by someone before, he would forever keep his distance, and the wound would take a long time to heal. But Yi He understood better that this wasn't Yi Mo's fault. He had been like that from the very beginning, like a wounded, extremely frightened, and highly vigilant harmless little animal, forcibly dragged out of its nest and forced to expose its soft, vulnerable belly. He should have been gently held in someone's arms, his belly softly stroked to let the terrified little animal relax its guard. Unfortunately, back then, he and Yi Yun were like little hedgehogs, both raising their spines. So as time passed, when they truly became family, it became even harder to get close. This time, besides informing Yi Mo of the precautions, Yi He also wanted to ask more about the illness. He was accustomed to having complete control over all people and matters within his defined territory. When Mrs. Yi and Yi Yun heard Yi Ziyuan say there was no major problem and that the Grindon family's medical team had been contacted, they would be reassured and urge Yi Ziyuan to proceed quickly. But Yi He wanted to know more. From the moment Yi Yun secretly told him about it, he had subconsciously started gathering information, guessing what the illness was, what the symptoms were, what the cause was, and when the treatment would end. He needed more information. What he could get from Yi Ziyuan had reached its limit. The rest could only come from Yi Mo, the person involved. Yi Mo would never refuse him, but that would feel too much like an interrogation. Yi He weighed the options and regretfully gave up on the idea. He had done many immature things in his youth. Those things now made Yi He feel less at ease with Yi Mo than he was with Yi Yun. But he still occasionally teased his youngest brother a little. "Call me brother. Call me brother and I'll let you go." Yi He always exercised the greatest patience with Yi Mo. This slow process of getting closer, waiting for the little animal to lower its guard, was quite interesting, wasn't it? Mrs. Yi started packing Yi Mo's luggage in the afternoon, complaining as she did so. "Why can't I go with him? If I can't Xiao Yun or Xiao He go? He'll be all by himself, and this is for medical treatment. What if little Mo isn't feeling well and there's no one to look after him?" Yi Ziyuan was at her side, helping, and explained for what felt like the 100th time. "We've already discussed it with them. It's best for little Mo to go alone." The Grindons were very closed off and rigid, especially regarding their medical team, which held the family members' medical information. Many in the capital joked that no one could make the Grindons yield except for Grath. Although Yi Ziyuan's final negotiation with Kevin Greenton went smoothly, before that, he had put numerous offers on the table and visited again and again without meeting a single member of the Grindon family. In the end, it was only by invoking the friendship of Yi Ziyuan's father that he managed to see Kevin Greenton. He comforted Mrs. Yi. "It's fine. There's an entire team to take care of him. How can that compare to home?" Mrs. Yi kept busy packing and organizing until evening. After dinner, she was still bustling about, sending Yi Yun and Yi He on errands to fetch this and buy that. Yi Mo wanted to help too, but Mrs. Yi stopped him, saying he shouldn't move around too much since he was unwell, and promptly handed him a big apple. Yi Mo had already eaten a lot for dinner, but he couldn't bear to refuse Mrs. Yi. He sat there as dutifully as if he were doing homework, nibbling at it like a squirrel all evening and still hadn't finished it. Finally, the Grindons' hover car arrived on time at the door to pick up Yi Mo. Mrs. Yi immediately urged Yi Ziyuan, Yi He, and Yi Yun to carry out the suitcases and bags. "Little Mo, go back and check if you've forgotten anything in your room." Yi Mo didn't really have much to pack. He had brought his nanny robot back from school, so he just needed to take the robot and a few sets of clothes. After a moment's thought, he went back and carefully packed a small pot of flowering cactus from his desk into a box and placed it inside. Yi Mo didn't pack much himself, the bulk was a large package Mrs. Yi had prepared for him. He didn't know what was inside. By the time he came out, it was already huge, so big it couldn't even fit in the suitcase. When Yi Mo came downstairs, the Grindons' hover car was parked right at the door. Yi Ziyuan stood beside the hover car holding that large package. The Grindon driver nearby kept glancing sideways at it, but Yi Ziyuan didn't mind and handed it over. "Sorry for the trouble." As Yi Mo got into the car, Yi Ziyuan placed a hand on his shoulder. "Contact me if anything comes up." He gave Yi Mo a gentle push forward. Once seated, Yi Mo looked back through the window and saw Mrs. Yi standing at the doorway, watching. Yi Ziyuan stood beside her, and behind them were Yi Yun and Yi He. Chapter 18. Chapter 18. The population density of the imperial capital was not high, thinning out from the city center. Beyond lay vast stretches of forest, with only marked hover car lanes cutting through and crisscrossing the landscape. The hover car quickly passed through the channel, traversed the city, and the surroundings grew increasingly quiet. Finally, it passed through a tract of forest and stopped in front of a manor. The driver stepped out first and opened the door for Yi Mo. "Your luggage has been delivered ahead of time to your room at the manor's medical center. Please come this way." At that moment, a hover car drove directly into the manor, passing by Yi Mo and his party. The rear of the vehicle bore the Grindon family emblem. Yi Mo glanced back. The vehicle that had picked him up did not have the Grindon family emblem. The driver seemed to have misunderstood. He proactively explained to Yi Mo, "Don't mind that. That must be the youngest master. The eldest and second young masters would stop at the gate." Only the young master would blithely drive right into the manor. The Grindon family's young master, August Grindon. Perhaps because he was the youngest and his parents were trapped in a remote star system during his psychic maturation period, unable to offer timely solace, coupled with his own intolerance to psychic tranquilizers, which caused him considerable suffering, his family was exceptionally indulgent toward him. Yemo felt a little awkward. That's all right. I just noticed our vehicle didn't have the emblem. The driver was middle-aged with a bit of a paunch, but his movements were measured, giving off a very amiable feeling. He didn't hide anything from Yemo. That was intentional. Lord Kevin instructed us to fetch you discreetly. We deliberately chose to depart at night and even took several detours before arriving. You understand, a Grindon family quirk. As they spoke, the driver had already led Yemo to a very quiet building and stopped. This is the Grindon family's sanatorium. Below is where you will receive treatment. The top floor is your room. Usually, not many people come here. It's not much of a guest house, but it's convenient for receiving treatment. Inside, there are only daily maintenance staff and the resident steward. If you need anything, you can tell them directly. The driver waved to Yemo, I hope you have a pleasant stay here. Thank you. After expressing his thanks, Yemo hesitated for a few seconds at the main entrance before walking inside. Arriving in an unfamiliar environment suddenly made him feel a bit uneasy. As soon as Yemo got closer, someone came forward to open the door for him. Hello, Mr. Yi. I will be seeing to your needs during your stay at Grindon Manor. Your belongings have been placed in the room on the top floor. Please follow me. He led Yemo inside. This is the elevator. I have already granted you access privileges. From the first floor to the top floor, you can freely use the facilities here. I heard you are a student of the 1st Military Academy. The 3rd floor is the training room, with state-of-the-art equipment. Our young master is also a student there, and he often comes here to use the training facilities. The steward took Yemo to a suite on the top floor. It had a small living room, a bedroom, a bathroom, and even a walk-in closet. It was fully furnished. Your luggage is placed beside the table. Breakfast will be delivered here tomorrow. The medical team will arrive tomorrow. Please rest well. The steward offered a few more words of advice before leaving. Yemo first released the nanny robot, then placed the cactus he had brought along on the bedside table. As soon as the nanny robot landed, it began circling around the living room. Listening to its familiar, slightly whirring sounds, Yemo finally felt some of the tension ease. As soon as August Grindon entered the living room, he came face to face with Mr. Kevin sitting on the sofa reviewing documents. Father and son looked at each other for 2 seconds before both turned away in mutual disdain. The young master had the standard Grindon appearance, but his conduct was decidedly un-Grindon. He had a head of vibrant golden hair and piercing blue eyes, resembling a prince from some small country rather than someone who was constantly getting into fights and suspended from school, especially considering the school was the 1st Military Academy, one of the few where fighting was legally permitted. Kevin didn't even look up, asking with weary familiarity, "Come here. Explain clearly, what did you do this time? How long is your disciplinary suspension this time?" Kevin's patience had been honed to the max after August's teachers had repeatedly and tactfully hinted that the child might have an impulse control issue and should be evaluated. He had actually taken the child for a checkup, considering August's intolerance to psychic tranquilizers and the fact that he had never received comfort from his parents. The results left Mr. Kevin unsure whether to be relieved or concerned. There were no issues at all. August was even the healthiest of his 3 children. August, who had originally intended to go straight upstairs, scowled upon hearing Mr. Kevin's words but still walked over. His hands were behind his back, there was a slight bruise on the corner of his mouth, and a scowl lingered on his brow. Though he had a very handsome appearance, he had a sharp edge to him, and his reply was perfunctory. Fighting. 1 week. Mr. Kevin was already past caring. Why were you fighting? That bastard gave me a love letter. Kevin set the documents aside. He stared, wide-eyed. You hit a little girl? August's face instantly clouded over, as if the memory annoyed him. No, it was a guy. Mr. Kevin breathed a sigh of relief. Although high psychic aptitude greatly influenced one's physical capabilities, where psychic level had a greater impact than gender, basic courtesy toward women was something a Grindon gentleman had to learn. Kevin went back to reviewing the documents. At the very least, he should trust August's bottom line in this regard. August was impulsive and quick-tempered but wouldn't lose his temper without reason. What's wrong with a guy? The Empire allows same-sex marriage. Gender is not a reason for you to fight. A cold smirk played on August's lips. He was downright insulting, so I taught him a lesson. Then why didn't you explain to the teacher that the other party was disrespectful first? What did he say to you? Never mind. Kevin gave up on pressing further. August's expression said it all, the words were clearly foul. If August's sensitive and fragile self-esteem was hurt, he'd blow up at him. He found this youngest son a real handful. Kevin flipped a page of the document in his hand. I will verify with the school. If it was your fault, you know what to do. Before he could finish his sentence, August had already turned and left, stomping up the stairs. Then, a few seconds later, he rushed back down a few steps. I saw someone at the entrance when I came in. Who was it? Mr. Kevin thought for a moment. No one else had visited Grindon Manor recently. It should be that child from the Yi family. He's here on business. Kevin didn't plan to say more to August and brushed it off. August raised an eyebrow. He was also a top student in his grade, a member of the white uniform group. He had heard of the Yi brothers, both grade chiefs, but hadn't had much contact with them. He had only dealt with the older brother, Yi He, a few times. After the psychic development period, the differences between upper grades became smaller and smaller, and cross-grade challenges and exchanges were frequent. That Yi family that once launched a rebellion? Kevin corrected him. Watch your wording. They once had a rebel, and Graf acknowledged their atonement. Moreover, I agreed for that child to come here. Suit yourself, none of my business. I'm heading up. Yi Mo was up early. He had just finished breakfast when the medical team arrived. The Yi family doctors had provided some records earlier, and based on those materials, they conducted a thorough examination of Yi Mo. Yi Mo's hands and feet were secured to the gurney. People kept coming over to check on him, draw blood, or inject something, then note the values. How has your sleep been recently? It's been pretty good lately. The doctor was sharp and caught the implication. It wasn't good before, right? Let me see. You've used a treatment pod before, which should have helped your sleep. Do you get headaches afterward, after taking the psychic tranquilizer? Any severe reactions later on? Not at first, but gradually, I started getting headaches. I thought it was normal. As for reactions, I'd occasionally get very severe headaches. They asked in excruciating detail, down to the minute of his nightly sleep. They even tried to ask if Yi Mo's personal attendant robot had such information. One person asked while others continuously recorded these questions. Finally, the doctor unfastened the straps binding Yi Mo's hands and feet. Alright, we'll start by developing a treatment plan. You can stretch your limbs a little. The training room is upstairs. Go and get some exercise, it'll be good for you. We'll call you if we need anything. He picked up a thick stack of documents and joined the team's discussion. It's very similar to the young master's condition. In the early stages, the psychic tranquilizer was effective, but it gradually lost its efficacy. However, unlike the young master, we also have no clarity on whether his psychic domain is damaged. Only close relatives can enter another's psychic domain. After we treated the young master, the master and madam rushed back from a remote star system. That allowed us to promptly check for abnormalities in his psychic domain and adjust the treatment plan accordingly. Several people sat down around the table, engaging in a lively discussion. Yi Mo eased the door open quietly, planning to go upstairs to the training room and stay there for a while. The training room was spacious, filled with many pieces of equipment, even including simulation pods. Yi Mo passed by them one after another and arrived at an open area. He first took off his jacket, warmed up a bit, and began doing one-handed push-ups, the first training exercise in the physical fitness class. Just as he counted to the 8th, a pair of feet appeared in front of him, barefoot, with a bandage wrapped around the left calf. August wore a pair of red boxing gloves, his chest heaving as if he had been training for a long time. The golden hair at his temples was slightly damp. He stared down at Yi Mo. Who are you? Chapter 19. Chapter 19. Yi Mo instinctively looked up at August. Before he could answer, August suddenly dropped to one knee. They were face to face, less than half an arm's length apart, August's sharp gaze like an unsheathed sword. You look kinda familiar. August leaned in a little closer. Feeling a bit uncomfortable, Emo sat up and scooted back slightly. I look more like my father. You might have seen him. My father is Yi Ziyuan. Actually, apart from his hair and eye color, Emo wasn't very similar to him. When Yi Yun and Yi He stood beside Yi Ziyuan and Mrs. Yi, you could see the family resemblance at a glance. But Emo stuck out like a sore thumb among them. He didn't look much like his father or his mother, instead possessing a strikingly beautiful, almost gender-ambiguous appearance. Strictly speaking, even his hair color wasn't quite the same. While the Yi family members all had black hair and eyes, their hair tended to be lighter. Emo's hair was a shade darker, and his skin was exceptionally fair, giving him a uniquely captivating, almost decadent beauty. August stared for a moment before suddenly speaking. Does anyone give you love letters? I mean, from guys. The moment he said it, August seemed to change his mind. He shook his head slightly and prepared to stand up and leave. He didn't want to get tangled up with anyone from the Yi family. Never mind, sorry. You don't have to answer. It was a pointless question. Just looking at Emo's appearance, it was clear he probably faced plenty of trouble, maybe even more headaches than August himself. Emo hummed in acknowledgement, then couldn't help but ask. What happened to you? Are you okay? August halted his attempt to stand, looking puzzled. What? Emo hesitated, then reached out his hand and lightly touched August's jaw. The touch was so gentle it was almost imperceptible, a faint, tingling sensation, almost ticklish. Here, doesn't it hurt? August took a second to process that Emo was referring to the injuries on his chin and the corner of his mouth. This little bit of damage was something August himself couldn't care less about, and no one in the Grindon family would either. For instance, if Mr. Kevin saw them, he'd only nervously ask August if he'd gotten into trouble again. Emo took a small tube of medicinal cream from the pocket of his jacket nearby. Emo's constitution was a bit more delicate than Yi He's and Yi Yun's, he was accident-prone. Mrs. Yi always made him carry ointment. Over time, Emo developed the habit of always having some on hand. Emo initially intended to hand the ointment to August, but August had already crouched down in front of him, tilting his head to the side, while saying, "These little scratches are nothing. You're making too big a deal out of it." Emo wordlessly squeezed out some ointment and carefully applied it to August's wounds. His fingers were a bit cool, and his touch was very light. August relaxed like a big cat being petted, his posture gradually easing. Once Emo finished applying the ointment, August plopped down beside him. "My father mentioned someone from your family was coming here. Are you Yi Yun?" He seemed different from the rumors. Emo was used to being mistaken for someone else. He patiently explained. "No, I'm Emo. Yi Yun is my older brother." August seemed a bit surprised but didn't press further. Emo was around the same age as Yi Yun. At most, it was probably one of those messy situations. Even some members of the Grindon family had illegitimate children, it wasn't that unusual. "You and your brother really don't look alike. Not to mention Yi Yun, whom August had never met, just take Yi He for example. He was a real force to be reckoned with who had steadily held the top rank among first years all the way to the upper grades. He even seemed to be gaining an edge over the other top students by his third year. The first military academy had 6 grades. Maintaining that position required more than just strength. Yi He was notoriously tough and uncompromising at school, while Emo was clearly much softer. August himself didn't have anyone like Emo around him either. From his eldest sister and second brother on down, every single one was a fierce, wolf-like individual. The education August received was exactly that, to fight, to compete, to be competitive and aggressive. Meeting someone like Emo was a novel experience for August. Would someone like this really not get bullied out there? August suddenly bit off his boxing glove and tossed it aside. He stood up and assumed a sparring invitation stance. His posture was textbook perfect, slightly crouched, muscles naturally tensed all over, like a big cat poised and ready to hunt. "Wanna spar? It's a free lesson. Don't worry, I'll go easy on you, rookie." Emo had only come up on the medical staff's suggestion to get some exercise, he didn't really care what he did. He stood up, copying August by taking off his shoes, and stepped forward barefoot. Emo wasn't particularly enthusiastic about combat. His assessment scores in class were only slightly above passing. As soon as he was in position, he launched an attack based on his teacher's classroom instructions, following the textbook. After just a few exchanges, Yemo felt his body become weightless for a moment before being pressed down onto the padded floor. It didn't hurt at all. When August took him down, he had cradled Yemo's body with his hand to cushion the impact. August's golden hair fell by his ears as he pressed a hand against Yemo's back. If you're like this, what are you going to do about the Military Academy League at the end of the semester? The Military Academy League was the final exam for graduates, simulating real battlefield conditions. Winning or losing wasn't the main point. Outstanding students could catch the attention of military legions early and get priority in choosing their assigned legion. Originally only for graduates, it gradually expanded to include the entire school. However, lower-grade students, mostly still in their mental power development phase, usually played minor roles, with the main stage reserved for upperclassmen. It's fine. My second brother said I can just follow my eldest brother when the time comes. He was graduating this year. As a student in the command department and a top-ranking student, if nothing unexpected happened, he would likely secure the leader role. August frowned with some dissatisfaction. You still shouldn't slack off. This year's Military Academy League, His Majesty is very likely to attend. Yemo turned his head and saw August's blue eyes begin to shine brightly at the mention of His Majesty. August said with a serious expression. Of course you have to put your best foot forward and perform well in front of His Majesty. And after your first year, you'll enter the point battles. If you can't beat others then, you'll be stuck pitifully drinking the worst-tasting nutrient paste in the cafeteria. He released Yemo, stood up, and assumed the starting stance again. I happen to have some free time these days. I can help you train properly. The treatment plan the medical team ultimately devised for Yemo was much more conservative than the one for August back then. Their data in other aspects were quite similar. However, when August was undergoing treatment, his period of spiritual growth had only just begun, so his body was not significantly affected. In contrast, Yemo was already riddled with wounds. The medical team speculated that Yemo's spiritual maturation phase might have started relatively early. His spiritual energy had erupted multiple times, and his body had already begun to show signs of collapse. His spiritual domain was likely damaged and couldn't handle strong medication. Yemo had to receive treatment every day. How are you feeling today? Much better already, my head hasn't hurt again. The doctor carefully recorded Yemo's feedback and, as usual, instructed August beside him. He's just had his injection and cannot engage in strenuous activities. August was waiting nearby and tooted in response but still agreed. He then asked the doctor, I'll be returning to school soon. When will he be better? The doctor replied, soon. After that, it's just giving him the meds on schedule, and then. August interrupted him, cutting straight to the point, and asked, can he return to school on time? Of course. His condition is currently stable. As long as he comes back periodically for data checks and some tweaking of the treatment plan, it should be fine. With a satisfied nod, August led Yemo away. Well, if we can't do anything fun, today I'll take you on a tour of the main Grindon residence. There will be tons of great food. He quickly led Yemo, almost breaking into a run, then abruptly stopped. No strenuous exercise. We'll walk. The main Grindon residence was holding a banquet. As they approached, they could see a crowd of people coming and going. August directly took Yemo inside, paying no mind to the stairs, walked straight to the dining table, picked up a plate, took a little of everything, and then led Yemo upstairs. The guests downstairs watched and began to discuss. Upstairs was off-limits, the private quarters of the Grindon family. There's not much to do upstairs, but it's much quieter. Go to my room, just walk straight down the hallway and push open the door at the very end. I'll go back to get some drinks. Yemo held the plate, and before he could reply, August had already turned a corner and disappeared. The hallway curtains were drawn, dark red curtains, dark tone decor, and thick carpets on the floor so thick they swallowed all sound. Yemo carried the tray and walked slowly, then suddenly stopped. He shifted to the side and looked up at a large oil painting hanging on the wall of the hallway. The brushstrokes were delicate, and the painting was eerily realistic. It was because it was so lifelike that Yemo couldn't help but take a step back. The painting was also in dark red tones, depicting what appeared to be a family, all with black hair and black eyes, and strikingly good-looking features. Unlike typical paintings that might include various scenes, the focus of this painting was the people. 7 or 8 individuals occupied the entire canvas, men and women, young and old, standing closely together, some sideways, some facing forward. The only thing they had in common was that their eyes were all fixed on a single point outside the painting, as if staring directly at the viewer, radiating a fierce, intimidating aura. Standing before this painting felt like intruding into a pack of wolves, being watched by the entire group. It shouldn't have been a comfortable painting to look at, but Yi-Mo inexplicably felt a weird sense of kinship. Yi-Mo stood there for an unknown amount of time, completely transfixed, when the sound of running footsteps came from the other end of the hallway. Yi-Mo turned his head and saw August running toward him. Just as Yi-Mo was about to ask what was happening, August yanked him down into a kneel toward the other end of the hallway. The tray fell onto the carpet, scattering pastries everywhere. August placed his hand on the back of Yi-Mo's neck, making him lower his head. Yi-Mo heard August's respectful voice. "We pay our respects, Your Majesty." Yi-Mo had been too absorbed in the painting, and the carpet was too soft, so he hadn't noticed the newcomer at all. Chapter 20. Chapter 20. Being addressed as, Your Majesty, by August, the identity of the newcomer was obvious. In the entire empire, only one person could be addressed as such, the sole remaining Grace of the empire, Norton Grace. Yi-Mo widened his eyes. August was still pressing down on his neck, so he could only sneak a glance forward without moving. His vision was limited, he could only see the newcomer's feet and calves. The person stood in the center, appearing tall and straight, with a cloak draped behind him. The black cloak, lined with dark red, radiated an oppressive aura. A short distance behind him stood another person, with a cane resting at his side, likely Mr. Kevin. On the opposite side stood yet another person, wearing military-style boots, presumably a guard, with a sword at his waist. Just then, footsteps echoed in the corridor again. A servant who had been with August arrived, having been unable to keep pace. Upon arriving, the servant hurriedly bowed. "My deepest apologies. I have failed in my duty." No one responded. The servant hesitated for a moment, seemingly wanting to approach, but in the end, caution held him back. After a slight bow, he stood in the corner at the end of the corridor. For a moment, the small space in the corridor fell into a terrifying silence. August applied a bit more pressure, pushing Yi-Mo's head down further. Yi-Mo yielded to the pressure and obediently lowered his head. After a few seconds, Norton Grace finally moved. The two behind him immediately followed. Mr. Kevin kept his gaze fixed straight ahead, as if August were not his son. They passed by Yi-Mo and August. The cloak brushed lightly against Yi-Mo's cheek, a faint, barely perceptible touch. Then, Norton Grace grasped the hilt of a rapier on a nearby statue. As he walked forward, the sword slowly slid out of its scabbard, emitting a sharp, grating sound. Not understanding what was happening, Yi-Mo instinctively turned to look. Beside him, August remained with his head bowed. The servant at the end of the corridor also kept his head down, muscles tense, subtly shifting his right hand. Norton Grace maintained his pace without the slightest pause. Holding the sword diagonally toward the ground, about a third of the way down the corridor, he gave his wrist a twist and swung the sword. Psychic energy silently coated the blade, and with that swing, a psychic blade instantly pierced through the entire corridor, silently leaving a deep mark on the wall at the end. The servant, who had no time to react, collapsed to the ground with a dull thud. Blood sprayed onto the corridor's carpet, and the hilt of a dagger was faintly visible in his sleeve. Midway down the corridor stood a statue of a knight on horseback, drawing a sword. As Norton Grace passed by, he casually slid the sword back into the empty scabbard at the statue's waist. The entire process flowed seamlessly. No one stopped, and aside from the dull thud, almost no sound was made. Yi-Mo's face turned pale. He had forgotten to keep his head down and straightened up, watching everything unfold. His sense of smell was sharp, even from halfway down the corridor, he could faintly detect the scent of blood, a sickly sweet odor permeating the air, which he inhaled, churning in his stomach. Fragmented memories stirred in Yi-Mo's mind, the blood staining his hands as a young child, the figures of space pirates collapsing before him. Norton Grace's pace did not slow in the slightest. He soon reached the corner at the end of the corridor, stepping over the corpse without a glance and walking straight out. His profile overlapped with the images and photos Yi-Mo had seen on the Starnet. Just as Norton Grace was about to step out of the corridor, his gaze inexplicably met Yi-Mo's in the center of the hallway. Norton Grace merely cast a fleeting glance, yet it carried a staggering, formidable killing intent that made one dare not look directly at him. Yemo, still pale-faced, wanted to avert his gaze, lower his head, and flee. But his limbs were icy cold, frozen in place. Fortunately, His Majesty soon withdrew his gaze, turned the corner, and disappeared. He had studied imperial history and seen images of His Majesty, but only now did those cold words feel real, merging with the man before him. Norton Grass, who existed only in books and images, the one who slaughtered his own siblings, stabbed his father to death on the throne, yet also doubled the Empire's already vast territory. Great yet widely criticized by other nations, the last Grass whose throne of glory was forever stained with blood. As soon as the group left, 2 soldiers in military uniforms entered, swiftly beginning to clean up the mess in the corridor. Only then did August notice Yemo's distress. He stood up and pulled Yemo to his feet. By then, only a blood-stained carpet remained in the corridor. August stood beside Yemo, both looking at the bloodstain not far away, though their focus was clearly different. Truly worthy of His Majesty. The swords on those statues aren't made of materials that easily conduct psychic energy, yet he can use such things as a medium for attacks. August continued, no wonder I've never seen that servant. Yemo suddenly bent over, supporting himself against the nearby windowsill, arching his back as he began to retch. August immediately stopped and patted Yemo's back. Didn't your first-year class go on internships? Usually, first years have seen this kind of thing by now. It's okay, alright, I won't say any more. Seeing Yemo retch even more violently, August patted his back while awkwardly changing the subject. I saw you were staring at this portrait earlier. This was a portrait the Grindon family requested from the Grass after performing a great service. It's been hanging here for many years. The Grass dislikes having his portraits or sculptures displayed anywhere except his own palaces. In the entire empire, aside from the Grass's palaces, there are probably only a handful of Grass portraits scattered outside. They're extremely precious. When I was a child, my father wouldn't even let me get close. August continued talking, but Yemo could no longer hear him. He kept rubbing his wrist, repeatedly confirming it was clean, as if he had returned to the state he was in when Yizhuan first took him in. His earliest memories in this world might have been too traumatic. Being more aware than a young child should be, Yemo often experienced hallucinations back then. He felt as if he had returned to that enclosed living room, with a man's corpse on the sofa. He had just crawled out from under a woman's body, covered in half-dried, sticky blood. Whenever he fell into this state, Yemo would incessantly check if he was clean, if there was any blood on his clothes. Even though reason told him it wasn't real, that it was all a hallucination, he couldn't control his fear. Once, Yiyun played a prank on Yemo, smearing ketchup on him. Yemo, who had always patiently accepted children's tantrums, for the first time slapped the ketchup bottle out of Yiyun's hand and quickly retreated to his room, startling even Yiyun, who behaved well for a long time afterward. That night, Yemo kept washing himself with water. As soon as Norton Grass stepped out of the corridor, he commanded. Clean it up. Someone behind him acknowledged the order and split into 2 groups. One went to the corridor for actual cleanup, while the other took weapons to carry out a different kind of cleanup. Kevin Grindon followed behind Norton Grass. Your Majesty need not go to such trouble. It's good for children to experience more. Being so reckless, it's time for him to learn a lesson. Mr. Kevin held a cane. Though his legs were somewhat inconvenient, he appeared spirited. However, he had been on edge since seeing Yemo. The Grindon family had always been loyal to the Grass, and he himself had never hidden anything from the Grass. This was also why, when Yizhuan suggested telling Kevin Grindon about Yemo's origins, Kevin Grindon firmly refused. Not knowing Yemo's background would at least make it easier for him to face His Majesty. But Yizhuan said Yemo was a remnant of the rebellion, so he could more or less guess that Yemo was likely a descendant of some rebel from the Yi family. Descendants of rebels could not serve the empire in the military or cabinet. Yizhuan went to great lengths to raise him under his own name, probably for the child's future prospects. Norton Grass remained noncommittal. The blonde one is your youngest child, right? Kevin Grindon took up the topic, trying his best to overcome the guilt of hiding something from His Majesty and showing no signs of it. Yes, August Grindon. I spoiled him rotten. He's been fearless since he was little. The other one is Yizhuan's youngest son, a well-behaved child but physically weak. He was sent here for treatment. He's quite different from the children I've met, but he gets along well with August. Yizhuan's first 2 children have performed excellently in school, serving as class presidents in their respective grades. His eldest child is graduating this year and will likely follow in his father's footsteps into the military. This year's students are all quite promising, future pillars of the empire. The Imperial Guard should also bring in some new recruits. Many of the young men have reached their term limits and been reassigned to the legions. I will consider it. The Imperial Guard of Grath is not just for show. The empire is highly centralized, with Norton Grass as its supreme commander. The Imperial Guard is the most elite unit, composed of the empire's most outstanding talents who undergo rigorous training and report directly to Norton Grass. Both within and outside the empire, the Imperial Guard has always remained by Norton Grass's side. Apart from a few personal guards responsible for the Grath family's safety, others serve for a set period before leaving to join the legions. They are exceptionally capable and brave in combat, often receiving rapid promotions. As they spoke, Norton Grass had already descended from the main Grindon residence and reached the entrance, where someone had already opened the car door for him. Norton Grass glanced back at the second floor of the main Grindon residence. The curtains were still half drawn, and the banquet downstairs continued. Apart from Emo and August, who had stumbled in, no one knew that a purge had just taken place inside and outside the estate. "I've made a mess of your home." Kevin Greenton shook his head. "Grindon is honored to witness your swordplay, your majesty. Recently, following clues from the king insect on the abandoned star, the empire has purged many forces in the wandering star domains. Many small rats have followed, and assassinations targeting Grath have suddenly increased again." A cold glint flashed in Kevin Greenton's eyes. But for those rats to dare infiltrate the empire so blatantly for an assassination, they never stopped to wonder why they were able to enter so smoothly. Chapter 21. Chapter 21. The half-month holiday ended quickly. Yi Yun made a special trip to pick up Emo. Before leaving, the medical team gave Emo a final checkup. "Everything is normal." The doctor signaled Emo could get up. He first archived the data, then took a small suitcase from the side and handed it to Emo. "Take these with you when you leave later. The medications are all numbered. Give yourself the injections on time every day. After this, it's best to come back for a checkup every month. If you experience symptoms like headaches or loss of control over your psychic energy, come immediately." Yi Yun stood to the side, naturally taking the suitcase and assuming the role of the parent. "All right, I understand. Is there anything else to pay attention to? Just remember to inject the medication on time. Based on past experience, once he smoothly passes through the psychic energy development period, he won't experience headaches or uncontrolled psychic energy symptoms anymore. At that time, he can take some treatment." Yi Yun pushed Emo out, all the way to the hover car outside. "Let's go, back to school. We don't have much time. There are just 2 weeks left until the end of the semester." Emo was a bit confused. "Didn't they cancel all exams for our first-year students?" Due to the training accident, the entire first-year class was given a half-month holiday, and all exams were cancelled. "But there's still the Military Academy League." "That's the Military Academy League. Students still at school have been preparing for a long time. We don't have exams, so it's perfect to go back to school right away and find Yi." Under Yi Yun's gaze, Emo nodded, not fully getting it. He had always thought the plan was simply to blend into his oldest brother's team, stay put, and safely get through this Military Academy League. Back when August was still at the manor, he kept discussing the Military Academy League with Emo. The school forum was also flooded with posts about the Military Academy League for some time. But Emo still didn't have a clear concept of it. His impression of the Military Academy League was that it was a large-scale practical exam primarily for graduates, with other grades, especially first years, just along for the ride. As long as it was an exam, it made Emo nervous. After all, when he was little, aside from written exams, he'd fail any other kind of test, almost getting held back. As a result, during every combat class, the other kids would fight to be paired with him, and Emo would go home bruised and battered. Yi Ziyuan initially thought Emo was being bullied and went to talk to the teacher. Finally, after watching the surveillance footage, he realized it was indeed his own son who went down at the slightest touch. Extra lessons didn't help right away either. Fortunately, as Emo grew older, he grew more handsome, and nobody could bring themselves to hit his face anymore. Later, after adapting, he gradually kept up with the lessons. The hover car stopped at the school gate. Yi Yun took a lunchbox from the car's cabinet, carried the suitcase in his other hand, and immediately jumped out. "We're here, let's go quickly." He handed the lunchbox he was carrying to Emo and quickly instructed. "This is the lunch Mom packed for us. You go to Big Brother's place first. I already told him we were coming. He's in his conference room. I'll drop off the medication at the dorm first and be right there." After giving instructions, Yi-yun hurried off and disappeared. Emo looked down at the heavy lunchbox in his hands, hefting it. He estimated it could last the brothers 2 meals. He headed in one direction. As a reward for excellence, each chief had their own separate building, with a conference room and even a ballroom for hosting dances. Basically, they could do pretty much anything provided it didn't violate school rules. Yi-yun had one too. Meanwhile, Yi-yun quickly reached the dorm. As a chief, he lived in a single-occupancy apartment. Some of the medications required refrigeration. Yi-yun sorted them and stocked his fridge with the medications according to their dates. He had just finished organizing when his terminal chimed. The sender was on Yi-yun's special contacts list, so the message popped up automatically. Something came up. "Take Emo to your place first." Emo soon arrived at the building that was Yi-hee's alone. It was huge, like a sports arena. Many people were clustered near the main entrance, all wearing black uniforms. Emo looked up to confirm he hadn't come to the wrong place. After a moment's hesitation, he approached anyway. As he got closer with the lunchbox, he realized that although these people were wearing black uniforms, they weren't students of the 1st Military Academy. The badges on their uniforms didn't belong to the 1st Military Academy, and the uniforms had many detail differences. The Military Academy League was a joint event between the 4 military academies in the capital. The hosting academy rotated among the 4, and this year it happened to be the 1st Military Academy's turn. With the league starting soon, they'd started trickling in under their teachers' guidance. They probably all knew each other originally and had been killing time at the entrance. But Emo noticed that as he approached, each of them stopped fidgeting and stared at him. Emo unconsciously straightened his back. He wasn't very comfortable with so many people staring at him. With the lunchbox in hand, he silently quickened his pace and pushed the door open to go inside with everyone watching. It wasn't until Emo was out of sight that the group at the entrance started discussing. A baby-faced boy stared intently at the door Emo had entered. "Do they have food delivery here? I'm hungry, I want some too. I caught a whiff of meat earlier. That lunchbox definitely has meat in it." Next to him was a tall boy with messy hair and glasses. He scratched his head, looking frantic and incredulous. "Is that the point?" "The point is, what idiot ordered takeout at this moment of kings facing off? And it actually got delivered. Is this the 1st Military Academy? Even food delivery is this hardcore?" Another companion chimed in. "No, what I'm curious about is, can't he feel the psychic pressure inside? I'm suffocating just standing here by the door. Will April finish before lunch? The cafeteria is about to close." True to form, the tall boy continued the topic with a complaint. "That depends on when he beats him back. I really don't understand why April is so persistent. It's not as if he ever wins. Of course, I also don't understand why, as an S rank, he loses to an A rank every time." Meanwhile, Emo, carrying the lunchbox, made his way down the corridor into a vast hall. But it was too quiet, Emo could only hear his own footsteps. He'd meant to ask where the conference room was first, but he hadn't seen a single person along the way. Footsteps. They sounded somewhat familiar. He frowned. He was on the 2nd floor, expertly sliding a fresh magazine into his firearm. He pressed his body against the corner of the 2nd floor, hiding. He quickly made a judgment in his mind, this wasn't a teammate. His several teammates were assigned by him to lie in wait on the 3rd floor conference room and the stairs, with one acting as a sniper from a high position. These footsteps sounded completely unguarded. Was it bait? Then, they might also have an ambush on the 2nd floor. He mentally mapped out several possible ambush points, ready to take down the prey delivered to his door and then toy with them a bit. Wait. He stopped moving, crouching halfway down. Immediately, someone flipped down from the 3rd floor to the 2nd, landing not far from He. That wasn't He's teammate. Then, without stopping, the person flipped down again to the 1st floor hall. Not bait, not an enemy either. The familiar footsteps suddenly overlapped with those he remembered hearing. He reacted, no longer caring about hiding. He immediately stood up, pushed off the railing with his hand, and flipped down as well. The person below was indeed EMO. He stood there, still holding the lunchbox, looking up blankly. Unfortunately, the first person to flip down was April. He was a bit faster than Yi-He, already in mid-air, a dagger in his right hand. Yi-He adjusted his direction in the air, aiming his landing point toward April to shorten the distance as much as possible. As soon as he landed, he quickly lunged forward. The two exchanged several moves rapidly. Finally, Yi-He grabbed the leg April kicked out, ending the fight. Yi-He, if you had even a bit of a brain, you'd realize this isn't anyone from either of our teams. After speaking, he released his hand, his tone very cold. Withdraw your psychic power. That's enough for today. April, who never backed down without a clear win, surprisingly complied this time. As he stepped back, he realized he had nearly attacked the wrong person. His flamboyant red hair was wild and fluffy like a lion's mane, and he shrugged nonchalantly. Fine, I need to eat too. See you at the Military Academy League. I definitely won't lose to you this time. April whistled, and people started peeking out from upstairs, gathering in twos and threes as they followed him out. Yi-He then turned to EMO. He took the lunchbox from Yemo's hands and stared at him, unsure whether April had launched a psychic attack on Yemo earlier. Does your head hurt? Yemo seemed to snap back to reality, as if he had experienced another brief moment of confusion. He shook his head. After confirming that Yemo was fine, Yi-He casually took his hand and led him inside. Where's Yi-Yun? He went back to put his things away. Meanwhile, someone quickened their pace to catch up with April. The newcomer was quite tall, wore glasses, and had a shrewd look about him. He pushed his glasses up and said, "Aren't we going to probe their capabilities further?" April didn't answer. Instead, he asked, who was that person who barged in earlier? The glasses guy grew alert. Is something wrong? April held out his hand, revealing a deep, bleeding cut on his palm. If I had dodged any slower just now, this wound would be on my neck. The glasses guy also became slightly more serious. The fact that he could injure April meant the other party's psychic power was likely S-rank as well. Every fully developed S-rank was a critical asset, capable of turning the tide in a campaign. He adjusted his glasses. No need to be too tense. He looks like a freshman. I'll look into it. No, investigate thoroughly. Judging by how nervous Yi-He was, that person is likely Yi-He's secret weapon. Chapter 22. Chapter 22. The Empire's Military Academy League involves all students from the 4 military academies competing across 3 battles to determine the winner. This year's draw has been announced. The 1st Military Academy will face the 2nd Military Academy, while the 3rd Military Academy will compete against the 4th Military Academy. The victors will then battle each other to decide the ultimate champion. Students from each academy simulate the 2 opposing sides of a conflict, applying everything they have learned to this simulated war. Unlike the conservative and cautious approach of other nations' academies, which only conduct simulations in online holographic battlefields, this league genuinely cordons off an actual area for combat. The academy that emerges victorious not only gains the bragging right to mindlessly throw out the universal retort, but our academy won the league against yours. During subsequent inter-academy disputes, sending their rivals into a rage, but also receives priority access to various resources allocated by the Empire. Consequently, not only are the students highly tense, but the faculty are also deeply invested, are locked in their own tense standoff, and tirelessly teach their students at the top of their lungs. The firearms and other equipment used in the Military Academy League are state-of-the-art, identical to the standard military configurations. Only the loaded ammunition is specially designed to be non-lethal. Additionally, students are required to wear sensors on their wrists to interface with the system. The central AI tracks in real time, calculating and determining elimination based on simulated injuries from the sensor feedback. The leadership corps in the league consists of that year's graduating class, divided by their respective departments. The Supreme Commander must also be selected from among the graduating command majors. Students from other grades are assigned military ranks based on their accumulated points. Therefore, upperclassmen with high point totals are typically the most active. Lowerclassmen, especially first years who have not yet participated in point-based battles, generally only play the role of rank-and-file soldiers under command. However, this is exciting enough for them, as everyone hopes to make their mark once the league begins. But in reality, the competition effectively begins during the preparation phase. While lower-classmen are still buzzing on the forums about which firearm models might be deployed this year or whether the Emperor will attend to watch, the soon-to-graduate upperclassmen have already begun gathering intelligence on their opponents and drawing up plans. At this moment, a small team of seniors from the 2nd Military Academy with leadership qualifying point scores is holding a meeting. Glasses Guy displays all the gathered information for his teammates, pointing to one entry. Currently, the surface information doesn't reveal anything special. His psychic power even seems to have just barely met the Academy's admission threshold. April sits beside him, tilting back on his chair and chewing bubble gum. He is not leading the meeting, his major is in mecha, not command. He understands well that he can offer opinions but must not undermine the commander's authority. However, as an S rank, the operational plans undoubtedly revolve around April. Glasses Guy is their commander, and he formulated the strategy. This line of thinking is normal. An S-rank individual can indeed be a game-changer at critical moments in a battle. A lanky guy with unkempt hair raises his hand first to speak. He is a top student in the mechanical engineering department. He's just a first year. Even if he's an S-rank, the threat is minimal. April couldn't even beat me back then. Personally, I think it might have been a psychic surge during his developmental period, and April was completely unprepared at the time. His initial analysis is somewhat reasonable, but it becomes increasingly far-fetched as he continues. Moreover, the freshman is Yi He's younger brother. That's Yi He we're talking about. He's beaten April so many times, he must have his own tricks. Their family, couldn't he have passed on some of those tricks to his brother to help him thrash April? If I were. The bubble April was blowing pops with a soft pop. The tall boy immediately sits up straight, clears his throat twice, and becomes serious again. Anyway, a first year couldn't possibly have that level of control to shape psychic power into a blade for attack. That's an advanced skill. Many upperclassmen haven't mastered it, let alone a first year still in his psychic development phase. We didn't even take Yi-Yun seriously. They should be left for the juniors graduating in the coming years to worry about. The babyface sitting next to him nods in agreement, arms crossed. Suddenly, April stops tilting his chair and leans forward to join the discussion. I wasn't unprepared at the time. Everyone at the conference table looks at him. He made such an obvious appearance then. I thought it was a trap set by the other side. I'm confident in myself, but I never underestimate Yi He. So, I faced him at my peak. I even used my psychic power, but it had no effect whatsoever. He didn't seem to feel my attack at all. Instead, I was the one who suffered an attack from him. A girl raises her hand to speak. If we assume the other party is problematic, perhaps we can consider another angle. What if, precisely because he's a first year without good control, he attacked April and exposed himself? Others nod in agreement. A B-rank psychic level is also easy to explain. To prevent other academies from poaching him, they might have registered the S-rank freshman as an A or B rank. They could correct it during the secondary registration after his developmental period ends. This has happened before. Glasses Guy pushes up his glasses, making the final decision as the commander. Better safe than sorry. An S rank who can freely wield psychic power has too great an impact on the battle's outcome. We'll proceed with the assumption that he is a secret weapon when formulating our plans. But everyone, don't be too tense. Even if he is an S rank, he's just a first year. Even if he can display some capability, he holds little advantage compared to a seasoned fighter like April. He's Yi He's younger brother, so turning him to our side is not an option. It would also expose the information we already have. He flips open the document in his hand, speaking methodically. Therefore, I hope to neutralize their ace right at the start of the league. The Military Academy League is about to begin. Please make your preparations. Boarding will commence in 20 minutes. The league's battlefield is on a small planetoid near the imperial capital. It features complex terrain with basically every type of landscape, meeting various tactical needs. Usually used for military exercises, it is permanently garrisoned by troops. Along with the academy-wide announcement, every student's terminal receives the information. Yi-Yun is still in the dormitory. Hearing the announcement, he isn't in a hurry, but Yi-Mo beside him stands up and moves to the door. Seeing Yi-Yun not moving, Yi-Mo stands there, looking at him. The students have been preparing since morning. Both of them are already wearing the 1st Military Academy's standard combat uniforms. Yi-Yun pats the chair beside him. What's the rush? Sit down. First, let's give you today's injection. As soon as Emo sits down, Yian holds his shoulder, moves behind him, and attaches several small vials one by one to the area just below the nape of his neck. Upon attachment, microneedles extend from inside the vials, injecting the medicinal liquid into Emo. His movements are swift and practiced, quickly administering all the medication. If Emo did it himself, he'd take forever because he's scared of needles. Yian throws all the empty vials on the table into the trash bin beside it, then takes a cotton swab to press against the slightly bleeding needle punctures. I've placed the medication for other days in the dormitory refrigerator. You know the password. The League will last several days. During that time, aside from issued supplies, you can't bring anything. To avoid interfering with the medication schedule, Big Brother said you'll be pulled from the League on the second day. You'll administer it yourself then. Yian quickly packs everything up and reaches out to Emo. Let's go. The Military Academy League is about to start. When they go outside, several warships are already lined up neatly in front of 4 clearly demarcated groups. The combat uniforms of the 4 academies are different, with slightly varying colors, making them easy to distinguish. At the front of each group stands their respective chief commander. Yian pulls Emo to the back of the 1st Military Academy's formation and blends in. He arrived long ago and stands at the very front as the chief commander. Behind him are, in order, the mecha pilots, infantry, communications personnel, medics, and others. First years haven't chosen their majors yet and are all assigned to the General Infantry Unit, including Yian. The General Infantry Unit consists entirely of first years who haven't chosen a major. They have only a superficial understanding of everything. As infantry, they can't match the upperclassmen and are generally used as cannon fodder, mostly just to make up numbers. Except for the particularly outstanding or lucky few who manage to survive until the end and make a name for themselves, most are basically eliminated within half a day. How long they survive mainly depends on when the chief commander decides to use them. But with so many people present, everyone formally dressed in combat uniforms, the atmosphere is intense. The academies view each other with mutual disdain, the air thick with hostility. Even the rookie first years at the back shoot deadly glares at students from neighboring academies. Although he had already decided to just be there for the ride, Emo is swept up in the tension. He had inquired with senior students earlier. He heard that if you're eliminated by gunfire, it doesn't hurt at all. But if you're unlucky enough to get into hand-to-hand combat, it's miserable, you might get beaten up. Yian gives Emo a light push. Boarding has started. Don't space out. Emo quickens his pace to catch up with the line, becoming unusually talkative. I'm a bit nervous. One of my seniors said if you're unlucky, you get beaten up. Yun is dismissive. What's there to be nervous about? Follow me, and who would dare beat you? If you're really worried, I'll pick my moment to come back and shoot you, taking you out. About 10 minutes after they board the warship, it lands. This small planetoid has well-equipped facilities, allowing direct landing at a ground base without needing to jump from the warship. The warship fits seamlessly into a bird's nest-shaped structure. The hatch opens, and students proceed down the gangway in an orderly manner. Outside the warship is a circular concourse, with the warship landed at its center. During combat operations, this will serve as the base for the 1st Military Academy. Several instructors were stationed outside, and among them was a familiar face, Aaron. Once everyone had exited the warship and taken their positions, Aaron commanded. Commander, step forward. He took a step forward. He had already donned his commander's uniform, a metal pin to his chest. His boots clicked crisply against the floor, and his cape swayed slightly with his movement. During combat, warships are not permitted. Mechs may be used, but only for mech-to-mech engagements or suppressive fire. Direct physical attacks on personnel using mechs are prohibited. All other tactics are authorized. Understood? He locked eyes with the instructor and responded loudly, understood. Excellent. As you all should know, His Majesty is also present here, observing from the command tower. For His Majesty, secure victory. He was the first to salute. The Empire's glory endures forever, and Grath is immortal. The students of the 1st Military Academy immediately followed their commander's lead, saluting in unison and thundering back. The Empire's glory endures forever, and Grath is immortal. Chapter 23. Chapter 23. The League had not yet officially begun. He stood in the base's command center with his entire command team, quietly waiting. Countless surveillance drones hovered above the battlefield, observing every corner and transmitting captured footage back to the command tower. Inside the command tower, several monitoring officers were adjusting the surveillance feeds to obtain the most accurate feedback. Norton Grass was also present in the command room. He sat at the head of the conference table, flanked on either side by various corps commanders, cabinet ministers, and even idle nobles like Kevin Greenton, who held titles but little responsibility. It was hard to imagine that a small inter-academy league had gathered most of the Empire's influential figures. As usual, Secretary General Lin Huixian stood to one side, while a guard stood on the other, his lower face obscured by a metal mask and a sword at his waist. Once all the systems were adjusted and everything was ready, Secretary General Lin leaned down slightly and whispered, "Your Majesty, it is time to announce the start." Norton Grass opened his eyes. His psychic energy instantly transmitted like an electric current to every base. Norton Grass's psychic power was even capable of issuing commands directly across star systems. Over this short distance, the time required was almost negligible. Almost simultaneously, the screens on the command consoles in every base darkened. Swords and flames intertwined, forming the Empire's emblem. Everyone in the base command center stopped what they were doing and saluted the sword and flame emblem. Immediately afterward, Norton Grass's voice resonated in the command rooms of every base. The command was formal and concise, just like countless orders he had given before. "Raise the banners." Yes. A few seconds later, the screens returned to normal, and everyone sprang into action. The bases were swiftly taken over, and the command centers began operating immediately. He sat at the central command console. His psychic energy connected to the command room's terminal, ensuring every channel was unobstructed. Then, he began processing information and issuing commands at incredible speed. Logistics and medical teams started inventorying supplies and reporting them. Weapons were distributed. Rows of mecha units opened their hatches. Students from the mecha department stood on top of their mechas, hands behind their backs, awaiting orders, ready to connect their psychic energy to the machines. Yi Yun and Yi Mo also put on their combat helmets, picked up their weapons, and split into squads, standing by. The helmets were connected to the base command center and would receive commands at any time. They also contained auxiliary processing devices. Pulling down the visor allowed for calculations and analysis. With the helmet on and the visor down, only the nose and chin remained visible. Within minutes, squads of soldiers or mechas filed out from the base exits. They then moved purposefully in the directions ordered by their commanders, either to set up ambushes or launch attacks. Yi Mo and Yi Yun had no tasks for the moment. They were with the first-year squad, standing by at an exit. In the command room, several commanders were quickly reviewing the terrain information and other data being fed back. "The situation isn't very favorable for us. There's little cover near the base, meaning we can't set up sniper positions. There's a forest to the east, but a river separates us from the enemy base. The river conditions are unclear, we don't know if it can be crossed on foot. From the photos fed back, I see rescue robots at intervals along the riverbank. The river might be quite deep. How about sending out the first years as a vanguard? Test if they can cross the river and also get a rough idea of the enemy's firepower coverage." They quickly submitted an application through the system to the chief commander. He had his eyes closed, his psychic energy connected to the command room terminal as he worked on basic deployments. Nevertheless, he quickly approved the application and specifically assigned the task to the squad containing Yi Mo and Yi Yun. Although Yi Yun had always wanted to stay in the league longer, Yi Mo needed his daily injection. Just in case, it was better to get Yi Mo out as soon as possible. How long Yi Yun could stay would depend on his own abilities. Sending first years on such missions was a tactic only permissible in simulated battles. In real warfare, one couldn't treat soldiers so casually. However, in simulated battles, using first years for these purposes had become an unspoken rule. After all, first years were still in their psychic development phase. They had no advantage in strength, lacked tactical discipline, and couldn't pilot mechas. Sending them out meant they couldn't fight effectively, and keeping them in the base only consumed supplies. So, they were quickly used as bait or reconnaissance troops. At a certain base exit, Yi Yun sat leaning against the wall, holding his gun. Yi Mo sat beside him, surrounded by a group of about a dozen companions. They were clearly excited, just squatting at the base entrance was thrilling enough. They were chattering away. Yi Mo also leaned in, listening to their conversation. "Did you know? Seniors say that after we die, an audio clip plays in our headphones. It goes, "The Empire will raise its banners for your sacrifice." And it's the Emperor's voice. That's so cool. Does that mean we definitely didn't die in vain? I really want to try it right now. Me too. I wonder when we'll get our orders. I hope we don't end up like some seniors from last year, just hiding in the base until the end. As soon as the last sentence was spoken, all conversation suddenly stopped. The built-in headphones in everyone's helmets simultaneously transmitted a command from the command center. Mission: cross the river to the east. Install information-gathering devices and return. Proceed immediately. The group stood up. Yi Yan got up, went forward, and shouldered an information-gathering device. A few others also voluntarily picked up devices. The nearby exit slowly opened. Yi Yan thought for a moment, then took the device off his back and handed it to Emo. "You carry it." Then he raised the machine gun slung across his body and said loudly, "Those carrying devices, stay in the middle. The rest, provide cover." The previously loose squad became slightly more organized following Yi Yan's words. Emo and the others carrying devices were surrounded in the middle of the formation. Yi Yan walked at the front. The small squad advanced toward the river to the east. Command center of the 2nd Military Academy. The glasses guy hadn't connected his psychic energy to the command center. Connecting meant information streams would flow directly into the brain. Processing that much information while rapidly formulating deployment plans, the glasses guy admitted he didn't have that capability yet. In fact, although every command room was equipped with terminals for psychic connection, few chief commanders used this method for command. While this direct connection method was much more efficient for obtaining information and allowed direct orders to squads, the brain's thinking ability inevitably slowed under the onslaught of massive information streams. The glasses guy admired Yi for being able to do it, but he himself preferred the traditional method. Although his personal ability might not match Yi's, the results achieved were the same. He might have many shortcomings, but he had many excellent companions who would compensate for them. Issue an order to all teams: if you encounter a first-year squad, do not attack immediately. First, report to the command room and await further instructions before acting. The glasses guy then checked the real-time information fed back by various squads. The earliest squad we sent out has already encountered an attack. The pace is really fast. At this rate, this match might end sooner than I imagined. The companion beside him looked serious. Barring any surprises, this likely means he has almost completed his deployment. He's always avoided head-on fights before his setup is finished. Yi's personality is sometimes contradictory. He's aggressive during attacks, yet excessively cautious during the initial deployment. Glasses guy disagreed. You're mistaken. Yi's personality has always been consistent. He's cautious even during attacks, it's just that the action looks wild, making him appear aggressive. But he always chooses the method that minimizes his own side's casualties. Last year, the team he led even had over half of the first-year students survive, despite them being the hardest to deploy effectively. He's not so much aggressive as he is averse to unnecessary casualties and waste. These specifics hadn't been made public before, and the expressions of the people around him visibly grew more serious. Glasses guy leaned back in his chair, staying perfectly calm. There's no need to be too pessimistic. The various majors at the 1st and 2nd military academies are fairly evenly matched. Besides, we still have April. At least for now, the odds are in our favor more than Yi's. The scales of victory are still tilted toward us. This time, let's give it our all and try to knock him off his pedestal. As he processed information, Glasses guy continued. We've studied at the academy for 6 years and sweated for 6 years, all for today. I hope that when we finish, each of us can say, I've given it my all, I have no regrets regarding any of my soldiers, and I have no regrets. Everyone in the command room chorused affirmed yes. The faint panic and tension that had begun to spread in the command room was wiped away in an instant. The scenes from both command rooms were transmitted to the command tower. Several corps commanders and cabinet ministers were already murmuring amongst themselves. Both commanders' initial performances were winning approval. The chief commander of the 1st Military Academy is truly remarkable. Indeed, his name is Yi, the eldest son of Commander Yi. It seems the Yi family has a worthy successor. It's a shame his psychic ability hasn't broken through to S rank. The 2nd Military Academy does have an S rank, but he specializes in mecha combat and command is his weak point. Although his future is bright, still. If S-rank psychic ability were applied to command, its impact would be far greater than in individual mecha combat. He could still serve as a sharp blade for the Empire. Speaking of which, the Second Academy's chief commander actually has decent ability and a good mindset. With more tempering, he'd be a promising talent too. It's just unfortunate he encountered Yi He. He's destined to be overshadowed. Otherwise, in any other year, he could have stood out as the top. Yi Ziyuan was also present, seated toward the middle lower part of the conference table. Some nearby, knowing Yi He was his eldest son, had already begun offering early congratulations. Yi Ziyuan kept a stern, handsome expression as he thanked them, then, whether out of politeness or genuine belief, replied that Yi He still had a long way to go, even listing points to support his claim. Kevin Greenton didn't have such reservations. He wanted to give the Yi family a boost, and the Yi children were truly outstanding. He directly praised Yi He to Norton Grass, who was not far away. Your Majesty, the chief commander of the First Military Academy is Yi He, Commander Ye's child, whom I mentioned. His second son is also excellent, named Yi Yun, likely a first year. During the last incident with the freshman, he confronted the king insect directly. Norton Grass rested his head on his hand absent-mindedly, watching the footage, seeming interested. I remember. There was a child with decent psychic ability who got entangled by the king insect and sent a distress signal to me. Secretary General Lin, perceptive as ever, pointed out the surveillance feed from Yi Yun's side and zoomed in closer. Your Majesty, the one at the front should be Yi Yun. In the surveillance footage, everyone in the squad wore helmets, making their faces indistinguishable. Identities could only be inferred from the positioning devices on each student. Yi Yun was leading a first-year squad toward the river. In the middle were several soldiers carrying equipment, and the entire team looked quite organized. Yi Ziyuan, seated further back at the conference table, felt his hands on his knees tremble slightly. Others might not recognize them, but after watching them for so many years, he could tell at a glance that the one at the front was Yi Yun, and the one in the middle of the squad carrying the backpack was Yi Mo. Chapter 24. Chapter 24. Yi Mo followed closely behind Yi Yun. Information constantly updated on his lens display, but he ignored it all, keeping his gaze fixed tightly on Yi Yun's back. The squad progressed smoothly and soon reached the riverbank. Up ahead, Yi Yun suddenly stopped. He raised a hand in a signal, indicating a situation. There was a boat on the river. On this side, there was still some jungle cover, but the opposite bank offered almost no concealment. They could faintly make out figures on the other side as well. The team immediately dispersed and sought cover, beginning to scout the nearby terrain. The information processing devices on their helmets transmitted the images each person saw to the squad channel, which were then compiled into a composite map. A few minutes later, they regrouped. The river was broad with a relatively swift current. They could probably swim it. Further downstream, a cliff formed a waterfall. Can we go around it? Yi Yun quickly vetoed it. No. First, the enemy base is downstream on the opposite bank. Downstream is the waterfall, so crossing there is out of the question. Second, there's no cover on the opposite bank. Upstream, only this spot has a small patch of cover. That's likely why they placed a sentry point here. If it were me, I'd have the riverbank under constant surveillance. They'd spot us the moment we crossed. Their auxiliary gear gives them a long visual range. We'd have to circle around a good distance, which would burn through most of our stamina. Also, when moving from there towards the enemy base, we'd still risk being discovered. After some discussion, the squad decided on a direct assault. Yi Yun said in a low voice. We'll split into two teams. One team will draw their attention, while the other seizes the chance to cross the river. Once we get past that open area, there's a patch of woods over there. Get in there, set up the device, and we win. Alright, those with excellent grades in both combat and shooting classes, take one step forward. The overall quality of this squad was quite good, they were all top performers in their grade. Almost everyone stepped forward, leaving only Yi Mo and a few others standing in place, making them stand out conspicuously. Yi Yun paused. Those with good grades stepped forward. This time, everyone except Yi Mo stepped forward. Yi Yun. Yi Yun pulled Yi Mo over. I thought you'd at least be good. Didn't father beat you when you brought home your report cards before? Yi Mo seemed bewildered. No, I passed. Father even praised me. Tisk, we'll talk about it later. Yi Yun let him go. Those with excellent grades in both subjects, come with me to cross the river for the surprise attack. The rest of you, secure the equipment. Wait for our signal, then cross the river during the chaos, going around from the side. He slung his rifle over his shoulder and took one last look back at Yemo. Stay hidden. Don't get beaten up while I'm gone. In the command center of the 2nd Military Academy. Glasses guys suddenly looked up. A team has reported encountering a first-year squad. They've crossed the river, southeast of the base. Several members of the command team looked up. Was there no interception? There was, but they seem to have broken through the defense line. Generally speaking, they don't pose much of a threat. Any department squad could wipe them out easily. Rookies are often reckless. First years never follow the usual patterns. Sometimes, if there's a reliable person in the team, they might accidentally break through the defense line, but it still poses little threat. A babyface nearby voiced everyone's concern. But the unusual part is the confirmed S-grade among them. The atmosphere in the command room grew heavy for a moment. The activities in both base command rooms were being closely monitored. Discussions also started in the command tower. 1st Military Academy has another S-grade. How did the principal keep it so secret? Looks like a first year. Probably afraid of being poached by other academies. Wasn't the 2nd Academy's S-grade originally supposed to go to 1st Academy? This is getting interesting. As the old saying goes, only an S-grade can eliminate another S-grade. Could it be Yi Yun? Those two Yi kids are really something. Ahem, except the younger one is still a bit immature. Glasses Guy's command team had previously discussed how to deal with that potential S-grade and had simulated various scenarios many times. The optimal response for preserving their strength was to have April, who was also an S-grade but fully matured, lead the mecha team in a full-force attack to quickly eliminate the opponent from the battle. Unfortunately, April was currently on the opposite bank of the river, engaged in combat with an enemy squad. Even if he rushed over immediately, it would take time. Should we stall them until April arrives, or launch a heavy firepower attack directly? The longer we stall, the more dangerous it becomes. A direct attack, honestly, I'm a bit hesitant. Right now, they seem like they're waiting for us to attack. If we didn't know the details of this group of first years beforehand, I'd launch an attack directly. But now, knowing there's an S-grade among them, combined with Yi He's style, it's hard not to suspect there might be some trap. Glasses Guy adjusted his glasses. Perhaps we can deploy a mental stimulant on them. Mental stimulants are military supplies, mostly used for prolonged operations. They effectively stimulate a soldier's fatigued mental energy from prolonged use, greatly benefiting mental energy with no side effects. Drugs targeting mental energy are all expensive to produce. Only the wealthy Glan's empire would use such costly drugs in simulated battlefields. Why deploy this on the enemy? This is our military supply. We don't have much ourselves, only allocated a portion to the elite of the mecha department. Glasses Guy remained calm. Misappropriating such supplies required authorization not only from the chief commander but also from a deputy commander. Unlike Yi He, who only gave auxiliary calculation authority to one deputy, Glasses Guy had given deputy commander authority to several members of his command team back then. Yi He's deputy commander had been following Yi He for a very long time and almost never questioned Yi He's orders. Yi He never had to worry about whether an order that seemed somewhat absurd would be executed. Even when questioned, Glasses Guy didn't get angry, explaining methodically to his comrades. Have you all forgotten? Even if the opponent is likely an S-grade, he's only a first year. His control is far inferior to April's. A mental stimulant would be like adding wings to a tiger for the already mature April. But for a first year with currently very weak control, A grades and B grades might be disoriented for a while before recovering. But S grades are different. They already constantly bear the burden of immense mental energy. You've all seen April during his first year. Mental energy increases exponentially with each grade. Their burden is beyond our imagination. April's performance back then was even worse than a B grade. If our estimation is correct, the mental stimulant will directly cripple his combat ability. After that, we can launch a high firepower attack to eliminate the opponent from the field. A member of the command team suddenly sighed. Every opponent only knows the 2nd Academy has an S-grade, thinking that as long as they contain our S-grade, everything's fine. They really should learn about the 2nd Academy's chief commander too. Glasses Guy smiled. The person who probably understands me best is He. Although I'm not too keen on him understanding me. Alright, enough time has passed. So, Deputy Commanders, please proceed with the approval. I approve. Approved. The order was promptly issued, and several squads carrying psychic stimulants set out to encircle the first-year squad nearby. Yi Mo's team had a simple task, but its success hinged entirely on Yi Yun's team. All they had to do was swim across the river carrying the devices and then book it. After Yi Mo and the others successfully hid in the woods and installed the devices, they regrouped. Their hearts were still pounding, and it all felt unreal. We actually pulled it off. What do we do now? Wait for them to come and take us out. By my count, I should be dead already. This is pathetic. At the very least, we should get a few kills to even the score. Let's charge into their base and take down a few first. Another companion sighed. Quit bickering. We'll probably get wiped out first. Let's try contacting the remaining team members first. No telling how many are left. As he spoke, he began contacting each person in the team one by one. Yi Mo had been silent all along, but now he was also staring intently at the team channel page. They all knew that the other team's mission was akin to a suicide squad, with a very low survival rate. Although all the first years were treating it like a game, especially Yi Mo, who was hoping for a quick and painless exit from the moment he stepped in, the tension was getting to them now. After trying to contact several people with no response, Yi Yun replied immediately. 2 survivors left. Send me your location. I'll head over right away. At the same time, the enemy squads carrying psychic stimulants were gradually closing in. In the command tower. Yi Ziyuan had been staring intently at the screen showing Yi Mo. Suddenly, he stood up. Your Majesty, my youngest child, Yi Mo. I request that he be pulled from the competition early. Yi Ziyuan had always maintained a low profile among the corps commanders. Aside from official duties, he was a man of few words and was not one to spoil his children. Everyone stopped their discussions and turned to look at him. He's had health problems since birth. His health has always been relatively weak, and now he's in the developmental stage of his mental energy, which is also very unstable. He has been undergoing treatment. A colleague beside him tried to reassure him. There's no need to worry, Commander Yi. The stimulants are harmless. Even for children in the mental energy development phase, there are no side effects afterward, they'll just feel lousy for a bit. Kevin Greenton coughed and chimed in to support him. Your Majesty, as you know, that child once received treatment under my care. I remember. That timid little mouse, no, perhaps even more timid than a mouse, would freeze in place when frightened. As soon as Norton Grass spoke, everyone fell silent, awaiting his decision. Get the doctors ready. Whether anything happens or not, the Grass family doctors will examine and treat him until he recovers. The first sentence was addressed to Secretary General Lin, and the second to Yi Ziyuan. The doctors here naturally referred to the medical team dedicated to serving Grass, essentially representing the pinnacle of the Empire's medical capabilities. This meant that Grass's medical team could treat Yi Mo, a much more substantial offer than merely agreeing to let him withdraw. Secretary General Lin bowed slightly. Right away, Your Majesty. A few seconds later, Yi Ziyuan finally sat down. He clenched and unclenched his fists. He took a deep breath, his voice slightly hoarse. Thank you, Your Majesty. Chapter 25. Chapter 25. Several squads split up and began tightening the encirclement after identifying the enemy. Yi Mo was lying flat in the grass, staying in place with his teammates as they waited to link up with Yi Yun and the others. By the time he noticed some odd movement nearby, it was already too late. We seem to be surrounded. There are clearly people to my front right. Yi Yun, don't come over here. Keep your distance. Copy that. After Yi Yun responded, the others started to discuss their options. There are people behind me too. Can we still turn back? How about we just stay put and wait to get taken out? Yi Mo thought the same. It was better to get eliminated while the enemy still had ammunition, at least they wouldn't get pummeled. Everyone thought this made sense, so no one moved. They waited for a while. Why haven't they made a move yet? Isn't this encirclement tight enough? Maybe we should shoot first. Just as this message was sent in the squad channel, there was finally some movement. Smoke grenades mixed with psychic stimulants were thrown over. One rolled right next to Emo. Emo took a quick look at it, quickly covered his mouth and nose, and rolled away. Smoke grenades usually also contain tear gas, something he'd been trained for in class. But the rapidly billowing smoke wasn't causing any discomfort. Instead, he caught a whiff of a fresh scent. Puzzled, Emo lowered his hand from his face. What was this? Toxic agents weren't permitted in simulated battlefields. As he wondered about this, Emo continued crawling forward, moving to the side. Suddenly, he stopped, trembling as he arched his body. He couldn't suppress a muffled groan, curling into a ball. It felt as if all the blood in his body was about to ignite. In reality, like a porcelain doll unable to withstand a heavy blow, his body began to crack like fractured ceramic, wounds appearing one after another. Blood soaked through his black combat suit. But the pain in his head was too intense, so overwhelming he couldn't spare a thought for the wounds on his body. His immense psychic power also grew restless, stirring and seething. It relentlessly taxed his body, utterly indifferent to whether its host could endure it. When it reached a critical point, the excruciating pain stopped. The immense psychic power finally broke free from its restraints. Held back for so long by various medications, this eruption was far more violent than previous ones. It rapidly swept across the entire battlefield, centered on Emo. Emo slowly released his hands from his head, and his body gradually relaxed. It wasn't that the pain had vanished, rather, his consciousness was infinitely diluted by the vast psychic power. He hadn't lost consciousness, but his senses and emotions felt infinitely blunted. In an instant, both bases were paralyzed. The central AI stopped its calculations, and the command rooms abruptly went offline. The man with glasses looked up, his face showing surprise. What's going on? Yee's psychic power was forcibly expelled. He was slumped over the command console, breathing heavily, sweat dripping from his chin. He fought through the pain. Driven out by someone. What was happening? An enemy attack? No, impossible. His Majesty was here today. Who else could rival Grass in psychic power? Emo's psychic power continued to rampage across the entire battlefield. The command tower was the only place unaffected. All surveillance systems were still operational. Norton Grass's psychic power protected this place. Everyone in the command tower began whispering excitedly. This scale. S rank. Definitely an S rank. And it seems quite aggressive, a good candidate for infiltration and sabotage. With proper training, they could crush their way across a battlefield. A very powerful S rank. Pity they're still in the developmental stage and not very stable. Otherwise, First Military Academy would have this in the bag. Both bases are paralyzed, right? The destructive capability is too pronounced. Once they get past the developmental stage, they should be able to surpass April. There were differences even among S ranks. Currently, Norton Grass stood at the very top. On the screen, blood began to seep from the corner of Emo's mouth, a sign that his body was being pushed to its limit by the immense psychic power. Secretary General Lin was already contacting Grass's medical team, preparing to have them on standby. Norton Grass could sense Emo's psychic power probing, trying to invade the command tower. It was like a little kitten baring its milk teeth, not much skill, but plenty of attitude. Its owner had such a gentle temperament, yet the psychic power was so aggressive. Unlike the last time, in a life-or-death crisis when his body instinctively released psychic power to seek help, which only required stopping the outward diffusion and guiding it back, this time, Emo's psychic power was completely out of control. Norton Grass didn't forcibly expel it. Instead, he patiently used his own psychic power to slowly envelop and contain Emo's out-of-control energy. Near the command tower, Emo's psychic power moved as if through water. No matter which direction it went, movement became laborious. Sometimes, if it thrashed too violently, it would be pushed back by a not-too-gentle wave. Norton Grass's psychic power continued to spread. He intended to completely envelop Emo's psychic power. But aside from containing it, there wasn't much else he could do. Apart from forcibly destroying it, he couldn't enter the other's psychic domain to perform psychic soothing. Only a psychic tranquilizer or the psychic power of a parent could properly soothe out-of-control psychic power. Suddenly, Norton Grass opened his eyes, sat up straight, his gaze icy. The low whispers in the command tower vanished in an instant. An eerie silence fell over the room. Emo's psychic power had previously covered the entire battlefield. Everyone within that range had felt it, Yi-Mo's restless, destructive psychic power. Then, in an instant, it suddenly calmed. What shocked them even more was that His Majesty and that child's psychic powers had entered a state of resonance. In this state, parent and child could mutually open their psychic domains to each other for psychic soothing. They naturally understood what this meant. Almost everyone present had either performed psychic soothing for their child during their developmental stage or received it from their own parents during their own. Everyone understood what this implied. That child was a grass. Yi-Mo's psychic power gradually grew peaceful. Almost instantly, the pain also diminished to a bearable level. The wounds on his body stopped spreading. As his psychic power slowly retreated back into its domain, Yi-Mo finally emerged from that state of being conscious yet unable to control himself. The headache ceased, though his body still trembled occasionally from the lingering aftershocks of pain. The psychic soothing continued. Once this process began, it had to be completed. Yi-Mo lay on the grass, breathing lightly. Uncontrollably, fragmented images appeared before his eyes. Sometimes it was inside a palace, seemingly at dusk with dim lighting. Norton Grass stood before the throne, a sword in hand, thrusting it into the person seated there. Yi-Mo felt like he was very close. He could see that the person on the throne also had black hair and black eyes, with attire and appearance somewhat similar to His Majesty, except the other seemed older. The elder's lips moved, as if saying something. Yi-Mo only saw blood gush forth as soon as his mouth opened. Yi-Mo clearly heard His Majesty say, "Rest assured, Father. I will sever the grass bloodline. I will kill them with my own hands." As he spoke the last sentence, Yi-Mo met His Majesty's gaze. He involuntarily took a step back. For a moment, it felt as if his own chest had been pierced, and pain began to spread. "I'm going to die," he thought inexplicably. The psychic domain is intimately connected to the cerebral domain. During psychic soothing, both the soother and the soothed inevitably catch fleeting, fragmented glimpses of each other's memories. This is one key reason psychic tranquilizers are so widely adopted, not merely for their convenience. After just a few sessions of psychic soothing, nearly every family opts for psychic tranquilizers, as neither parents nor their adult children wish to expose their private lives. After Yi-Mo's psychic energy withdrew from the base, both bases resumed normal operations. The screens in the command room flickered back to life, reassembling into the Grath emblem. Gradually, all systems across the base returned to full functionality. Yi-He sank back into the terminal seat and swiftly re-established his psychic link. Fortunately, Yi-Mo was still wearing his helmet. Yi-He traced the psychic signature directly to its source, Yi-Mo. The instant he confirmed the identity, Yi-He connected all the pieces. Grath, it was truly Grath. They actually had the audacity. The youngest son of the Grath family had narrowly escaped a massacre years ago, fleeing for months before finally being captured in a remote star system. Every family that aided his escape or offered him shelter, each numbering in the hundreds, was executed without exception. Especially now, given that this incident directly implicated His Majesty's immediate bloodline. Yi-He clicked his tongue in rare irritation, a flicker of emotion he would normally never permit himself to show. Yet at that moment, frustration surged within him. The situation had grown perilous. He should have uncovered the truth much earlier. Everything ought to remain under his absolute control. Left to him, such a vulnerability would never have arisen. Still, he discarded that unproductive line of thought without hesitation. Setting aside extraneous details, he began thinking with razor-sharp speed. Regardless of the facts or the perpetrator's identity, the Yi family was already entangled. Unless something unforeseen occurred, they faced grave danger. Yi-Mo would likely not be spared either. After all, His Majesty had sworn to eradicate the Grath bloodline, and he had done exactly that. Yi-He rapidly assessed their predicament. He drew a deep breath, his gaze hardening with resolve. At the very least, he had to attempt extracting Yi-Yun and Yi-Mo from beneath the overwhelming psychic presence of His Majesty. One final time, as commander. Victory meant survival. Yi-He assumed full command of the base, now restored to his authority, and issued rapid, precise orders, recalling troops he'd already deployed. The command room of the 2nd Military Academy also rebooted. Chaos erupted in the command center as personnel debated the unknown Grath resonance. What's happening? Are we about to welcome a new prince or princess? The resonance field is enormous, truly staggering. Another officer wore a troubled expression, clearly recalling His Majesty's past actions and modus operandi. Not necessarily. His Majesty was exceptional even among the Graph, commanding unwavering loyalty from his subjects. Yet when he severed the Graph line, it sent shockwaves throughout the Empire and dominated galactic discourse for years. Glasses Guy stared at his screen, which continuously updated with fresh data. Only when numerous units under Yi He's command began actively revealing their positions and withdrawing did he realize those areas had been occupied by concealed troops all along. What were they doing there? When had they arrived? It was inconceivable. So many forces simultaneously abandoned their ambushes and assaults, retreating regardless of tactical cost. The moment they exposed themselves, all he felt was dread. Glasses Guy suddenly inhaled deeply and slumped in relief. This, perhaps, was Yi He, an A-rank psychic capable of holding his own against S-rank adversaries. Meanwhile, Yi He contacted Yi Yun immediately. Yi Yun leaned against a dirt embankment, gazing up at the psychic resonance unfolding across the battlefield. He'd just been exchanging idle chatter with his sole remaining companion when Yi He's transmission cut through. Big brother. Who's His Majesty resonating with? The resonance spanned an impossibly vast area. Yi He interrupted, issuing rapid-fire commands. Go find Yi Mo, immediately, and retreat with him. Cross the river and head west. I've positioned a warship there to extract you. If you succeed, destroy the ship's psychic interface and switch to manual piloting. That would prevent His Majesty's psychic energy from forcibly seizing control. But even if they managed liftoff, Graph legions were stationed across the planet, and orbital ports lay beyond. Even under ideal conditions, they were dangerously close to the imperial capital, escaping the Empire's borders would be near impossible. The odds were abysmal, but inaction guaranteed death. After delivering the instructions, Yi Yun remained momentarily stunned. He blinked blankly. What? You still don't understand? The figure above the battlefield, resonating with His Majesty, that's Yi Mo. No time for explanations. I don't know the full details either, but this involves the Graph. If we don't flee now, not a single member of the Yi family will survive. For a heartbeat, Yi Yun panicked. He opened his mouth to ask about Mrs. Yi, but bit his lip and swallowed the question. In truth, both he and Yi He already knew the answer. Yi He instantly transmitted coordinates to Yi Yun. Yi Yun was already on his feet, moving swiftly toward Yi Mo's location. If we fail. Yi He sighed softly. Both knew the chances were vanishingly slim. Then we fall together. Chapter 26. Chapter 26. As he ran, Yi Yun followed Yi He's orders, destroying his positioning device and discarding unnecessary equipment and burdens, including his weapons. The ammo they held was non-lethal, so there was no point keeping it. Several machines still circled over the entire battlefield, constantly monitoring the situation and feeding information back to the command tower. Originally a layer of protection for the students' lives, they had now become an obstacle. Yi Yun suddenly stopped, his boots gouging a deep mark on the ground. He hid behind a rock and peered out, carefully scanning for the monitor overhead. There were monitors ahead and to the right. Not bothering to wipe the sweat from his forehead, he dodged the monitor, rolled left, and charged directly into the forest. He was less likely to be spotted in the woods. After running some distance, he stopped. The information on his glasses showed he was now at the coordinates Yi He had given. Yi Yun anxiously scanned his surroundings but didn't spot Yi Mo. Dense bushes and grass obstructed his view. Yi Mo. Yi Mo. He paused when he saw the gradually spreading bloodstain in the puddle to his right, then lunged towards the bushes behind the puddle. Yi Mo was kneeling behind the bushes, a complete mess. Besides the blood, his face was streaked with mud. His head was slightly tilted back, his eyes seemingly unfocused. He was quiet, unnervingly quiet. Only when Yi Yun rushed over and hugged him did he move slightly, lowering his head to rest his chin on Yi Yun's shoulder, as if his consciousness had finally returned. Brother. This brother was so faint that Yi Yun almost didn't hear it. Yi Yun spoke urgently. Yi Mo, it's okay. Now, while no one has noticed, we've got to fall back quickly. Big brother will meet us. Hurry, we. Yi Yun abruptly stopped. Directly in front of him, a hovering monitor was aimed straight at him and Yi Mo. His dagger was made from a material that easily channeled psychic energy, and the distance wasn't far. Yi Yun calmly pulled Yemo up, drew the dagger from his boot, channeled his psychic energy into it, and slashed at the monitor. The monitor immediately emitted a cracking sound, fell from its height, and disappeared into the woods. Let's go. He pulled Yemo and started running. He had already sent the coordinates of the starship. I will buy you 20 minutes. If the resonance ends during this time, I will activate the psychic shielding device the moment it ends to conceal your location. Don't worry, that's enough. With one hand pulling Yemo and the other holding the dagger, Yi Yun destroyed another monitor circling above them. Run. 19 minutes left. After sending this instruction, He severed the connection and destroyed the positioning and communication devices inside Yemo and Yi Yun's helmets. To sow confusion, he scattered his troops across the entire battlefield and also destroyed their communication and positioning devices. He had already severed the connection between the command tower and the base was also sealed. The resonance could not be interrupted until the child's psychic energy was completely soothed and organized. As long as the resonance continued, this place was temporarily safe. If His Majesty released his own psychic energy, he could instantly seize control here, controlling the base and every mech. He had to seize every second. Inside the command tower, a massive wall was covered with screens displaying the battlefield. Now, several of those screens had gone black, and the number was still increasing. Norton Grass sat there, his hand resting on the arm of the chair. The Yi family children, each and every one, are more outstanding than I imagined. No one dared to respond. A dead silence filled the room. Everyone kept their heads down, staring at the desks in front of them, even their breathing softened. Norton Grass tilted his head to the side. The guard beside him, wearing a mask over the lower half of his face, leaned down simultaneously. Yi Ziyuan suddenly stood up and walked step by step to the side of Norton Grass's seat. He first knelt on one knee, then the other, the contact of his boots with the floor making several clacking sounds. He was very close, so close that the officer's sword at his waist was within Norton Grass's reach if he extended his hand. He lowered his head, his hair falling down, exposing his vulnerable neck. This matter was entirely my planning, from beginning to end. My wife, Yi Yun, and including Yemo, knew nothing about it. Your Majesty. Norton Grass interrupted him and continued with his own affairs. Arnold. The person behind Norton Grass, wearing a metal mask over the lower half of his face, stepped forward. The sword he wore and the metal accessories on his person collided, making a loud sound. You go. Arnold was the commander of the Imperial Guard, a sharp sword that had always followed Norton Grass. Every time he acted, he never returned empty-handed. Last time, he brought back the head of the leader of the black market in the Rogue Star sector. Arnold accepted the order and left. Norton Grass then reached out and slowly drew the sword from Yi Ziyuan's waist. Yi Ziyuan kept his head bowed, clenching his fists. 21 seconds. From the moment he interrupted His Majesty's command to the moment the order was reissued, a total of 21 seconds. Run. Use the 21 seconds bought with this life. Run for your lives. The river was just ahead. Without even slowing down, Yi Yun pulled Yemo and jumped in. They had expended too much energy on the way. Now, the current seemed more turbulent than when they crossed the river earlier. The two swam while being uncontrollably carried downstream by the flow. But their hands remained tightly clasped together. By the time they reached the shore, they could clearly hear the waterfall not far away. Yi Yun climbed ashore first and turned back to pull Yemo up. Just as Yemo climbed onto the bank, his gaze went over Yi Yun's shoulder, and his pupils reflected the sharp gleam of a sword blade. With one hand still holding Yemo, Yi Yun spun around violently. He didn't dare hold back, using all his strength. The dagger clashed with the sword, emitting a piercing sound. Yi Yun's heart leaped into his throat. He recognized the other person, the one wearing the half-iron mask, the guard who always followed His Majesty. The sword pressed closer bit by bit. Yi Yun's arm began to tremble from the excessive strain. Gritting his teeth, his eyes fixed unwaveringly on the other's eyes, he let out a low, threatening growl from his throat like a young wolf. The hand holding Yemo had already let go, ready at any moment to push Yemo back into the river. But Yemo behind him suddenly lunged at Arnold, heading straight for the sword blade. Arnold's eyes widened, and he instinctively stepped back, moving the blade away from its path. The dagger slipped from Yi Yun's grip as Yemo continued to lunge toward Arnold, clinging to his neck like a wolf pup locking its jaws on prey. The moment he grabbed Arnold, Yemo seemed to smile, too fleeting for Arnold to catch clearly, but he distinctly heard Yemo whisper softly in his ear. "Got you." The voice was light and devoid of emotion, yet Arnold sensed a vicious edge in it. Before he could react, the two plunged back into the river, swept downstream by the current. Throughout, Yemo never loosened his grip. He clung tightly to Arnold, keeping Arnold pinned as they drifted together with the flow. Arnold kept his sword firmly in hand until he felt someone trying to pry it away. Suddenly realizing what was happening, he saw the water around them was already tinged with red, the strong scent of blood filling his nostrils. Yemo was attempting to seize his sword, but the hilt remained firmly in Arnold's grasp, leaving Yemo to clutch the blade instead. After a moment's hesitation, Arnold released the sword and swiftly grabbed Yemo's wrist, trying to reclaim it. Yemo yielded willingly, but when Arnold reached for his hand, he froze. Yemo's hand was empty. The roar of the water grew louder as they neared the waterfall. Together, they plummeted over the cliff. In that instant of Arnold's hesitation, Yemo kicked hard, separating them. As he fell, he twisted around, drew his dagger, and drove it deep into the cliff face. Still in the co-regulation period, he couldn't use psychic energy for support. It took all his strength to drive the dagger in. Gripping it tightly, he steadied himself against the raging current. Once stable, Yemo glanced down impassively. Arnold could barely move. Yemo's gaze overlapped with his memory of Norton grass. Mixed with the torrent, Arnold plunged straight down the cliff and vanished. As if nothing had happened, Yemo looked up again. His free hand dug deep into the crevices between rocks, and with the dagger's aid, he began climbing upward. Soon, his nails, bearing the strain, started to split and bleed. The wounds on his palms still seeped blood, and the powerful current threatened to wash him away repeatedly. Yet Yemo pressed on like a machine, seemingly feeling no pain or fatigue. As soon as Yemo surfaced, Yi Yun, who had been tracking their movements from the shore, spotted him. Clinging to a vine, Yi Yun reached out a hand. Both were drenched, and tears or water streaked Yi Yun's face indistinguishably. He stood up but didn't pull Yemo to his feet immediately. Instead, he slapped Yemo hard across the face. This is the second time. The blow was so forceful that Yemo's head snapped to the side. It took him a few seconds to recover. Turning back, he seemed to gradually awaken, blinking as he stood there before tears welled up and fell in large drops. Yi Yun roughly wiped them away, saying nothing. Unlike usual, where he'd awkwardly comfort Yemo after provoking him, he simply took Yemo's hand and started running again. Once across the river, the warship came into distant view. Yi Yun quickened his pace, rushing toward it with Yemo. They reached the warship in 16 minutes flat. The hatch was open, closing automatically once they boarded. Yi Yun shouted as he ran. "Brother! Yi-hee! Yi-hee, where are you?" They hurried to the cockpit, but it was empty. Both their communication devices were destroyed. As Yi Yun activated the warship, he used its built-in platform to contact Yi-hee. The connection succeeded. "Yi-hee! Where are you? We'll come get you." Instead of answering, Yi-hee said. 16 minutes. Faster than I expected. Yi-hee. Don't be foolish, Yi Yun. Safe travels. Chapter 27. Chapter 27. Yi-hee terminated the call. Feedback continued to pour in on the screen before him. He had mobilized all 7 warships currently available at the base, some preparing for liftoff, others remaining on standby. These were the base's stockpiled warships, fully armed with live ammunition. Warship 1 is in position. Warship 3 beginning ascent. All 35 members of the squad have dispersed into Zone D. 3 squad members have lost contact. Enemy forces are approaching. Should we evade? Yi-hee acknowledged each report and issued further instructions. To prevent accidents, most of the planetary garrison forces were stationed near the simulated battlefield. From the feedback received, it could be inferred that the command tower had likely reacted by now. The entire battlefield was surrounded, with troops entering and conducting a meticulous search through the jungle. Yi-hee had preemptively destroyed the positioning devices and identity markers of many individuals. Like Yemo and Yi Yun, these people were now effectively invisible in the jungle. Once they donned combat suits and helmets, their identities became impossible to verify. Due to the need to confirm each person's identity individually and ensure the student's safety, the military's progress was slow, and the search was still ongoing. This indicated that the enemy remained uncertain whether Yi Yun and Yi Mo had boarded a warship. Fortunately, they had taken off first. On his end, he could still tie up a portion of the enemy's forces. With limited firepower remaining at the port, these 7 warships, combined with the Empire's reluctance to harm innocent students, gave Yi a 60% chance of breaking through the defensive line. Yet, he remained tense. Once the resonance ended, Norton Grances' psychic abilities could instantly reverse the situation. Yi forced himself to focus on the task at hand. If this was Yi Mo's first experience with resonance, the process would last a long time. Considering the uniquely vast psychic power of the Graf lineage, this duration would be further extended. The best-case scenario was for the resonance to persist throughout this period, lasting until Yi Mo and Yi Yun escaped the Empire and entered the Drifter Star Zone. Only then, due to excessive distance, would the resonance be forcibly severed. If all went smoothly, Yi Mo would likely suffer another period of discomfort afterward. The warship slowly activated, preparing for liftoff, a program Yi had preset long ago. Yi had forcibly cut the comms. Yi Yun stood before the control console, repeatedly pressing buttons in an attempt to re-establish contact. Finally, he stopped his futile efforts and slammed a fist onto the console in frustration. Damn bastard. From the beginning, Yi's commands had been Yi Yun's support, keeping him focused. Yi had always been the one in charge between the two brothers. Yi Yun leaned on the console, head bowed, hair falling to the sides of his face, obscuring his expression. Yi Mo couldn't see his face, only the tears dripping one by one onto the table in front of him. First, he abandoned mom, didn't care about father, and now big brother. Yi Mo suddenly spoke up. Brother. Yi Yun remained still. Yi Mo continued. I want to go back. This time, Yi Yun moved. Without a word, he strode over, forcefully grabbed Yi Mo by the collar, and pinned him against the wall. Now Yi Mo could see clearly, tear tracks were indeed on Yi Yun's face, but they did nothing to make him appear weak. Furious, he stared intently into Yi Mo's eyes, like a lion with its mane bristling, imposing and intimidating. What are you saying? We've abandoned so much. Paid such a high price to escape. Don't you understand? He was almost roaring in Yi Mo's ear. We'll never see mom again. And that useless father, including that meddlesome nuisance Yi. Yi Yun's chest heaved violently, as if he had more to say. But Yi Mo reached out and hugged Yi Yun, resting his chin on Yi Yun's shoulder. Gradually, Yi Yun calmed down a little. Yi Mo was actually at a loss. He kept telling himself internally that this was all because of him, all his fault. His parents and brother were risking their lives for him, and now he was about to waste all their efforts, willfully choosing another path. But he was truly too weak. He already felt suffocated by the weight of it all. Yi Mo sounded like a child who had seen an expensive toy, wanting it but not knowing how to ask. I still want to see mom, and dad, and big brother. Yi Yun's voice also softened. Why don't you understand? Sorry, brother, I'm sorry. Yi Mo knew better than anyone that his voice was trembling as he spoke. He also understood clearly that he had nothing left, nothing more to lose. He pleaded with Yi Yun. I'm sorry, brother. I want to see mom, and dad, and big brother. I also want to see my little garden. Held in Yi Mo's embrace, Yi Yun gradually calmed down. He confirmed once more, it will hurt. Aren't you afraid? I saw it all. When you were little, you'd even secretly cried during shots. Yi Mo said naively, it's okay. I'm not afraid. It'll just hurt for a moment, and it'll be over quickly. If we're lucky, it might not even hurt. Yi Yun, we might only hurt for a moment, but you might not. It will hurt a lot. You'll bleed a lot. All Graths met their end from another Grath, personally by the Emperor's hand. But for him and Yi, still minors, it would be a court trial. If they weren't gunned down immediately, a lethal injection was their likely fate. Yi Yun felt Yi Mo's body tremble. He heard Yi Mo say. I'm sorry, brother. I lied. I'm very afraid of pain, but I'm more afraid of having nothing, treading on the blood of family, painfully and alone surviving in exile, bearing the heavy burden of guilt and self-blame every moment. Yi Mo didn't finish, but Yi Yun understood. Or perhaps, when he made the decision, he felt somewhat lighter than before. Then let's go back. Yi Yun broke free from Yimo's embrace and instead grasped Yimo's hand. And if you say sorry again, I'll hit you. I mean it. Inside the command tower. Norton Grass had stood up, holding Yi Ziyuan's sword, crafted from an expensive material highly conductive to psychic power. The blade was bright and exceptionally sharp, a lethal weapon even without psychic enhancement. Your Majesty. Kevin Greenton suddenly spoke up. Norton Grass halted his movement. Kevin Greenton also stood and walked over to Yi Ziyuan's side, kneeling on one knee. Once the matter is investigated, it won't be too late to deal with everything together. You think I'd let him go? No, Your Majesty. Grindon has always stood by Grath's side. I am not asking for mercy for Grath's enemy, but this does not require Your Majesty's personal intervention. Leave it to the tribunal, Your Majesty. Kevin Grindon was almost pleading. The Grindons had always been loyal. Kevin Grindon's leg was wounded for the Empire, and he was one of the few who dared to step forward despite Norton Grath's wrath. Norton Grath placed the sword on the conference table with a cold, deliberate clatter, then sat back down. I grant it. Soldiers stepped forward to take Yi Ziyuan into custody. On the simulated battlefield, the troops were slowly sweeping through the jungle. The students' positioning devices had all failed, and they thought the troops were the enemy, refusing to come out obediently. Each wore identical combat uniforms, bundled up tightly. They couldn't let the students escape, nor could they harm them, but in the jungle, desperate enemies could emerge at any moment, armed with real weapons. A soldier followed the advancing troops to tighten the encirclement, scared, and complained to his teammate beside him. Has the other base not been retaken yet? What's wrong with their commander? Do we really have to search the entire area? There are still students in the base. We can't force our way in. Keep going, and be careful. Orders are not to harm them. Only a Grath can execute a Grath. The second military academy's base had already been secured, and the students had been withdrawn. However, the first military academy's base had made almost no progress. The students kept changing positions, and only a few stragglers without teams had been captured. The front lines suddenly grew noisy. The soldiers ahead stopped advancing and began to retreat. As the crowd parted like the Red Sea, they saw two figures in the middle. No one was escorting them, they were simply surrounded by soldiers pointing guns at them from all sides. They walked in the center. Their helmets had long been removed, their combat uniforms tattered, and visible skin covered in numerous small cuts and gashes. Especially Yi Mo. He already bore many wounds that had never been bandaged, continuously oozing blood. The faint red traces of his footsteps were visible in his wake. The two clung closely together, like small captured animals, huddling for comfort as they walked step by step toward the command tower. The surrounding soldiers watched them, whispering among themselves. They came out on their own. Report to the officer. We're heading to the command tower now. They stared at Yi Yun and Yi Mo as if observing rare creatures. Yi Mo received particularly intense scrutiny. Everyone present could sense he was undergoing resonance at that moment. Yi Yun insisted on walking ahead, shielding Yi Mo behind him. Yi Mo clung tightly to his arm, shrinking behind Yi Yun, following step by step with his head bowed, daring only to stare at Yi Yun's back. He was still afraid, his mind replaying the memory of Norton Grath thrusting a long sword into the man on the throne. Inside the first military academy's base. He gazed at the screen before him. He had verified the information repeatedly, but it consistently showed no errors. Yi Mo's warship had landed again. He stopped verifying, sighed, and calmly accepted the outcome. He issued his final command to all students, the simulated league was over, then lifted the base lockdown. All passages were opened. Finally, he withdrew his mental energy, and the memory metal securing his waist and wrists retracted automatically. In no time, troops from outside the base flooded in. He stood up from his seat. The circle of fully armed soldiers surrounding him took a step back in unison, fingers poised on their triggers, alert. He raised his hands, signaling he had no intention of resisting, and obediently allowed himself to be handcuffed. Chapter 28. Chapter 28. The command tower was quiet, so even the slightest noise was noticeable. A rhythmic knocking sounded at the door. Secretary General Lin opened it and stepped out, returning with two soldiers escorting Yi in custody, his hands cuffed behind his back. The soldiers held him firmly by the shoulders. Yi Ziyuan stood to the side, also flanked by 2 soldiers. Since Yi Ziyuan had once been a corps commander, the soldiers showed him some consideration. Without explicit orders from Norton Grass, they refrained from further action. But they were not so gentle with Yi He. He was shoved down right next to Yi Ziyuan, his shoulders forced down forcefully, his knees driven heavily onto the floor. As Yi He looked up, Yi Ziyuan happened to glance down. For a fleeting moment, the father and son's gazes met before quickly darting away. Before the door could close, more commotion echoed from the hallway. Secretary General Lin hurried to the entrance to see what was going on. Then he froze. In the middle of the corridor stood Yi Yun and Yi Mo, both in a wretched state, followed by several soldiers. He turned to report, "Your Majesty. The other 2 children have also been captured." Everyone in the command tower looked toward the door. Secretary General Lin stepped aside, revealing Yi Yun and Yi Mo behind him. Their wounds remained untreated, especially Yi Mo's. On the polished floor, he left bloody footprints with almost every step. They stopped at the doorway under everyone's gaze. Yi Mo grew even more nervous, feeling all eyes on him. He stared fixedly at Yi Yun's back, his hand clutching Yi Yun's sleeve tightly. In the heavy silence, Norton Grass stood up. He held the long sword that had been resting on the table, pointing it diagonally toward the ground as usual. No one doubted that in the next second, this blade would pierce Yi Mo's heart. Yi Yun swallowed hard, instinctively stepping back but still keeping his arm raised to shield Yi Mo. Yi Ziyuan and Yi He both stared intently at the sword. Many couldn't bear to watch and averted their eyes. As Norton Grass advanced step by step, Yi Yun pulled Yi Mo back, retreating. Norton Grass commanded, "Separate them." 2 soldiers immediately stepped forward, pulling Yi Yun away. They firmly grasped his arms, restrained his struggles, and covered his mouth. But no one touched Yi Mo. Yi Mo glanced back at Yi Yun, retreating until his back hit the wall. With nowhere left to hide and not daring to seek shelter by Yi Yun's side, he leaned against the wall, not daring to look up. "It's okay, it'll be over quickly," he repeated to himself in his mind. Norton Grass was now right in front of him. Yi Mo could see the long blade gleaming with a sharp, white light. Trapped with no escape, Yi Mo lifted his head, meeting Norton Grass's gaze directly. He was too scared to even cry, his eyes filled with tears like a young animal caught by a hunter, forcibly lifted by the scruff of its neck away from its mother. Norton Grass stopped, looking down at Yi Mo with an icy stare. Both had black hair and dark eyes, their features somewhat similar. But Norton Grass was much taller and larger. Before him, Yi Mo seemed like a cub standing before a fully grown lion, as if a single swipe could send him flying. The resonance continued. Coincidentally, at this moment, the exchanged memory surfaced again. Each resonance shared the same fragment. What Yi Mo saw was still the scene of Norton Grass stabbing the man on the throne. Perhaps because their proximity had shortened, the scene felt more vivid. He could even see the specks of blood splattered on Grass's body and face. Norton Grass, too, saw Yi Mo's memory once more, a dimly lit living room, a woman collapsed on the floor, a man slumped over a table, a half-open drawer, and chaos everywhere. Yi Mo was very young, standing barefoot in the center, pale, with bloodstains on his face and body. On a nearby coffee table lay a photo of a woman holding Yi Mo, both smiling. And on the sofa, that mark, Norton Grass knew very well it was caused by a psychic blade. For most people, achieving that required a medium conducive to channeling psychic energy. But the Grass family didn't. Their formidable psychic power allowed direct attacks. Norton Grass looked at Yi Mo, who leaned against the wall, frightened like a cat drenched with water, his body covered in wounds. But Norton Grass knew clearly, this was a Grass through and through, undeserving of pity. Even before reaching adulthood, the first signs of madness were already showing. Norton Grass reached out a hand, covering Yi Mo's eyes. Yi Mo was not yet an adult, and Norton Grass was much larger, easily obscuring half his face and forcing Yi Mo to tilt his head back, exposing his vulnerable neck. Throughout this, Yi Mo offered almost no resistance. With his other hand, Norton Grass raised the sword. Then he felt a touch of warmth in his palm, tears seeped between his fingers from Yi Mo's eyes. Yi Mo leaned against the wall, head tilted back like a dying swan, arms spread flat against the surface. Tears flowed unconsciously, his voice barely audible, but Norton Grass heard it. "Dad." The sword hovering in midair hesitated for a second before pressing forward. When Norton Grass picked up the sword and started walking toward Yi Ziyuan couldn't help but move in that direction, only to be grabbed and restrained by the soldiers behind him. He seized upon that momentary hesitation of Norton Grass. "Your Majesty, Your Majesty. He's not yet an adult, he hasn't done anything wrong." Norton Grass paid no heed. The sword's edge touched Yimo's neck. Kevin Greenton turned his head away, unable to bear watching. He was loyal to the great surname of Grass and did not wish to see the Grass family turn on each other like this. He stared fixedly at the blade pressed against Yimo's neck. Fully mature and a top graduate of the first military academy, the soldiers behind him used all their strength to pin him down, struggling to keep him under control. In the hallway, Yi Yun, who hadn't yet passed his psychic development period, was more easily subdued. Several soldiers dragged him far back, trying to keep him silent. For a child not yet of age, this scene was too bloody and cruel, especially when the target was a brother he had grown up with. At this critical moment, a hand suddenly grasped the blade of Norton Grass's sword. It was Arnold. He was breathing lightly, the collar-like device around his neck flashing once, emitting a mechanical, synthesized voice. "Your Majesty, he is not yet an adult." Arnold was still dripping wet, the lower half of his face obscured by a metal mask fastened around the back of his head. Everyone knew he couldn't speak and relied on assistive devices, even though he rarely used them. Norton Grass's sword did not retreat in the slightest. "So, how did you fail?" Arnold averted his gaze, lowering his head. "My deepest apologies, Your Majesty. I was incapable." Norton Grass remained unmoved. "You once entered an insect nest alone and slew a king insect." Arnold had indeed held back. He didn't speak, offering no rebuttal, but he didn't remove his hand either. Instead, he tentatively pressed forward slightly. His palm blocked the blade. Yimo, his vision obscured, couldn't see, making his hearing and sense of touch more acute. He could hear the sound of the sword slowly cutting into flesh and had begun to tremble. Norton Grass's eyes were cold. "You tried to deceive me, and now you try to stop me. Do you think I won't punish you, Arnold?" The collar around Arnold's neck lit up again, the same mechanical, synthesized voice speaking. "Your Majesty, he is not yet mature. Wait until he comes of age, until he is fully grown. Then I will not stop you again. Redeem it with my military merits." Although Arnold commands the Imperial Guard, with protection as his primary duty, he follows Norton Grass, frequently entering battlefields and traversing star sectors, racking up considerable military credit. Strictly speaking, the Imperial Guard does not belong to the military system. Arnold has always followed Norton Grass, with no intention of joining the military, and has never demanded anything. The military merits he has accumulated are all solidly banked, never spent. Norton Grass stared at Arnold, like a lion eyeing its prey. The gaze was too overwhelming, Arnold could not hold it for more than a few seconds before averting his eyes and lowering his head in submission. Yimo suddenly flinched slightly. He heard Arnold speak very softly, without the aid of his device, not the mechanical synthesized voice, but a normal human voice. With a pleading tone, he called out, "Brother." A few seconds later, Norton Grass abruptly swung his sword. The blade brushed past Yimo and plunged deeply into the reinforced wall. "Only until it's mature. I'll deal with it then." He warned Arnold, then released Yimo. Yimo, his strength completely gone, slowly slid down to sit on the floor. "Erase all his military merits." After saying this, Norton Grass strode off, his boots striking the floor in a steady rhythm. Secretary General Lin followed him, and the others present gradually filed out after him. As the Imperial Guard commander, although Arnold holds no specific military rank, like Secretary General Lin, he can still act on behalf of His Majesty. The incident is classified top secret. Procedure is as follows: personnel involved are to be detained and investigated first, then proceed with trials. Everyone on the battlefield must sign a confidentiality agreement. Arnold looked around, and the mechanical, synthesized voice sounded again. "All officers present understand the meaning of top secret. I hope not a whisper of today's events is heard anywhere. Otherwise, I have no second stash of military merits to shield against His Majesty's wrath." "Yes." Those present quickly took action. Yi Yun also stopped struggling and was led away without a struggle. Arnold remained standing beside Yimo. Yi Ziyuan and Yi He were escorted through the corridor. Yimo exchanged glances with them across Arnold, who shifted just enough to block Yimo's line of sight. Yemo stepped back, looked up cautiously, just as Arnold was looking down at him, still with the mechanical synthesized voice. You will not be detained together. I'm getting you out of here. After a moment, he unfastened the decorative cloak from his back, knelt on one knee, and draped it over Yemo's shoulders, adding softly, as if by way of explanation. Because you heard. Yemo lowered his head, wrapped in the cloak, his face pale. They both knew exactly what Arnold meant. Chapter 29. The hover car drove into the Grath Palace at the center of the imperial capital, stopping only at the entrance. The door opened. Yemo sat all the way inside, pressed against the door. His injuries had just been treated at the command tower, and Arnold had found a cloak to bundle him up in. The cloak was black, making Yemo's face appear even paler. When the door opened, Yemo instinctively looked outside but remained seated inside, unmoving, like a frightened little animal retreating into its shell. Arnold stood by the open car door and reached out toward Yemo inside. Only then did Yemo stir, tentatively taking his hand and slowly inching his way out. Before Yemo could even attempt to lower his feet and touch the ground, Arnold lifted him from the hover car, cloak and all. Arnold shook his head at the butler who came forward and mounted the steps one by one, entering the palace. Shrouded in the cloak, Yemo found his vision obscured, which instead put him more at ease. All he could tell was that Arnold walked for a long time, ascending many staircases before finally stopping. Then Yemo felt himself sink into a soft bed, so soft that his tightly wound nerves seemed to relax for a moment. When he peeked out from the cloak, he saw Arnold standing by the bed. The collar around his neck flashed, and the familiar mechanical, electronic voice sounded again. Do you like it? This room was prepared by Mother for her first grandchild. It's been unused for a long time. I thought it would never be used. Perhaps due to the instrument-assisted speech, even Arnold's questions sounded cold and detached. The room had no lights on, only a dim, yellow nightlight glowing in the corner. Yemo had excellent night vision and could see the entire room clearly by that faint light. It was indeed beautiful and spacious, with intricate patterns carved into every corner and crevice of the walls. In the center was a four-poster bed, the floor was covered with a soft carpet, and there were many decorations and delicate little ornaments. It was evident that much thought had been put into it. Arnold continued. My room is right next door. This floor is the Grath's private domain, no one else is allowed up. But Yemo just stared blankly at Arnold, not understanding why he was doing this. I remember I kicked you off a cliff, almost. Almost killed Arnold. Arnold was silent for a moment, then, recalling how his mother acted, stepped forward and hugged Yemo somewhat awkwardly and clumsily. When he spoke again, it was with his real voice. Your psychic energy was in co-tuning at the time and couldn't be used, so its destructive power was minimal. It didn't hurt me. Arnold's voice was very close, right by Yemo's ear. Don't be afraid. All Graths are like this, it's a necessary process. Every Grath, including brother, will walk this path. There's no need to fear. We don't need to do or think about anything. In the end, someone will bear everything for us. Yemo stirred uneasily. He didn't understand much of what was said, but the hug did make him relax a little. Arnold waited for a while but received no response from Yemo, so he stood up and walked to the door. If anything happens, come find me next door. If I'm not there, go downstairs, there will be a butler. Just as the door was about to close, Yemo suddenly got out of bed, barefoot, and chased after him. He clung to the door, his hand on the frame, as if afraid Arnold would leave immediately. What about my mom, and my family? Will they be okay too? The vocal instrument around Arnold's neck lit up, and the familiar electronic synthesized voice sounded again. Though it should have been emotionless, it gave off an exceptionally cold feeling. That is not something you should concern yourself with. Yemo refused to let go, desperately clinging to Arnold, his lifeline, and pleaded. Please. Arnold gently placed Yemo's hand, which was resting on the door frame, back inside. Get some good rest. The room was closed, along with the light that had been coming from the hallway. The room returned to dimness, with only a faint yellow glow in the corner. In the darkness, Yemo slowly slumped to the floor, head bowed. The carpet was soft, and the room was warm, but immense fear and unease still engulfed him with the darkness. After a long time, he whispered. Mom. His hands tightened, gripping the carpet. And Dad, and my brothers. Arnold paused outside Yemo's door for a while. After ensuring there was no movement inside, he slowly walked upstairs. The upper floor was also the Grath's private domain. Here stood the Grath throne, which had once been a playground for him and his siblings. No one but Graths could go up. Long ago, this place was often lively. In Arnold's generation, including Norton Grath, there were 7 siblings in total. Now only he and Norton remained. Arnold walked through the hall. He hadn't been here in a long time, but none of the old items had been moved. Portraits of Graths still hung in the hall, and 7 swords were neatly displayed along the corridor. He knew where Norton Grath was. Arnold walked to the end of the corridor and pushed open the door. There, on a high platform, stood the Grath throne. Norton Grath stood before the throne, his back to Arnold. Arnold removed his metal mask, revealing a face with typical Grath features. He broke the silence. The investigation into the truth of the matter is already underway. Those involved are temporarily detained and will be tried once the results are out. The leakage of Grath genes was a major incident. Various agencies were now in action. Only the fertility center possessed gestation technology, and it was currently being thoroughly investigated. Whether it was privately cultivating Grath bloodlines or the misuse of gestation technology, both were capital offenses. Arnold reported the events bit by bit. Norton Grath remained silent until Arnold finally said, "Brother, I gave him the room Mother prepared." After a long pause, Norton Grath turned around. Standing on the high platform before the throne, he looked at Arnold. "I will not acknowledge him." Arnold took a step forward. "But brother, he himself is not at fault. He also has the right to live. Resting in peace would be the best outcome for him." Arnold clenched his fist, unsure how to refute. "Mother would scold you if she were here." "Is that so? What a pity she died by father's hand." The great hall fell silent once more. Norton Grath turned around. "You took on this matter, so you're responsible for watching him." Yuan was locked in a small room made of memory metal. It was sparsely furnished, with only a bed and a toilet. Many years ago, he had also been detained here. Overnight, he went from being a favored son to a prisoner, terrified of what would become of him. He didn't know whether he would die in the turmoil or be exiled to the wandering star systems, spending his life in instability. His sister, the heir at the time, told him not to be afraid. She said he would get out, clear the family's name, enter the military academy, graduate smoothly, and have a fulfilling life. And then she actually did it. She carved her name onto the Empire's monument of glory and pulled him and the Yi family back from the brink of the abyss. Tonight, Yuan felt as if he had returned to the rebellion of those years. Back then, the once mighty Grath family was reduced overnight to only Norton Grath. The nations surrounding the Empire chose this moment of great instability to launch attacks, attempting to annex the Empire. Norton Grath personally led the legions into battle. Meanwhile, the York family, now a disgrace to the Empire, chose that time to start a rebellion. They used remote star systems far from the stationed legions as their base and began to foment revolt. Yuan's sister possessed S-grade psychic power and was a top student at the first military academy back then. His eldest brother was slightly less outstanding but still very capable. His eldest brother, a recent graduate who had just begun his service, chose to join the rebellious York family. He even wrote to the Yi family, still in the imperial capital, demanding they evacuate quickly and join the rebels. At that time, the imperial capital was in turmoil. Part of the Yi family sided with the eldest brother, while another part stood with Yuan's father. Every day, people argued endlessly in the meeting rooms. Soon, the Yi family split into 2 factions, with people leaving every day. Yuan was still young then, only in his teens. He had no say in matters and couldn't grasp the complexities of the adult conflicts. He just watched as his sister grew increasingly withdrawn and preoccupied day by day. Then one night, his sister returned home in military uniform. By then, the imperial capital was also in chaos, and the lights in the Yi family's meeting room stayed on all night. The most direct feeling Yuan had was that his family simply had no time to spare for him. That night, there was no dinner at home again. While searching the living room for something to eat, Yuan came upon his sister in military uniform arguing with a man. She was tall and slender, with her hair tied in a high ponytail and very red lips. Yuan recognized the man facing her. He was an older brother who often hung out with his eldest brother. Biting into a piece of bread, Yuan half listened to their argument. The Grath genetic material is highly unstable. All the embryos died, only yours. Playing with life at will, privately cultivating the Grath bloodline. According to imperial law, you have already committed a capital crime. Hearing this, Yi Ziyuan knew his sister was already angry. But the man opposite her seemed to think she was still relatively calm and continued. Those who achieve great things don't bother with minor details. The Grath people have blood on their hands, yet they still rule this empire. Now it's our turn. You have S-grade psychic power, a formidable asset. Join us. The Grath planted their flag on the corpses of space pirates and the insectoids, forging the empire from blood and fire. What can you possibly compare to the Grath? The man grew increasingly impatient. He stepped closer and raised his hand. We have that child. Once that child is brought to term. Yi Ziyuan hesitated about whether to help his sister. Then he saw her grab the man's collar tightly, slamming him hard against the wall with a heavy thud. You don't seem to understand me. Listen, scum. I'm sparing your life now. Go back and tell him to wash his neck clean and wait. I will personally slaughter him. The last time Yi Ziyuan saw his sister was late one night. He had just been interrogated and released from the detention cell. When he stepped out, he saw no one else, only his sister. Yi Ziyuan called out, "Sis," in delight. He ran to her side, and she crouched down, handing him a badge, the badge his sister received upon graduation, which Yi Ziyuan had always wanted. Her hair was still neatly tied in a ponytail, and she carried the faint metallic tang of blood, but the young Yi Ziyuan failed to notice it at the time. Sis, did our family do something wrong? My classmates say we are traitors, that we can't enter the first military academy or join the military to serve the empire. What they say is true, but don't worry. You can still enter the military academy, get married, have children, and live a fulfilling life. Yi Ziyuan nodded, not fully understanding. The woman continued. I'll be away for a while. Be good at home, Xiao Yuan. Are you going to war? Yes, we're going to fight the insectoids. Rebels smuggled several king insects into nearby star systems. Yi Ziyuan had no idea what that meant. I want to go too. Wait until Xiao Yuan enters the first military academy. I came this time because I have something to ask of you. His sister had always been Yi Ziyuan's pride. She had graduated and was serving in the Imperial Guard. Usually, just mentioning that his sister was in the Imperial Guard made others view Yi Ziyuan with respect. For such a sister to ask a favor, Yi Ziyuan eagerly expressed his willingness to help. Take this key. It can open a room at the Imperial Theater. If I return next year, give the key to me, and I'll handle it personally. If I don't return before next year, find a time to go open the room and then kill it. What is it? Something that shouldn't exist. A leftover from the rebellion. My. She paused briefly, then smiled, telling Yi Ziyuan not to forget. In the end, his sister perished in the starry sea while battling the king insects. Norton Grath returned to the empire. Contrary to rumors, he crushed the enemy nations with almost no losses. After returning to the imperial capital, he spent a day thoroughly purging the insectoids and the rebel forces, effortlessly restoring the capital to its former peace. Even the king insects, which had stymied tens of thousands of soldiers, were dealt with as he simply stood on the warship and swung his sword once. All families involved were purged one by one. The Yi family was the only one pardoned because their heir personally eliminated the Yi family rebels and heroically sacrificed herself in the battle against the insectoids. The entire Yi family quietly moved away from the imperial capital, but Yi Ziyuan did not. He entered the first military academy. Later, Yi Ziyuan took the key and opened that room. He found an embryo nearing full development. A tiny baby had already taken shape. Under imperial law, it now had life and the rights of a citizen. Yi Ziyuan held a dagger in the room, thinking for a long time. In the end, he left without touching it. Several more years passed. As his sister had said, Yi Ziyuan graduated smoothly, joined the military, met someone he loved, got married, and had children. After the birth of his second child, he returned to that room. The embryo had been preserved for a long time, and the tiny baby looked just as it had when he first saw it. It had been stored for too long, its vitality fading, and it was on the verge of death. After the gestation program had been halted for many years, Yi Ziyuan restarted the device and made a decision: if it could survive, he would raise it properly. Later, it became him. Chapter 30. Yemo had no idea how long he'd been sitting by the door. Eventually, he curled up on the carpet, wrapped himself in the thick cloak he was already wearing, and drifted off to sleep. When Arnold came knocking the next day, there was no answer for a long while. Finally, when Arnold pushed the door open, he froze when the door was only halfway open. Yemo was curled up on the carpet in front of the door. Feeling the resistance, Arnold eased up on the door. He left it half open and glanced inside the room. The small night light in the corner was still on. Apart from some creases on the bed from where someone had been sitting, everything else was almost exactly as it had been when he left the night before. In other words, Yemo had hardly moved from his spot since last night. The sound of the door opening startled Yemo awake, and he slowly sat up. The cloak slipped from his body onto the carpet. Arnold looked down at Yemo, the lower half of his face still hidden behind a metal mask. The speech aid around his neck lit up. "They told me you never came down. It's almost noon now, and you haven't had breakfast yet." Yemo got to his feet, keeping his head down, and stayed silent. Arnold pushed the door fully open, exposing Yemo completely. Yemo instinctively tried to shrink back into the room but had only taken a step when Arnold pulled him out. Only Arnold and Yemo were in the hallway, but the unfamiliar, wide-open space still made Yemo tense up. Arnold gave Yemo a gentle nudge forward. "This is where you'll be living from now on. Relax. The Grances aren't so different from other families." As soon as he finished speaking, they passed a small alcove in the middle of the hallway. Yemo instinctively glanced up and saw the entire wall inside decorated with a pitch-black, ferocious-looking insectoid specimen. It was serpentine, with multiple limbs tightly gripping the wall. It was massive, winding across 3 full walls and then climbing straight up toward the ceiling. He couldn't tell if it was a statue or what, but it looked incredibly lifelike. Outside it, a small round table held a dagger. Taken by surprise, Yemo came to an abrupt halt at the sight and couldn't help but take a step back. Arnold was behind him, and Yemo ended up bumping right into Arnold. Arnold followed Yemo's gaze and explained. The Empire was originally a rogue planet that served as the first line of defense against the insectoids. You could say it's a nation built on the remnants of insectoids. That's why many cultural elements, such as architectural art, incorporate insectoid themes. Want to feel it? Yemo hesitated for a moment, reaching out a hand as he asked, "So, is this a statue?" "No, this is a trophy from a hunt by my older brother when he was 10. He was the first among us siblings to kill a king insect. So, our father had it made into a specimen and placed here as decoration." Halfway through Arnold's explanation, Yemo quietly withdrew his hand. Arnold looked a bit confused. "Don't want to touch it anymore. Then let's go downstairs to eat." Yemo hurried to catch up with Arnold and reminded him, "There's a dagger on the table over there. You forgot to take it." Arnold wasn't bothered. He continued walking without pause. "That's deliberately placed there for emergencies. Remember, most tables and drawers here contain daggers or other weapons. There are swords placed along the hallways. If you ever need one, that's where to look. If you want any particular one, you can just take it. Someone will replace it later." Yemo was puzzled. "For cutting fruit?" Arnold paused. The lower half of his face was covered by the mask, so Yemo couldn't see his expression. His voice still came from the device around his neck, but it was clear he was answering seriously. "The unused ones should be okay, but most have probably been used. I don't remember which ones are unused. Don't worry about it. The kitchen preps the fruit anyway." Yemo wanted to ask what they'd been used for, but after a moment of hesitation, he decided against it. Downstairs was the dining room. As soon as Arnold and Yemo arrived, an array of dishes was promptly laid out on the table. A butler stood by attentively. He had delicate wrinkles at the corners of his eyes and had the air of a gentle, kindly elder. As he pulled out a chair for Yemo, he asked cheerfully, "Hello, Your Highness. You may call me Adelaide. What would you like to drink?" Adelaide brought an exquisite menu and placed it in front of Yemo, making thoughtful suggestions. The menu listed various types of alcohol, juices, and milk. "I recommend warm milk. It's very beneficial for growth and development. What do you think?" Yemo nodded obediently, readily accepting the suggestion. Back home, Mrs. Yi always made him drink warm milk as well. When Yemo was young, a doctor said he was somewhat malnourished. Under Mrs. Ye's supervision, the whole family joined Emo in drinking milk. Emo was the main concern, sometimes he even had to drink 2 big glasses at a single meal. Even though it was Adelaide's suggestion, when Emo accepted, Adelaide looked somewhat taken aback. Even Arnold looked up at Emo. Arnold sat across from Emo, he had already finished his meal and was just keeping Emo company. Adelaide closed the menu and quickly placed warm milk beside Emo, remarked approvingly. If only all the Graths were as easygoing as you. The Graths always prefer hard liquor. Your father, uncles, and aunts would never obediently accept milk. A drunk Grath is a handful, right, Prince Arno? Arnold, I haven't been drunk in a long time. The atmosphere in the dining room was pleasant for a moment. But Emo didn't join in. He ate quietly and slowly. Seeming to sense Emo's discomfort, Adelaide soon left. When Emo stopped eating, most of the food remained untouched on his plate. Even the milk was only slightly consumed. If he were at home, with Mrs. Ye watching, Emo would never dare to do this. Arnold frowned. Such a small amount of food was too little. He stared at Emo. Is the food not to your liking? Emo looked down at his plate. I want to go home. I want to go back to my mom and dad. The investigation period is still ongoing. The trial is at least a month away. Stay here peacefully. If you want, I'll take you to watch the trial. Will they be okay then? The dining room fell silent for a moment. After a while, Arnold spoke. His electronic voice sounded cold. I'm sorry. Although the investigation results aren't out yet, it's currently confirmed that concealing Grath lineage is treason. I can't do anything about it either. You should give up. This side of Arnold made Emo a little afraid. He knew he had nothing to offer Arnold in return, but he still mustered his courage and persisted. But you saved me. Yes, using all my military merits. I have none left now. After saying this, Arnold stood up as if to leave. As he passed Emo suddenly grabbed his sleeve. Arnold had been prepared to deal with a suddenly aggressive little Grances at any moment. As soon as Emo moved, he tensed up. But Emo only grasped his sleeve with a very, very light touch. Arnold stopped. I said, I can't do anything. If. Arnold paused mid-sentence. Emo looked up at him, like a young cub cautiously begging an adult for food, seemingly aware that his request was excessive. Can I give those military merits back to you, and then you use them to save them? My older brothers are all outstanding. They'll repay you in the future. But I can't do anything. Arnold cut him off, you're a Grath. Graths aren't failures. Seeing Emo lower his head in disappointment again, Arnold himself seemed somewhat frustrated. He thought for a moment and just dumped the problem on Norton. The military merits have already been wiped out. Even if they were still there, only my brother can grant a pardon. Emo slowly released his grip. 1 month. Arnold had said the trial was still a month away. He had to figure something out in that month. And the only way through this was His Majesty. Emo's face went a little pale. Arnold knocked on the door. Come in. After receiving a response, Arnold entered and immediately removed his mask, placing it on the table. Everyone in the palace knew perfectly well about Arnold's identity, it was an open secret around the Grath palace, but Arnold only ever took off his mask in front of Norton Grass. Norton Grass was sitting on a chair on the balcony, overlooking the residence's back garden. Below were vast flower beds and lawns, even a fountain, and beyond that, a huge, endless forest. Arnold walked over and sat down beside him. Brother, your child is so well behaved. No matter what I do, he hasn't gotten angry or attacked me even once so far. I was even prepared to tell him, just like father used to say, kid, you still have a long way to go, but he just looked at me and lowered his head in disappointment. He doesn't act like a Grath at all. Norton Grass rested his head on his hand, looking authoritative even sitting there for tea. He didn't even glance at Arnold. Arnold said the child was well behaved, but what came to Norton's mind was Emo standing in the middle of a wrecked living room, covered in blood, with 2 corpses lying beside him. His fingers twitched almost imperceptibly, but he said nothing. That child might be more of a Grath than you think. Arnold thought for a moment and described, he's incredibly cautious, like that rabbit we found when we were kids. I'm a bit worried I won't raise him well. Having a child is such a wondrous thing. On one hand, you look at him and clearly know you're no longer alone, on the other, you hope he can be happy and healthy, worrying about how to do right by him. I'm now wondering how father and mother managed to raise all 7 of us. He then added an accusation. And you scared him. He gets uncomfortable just hearing your name and hardly eats a thing. Norton Grass didn't refute this. I'll make sure to avoid him. But you're talking a lot today, and you don't have a child. That's my child. The word slipped out of Norton Grass's mouth before he even realized it. Usually, there wasn't much conversation between the brothers. Arnold had once been the most lively among all the siblings, but since their mother's death, he hadn't been this animated in a long time. Even the vast palace was filled with a deathly, stagnant atmosphere. But now, it seemed something had quietly changed here. Chapter 31. Chapter 31. When Emo entered the dining room, Arnold was already there. He had taken off his mask and placed it beside him. The plate in front of him was still empty, it seemed he hadn't started eating yet. Emo first scanned the dining room. After confirming there were only a few people present, he sat down opposite Arnold, somewhat disappointed. For the past few days, Emo had been appearing in the dining room punctually at mealtimes, but he still hadn't encountered Norton Grass even once. Adelaide put down the plate in his hand and greeted Emo, "Good morning, young master. The usual hot milk? It'll be right there." Emo thanked him somewhat stiffly, ate a bit hastily, finished his milk, and then hurriedly ended his meal. After Emo left, Arnold put down his knife and fork, frowning. He still ate very little today. My appetite when I was a child was several times his. Adelaide cleared away Emo's plate and cup. The young master has been in low spirits lately and has been less active. Perhaps you could take him to play sometime when you're free. Adelaide, you have experience raising children. What does it take to raise a child? My child isn't a grass. Arnold waved his hand. Tell me. It's been a long time since there's been a child in the Grass family, and he's nothing like a grass. I don't know how to treat him. I'm going on patrol the day after tomorrow. Should I take him with me? I always begged father to take me when I was little, though he never agreed back then. But I won't be like that. I'll be a good father. Adelaide smiled. He hadn't seen Arnold like this in a long time, but he still tactfully corrected him. It's Uncle, Your Highness. And it wasn't your father who objected, it was your mother who never agreed. But I agree with your mother's view. Patrol activities are indeed still too dangerous for a child. Also, I think it's best if you don't make decisions on your own. Every child's personality is different. I don't think the young master would necessarily enjoy patrolling. Let me think. They need a good education, playtime, and rewards, just like other children. Arnold only grasped the key point from the beginning. He immediately began asserting his claim. What does that matter? I was the one who kept him. Brother asked me to take care of him, so I'm practically his father. Brother won't mind. Let's continue talking about how to be a father. On the other side, Emo left the dining room and, as usual, returned to his room. The room was large, with a 4-poster bed in the middle. The ceiling was high, and it had a separate bathroom and walk-in closet. Emo took off his shoes, climbed onto the window seat, sat down leaning against the window, and began watching the activity outside. Whenever a hover car passed by or stopped, he would press close to the glass, carefully watching to see if Norton Grass was there. After waiting for who knows how long, there was a knock on the door. Emo, barefoot, opened the door a crack. Seeing it was Arnold, he opened it a little wider. Arnold was holding a tray, which he handed to Emo, psychic tranquilizer, and a few other things. On the tray were the psychic tranquilizer, a piece of cake, and some juice. After thanking him, Emo quickly closed the door again, returned to the window seat, placed the tray beside him, and continued watching. He waited until evening when a light rain began to fall. Finally, an unmarked hover car quietly stopped. Someone brought an umbrella, and another went forward to open the door. Emo, who had been kneeling, straightened up, placed his hands on the glass, and stared intently at the car door. The butler held up an umbrella beside him. The black umbrella obscured the newcomer's face. Emo could only see the swirling cloak as the person moved. Suddenly, the black umbrella stopped, then moved back slightly. The newcomer looked up, appearing unobstructed within Emo's line of sight, looking toward where Emo was. It was Norton Grass. Emo suddenly met his gaze and instinctively dodged to the side, pressing against the adjacent wall. The butler holding the umbrella was somewhat puzzled and tentatively asked Norton Grass if he had any instructions. Your Majesty. Norton Grass didn't speak. He then strode forward. As he went up the steps, the umbrella returned to its original position. His boots splashed small puddles wherever they stepped. After staying still for a few seconds, Emo quickly put on his shoes, opened the door, and ran downstairs. When he ran down, Norton Grass was still in the main hall, walking inward while taking off his gloves and placing them on a tray. After running down, Emo stood at the foot of the stairs. Over there, Norton Grass took off his gloves, paused for a moment, and then walked in the opposite direction from where Emo was. Adelaide handed the tray to someone else and followed behind Norton Grass. Your Majesty, are you not going to the study today? After a moment, he reminded, the young master is following you. Norton Grass, of course, knew. He stopped, somewhat agitated. Adelaide bowed slightly, perceptively saying, I'll return first. As Adelaide went back, he nodded at Emo, seemingly encouraging him. Norton Grass stood there with his back to Emo, not moving. The corridor was somewhat dim, with only night lights glowing along the sides. Emo could only see Norton Grass's back, a cloak draped over his shoulders. The ends of his hair and the cloak were still damp, giving the impression of a lion, tall and imposing. Emo slowly approached. The carpet made almost no sound underfoot. He mustered his courage and spoke, Your Majesty, you want to kill me, don't you? Norton Grass, I've already promised Arnold. After saying that, he was about to walk forward. In his anxiety, Emo reached out and grabbed his cloak. The force was light, but Norton Grass stopped. You can kill me. Kill me. In that instant, Emo's face and voice overlapped with those in Norton Grass's memory. His father, his siblings, using different tones and voices, saying the same words. Kill me. For a moment, Norton Grass truly tightened his grip on the sword at his waist. He had known from the beginning that Emo was also a grass, destined one day to walk the same path. Emo looked up, continuing, Kill me. Can you spare my mom, my family? Norton Grass slowly released his grip on the sword hilt. He lowered his head and met Emo's gaze. The child was looking up at him, pleading, completely different from any other grass. Please, Your Majesty. After a while, he said, I've already promised Arnold. But you can bargain with me. As long as you can do it, I'll agree to your request. Emo, who had been holding the cloak with both hands, moved closer upon hearing this. Delighted, he released one hand from the cloak and placed it on Norton Grass's arm, switching to gripping his sleeve, saying somewhat urgently, Tell me. I'll do anything. As if thinking, after a pause of a few seconds, Norton Grass spoke. As a child of the Grass family, you will need to live here from now on. During periods of psychic fluctuations, you must stay by Arnold's side, or by my side. Emo looked up, waiting for other requirements. Even his tone became noticeably more cheerful. Is that all? Your Majesty. Then, as long as I behave well, my family will be safe, right? Can I see them again? That will need to wait until the 1-month review is over. You shouldn't call me Your Majesty. Also, it's your bedtime now. I'll go back right away, Your Majas. Emo abruptly stopped, remembering Norton's words just now about not calling him, Your Majesty. He repeated earnestly, I'll go back right away. Emo immediately turned and ran back. Norton Grass remained standing in place. He tilted his head slightly, looking at the slightly wrinkled clothes where Emo had grabbed him earlier. He stared for a moment before smoothing out the wrinkles on his clothes, then continued forward. A strange feeling, but not unpleasant. Emo was about to run out of the corridor. As if sensing something, Norton Grass suddenly turned around. In the dim light, he could see Arnold standing in the main hall, walking toward the corridor. The psychic blade lashed out, barely grazing past Emo, piercing through the corridor and gouging a massive gash across the wall in the hall. Emo stood rooted to the spot, bewildered. He wasn't very attuned to psychic energy yet. Norton Grass hurried to Emo's side. Adelaide, escort the young master back. Adelaide appeared as if out of nowhere, ushering the slightly startled Emo upstairs. Arnold stood beside the gash. The moment the psychic blade shot over, he had dodged it, still looking shaken. Brother, you're too tense. See, I'm still wearing the collar, it's been stable these past few days. Norton walked over and inspected the collar around his neck. It wasn't just Arnold's vocal aid device but also a psychic inhibitor, restricting psychic energy use and reacting swiftly during sudden outbursts. Norton Grass rarely bowed his head. "My apologies. I sensed your psychic energy growing restless. A little, brother. Your control over psychic energy is becoming more precise." Norton neither confirmed nor denied it, letting go of the collar around Arnold's neck. "It's almost time for your exercise. Let's make it tomorrow, so you can release it properly." Arnold didn't object. Previously, only he and his brother lived here, while Adelaide and the others resided in the distant villa area. If Arnold showed any abnormalities, Norton Grass could handle it completely. But now, Yemo lived nearby, an underage Graf. Not only Norton Grass, but Arnold himself was tense. Usually, late at night, only he and his brother were here, and he would remove the collar. But these days, he wore the thing constantly. Normally, when they discussed this topic, the atmosphere was heavy. But this time, Arnold didn't dwell on it, busy telling on him to Norton. "Brother, did you know? He still ate very little today. Adelaide said I should." Meanwhile, Adelaide led Yemo all the way to his room door. "Young master, would you like me to leave the corridor lights on for you?" "No need, thank you." Just as Yemo was about to close the door, Adelaide suddenly spoke. Yemo paused, looking at him, waiting. Adelaide simply smiled in the end. "Young master, you have nothing to fear." Chapter 32. Chapter 32. Yemo hadn't actually been scared. It had happened too fast. He hadn't even had time to react. He was just happy, and lying on the soft bed, he still couldn't quite believe his demand had been met so easily. It took a while for the reality to sink in, and he finally let out a sigh of relief. For the first time in days, his tightly strung nerves finally relaxed completely. He lay there for a bit, then sat up, climbed out of bed barefoot, and went to the window seat to reach for the tray Arnold had given him. On it were the untouched psychic tranquilizer and the small cake. He could save the cake for tomorrow, but the psychic tranquilizer needed to be taken on time. Yemo had braced himself for the usual discomfort, but he felt nothing this time. Strangely, he realized he hadn't had a headache for several days. He'd been so preoccupied with thoughts of his family these past couple of days that he hadn't noticed. Yemo wondered if he had already passed through his psychic development period. They'd had physiology classes when they were very young. Yemo had only attended half of that particular lesson because the previous class was combat training. The teacher had taken him to the infirmary to treat his wounds, and by the time he returned, only half the lesson remained. But Yemo had paid dutiful attention to the rest. The psychic development period generally lasts about a year, sometimes longer for individuals. The two major signs of its conclusion are finer control over psychic power, making outbursts less likely, and the psychic tranquilizer losing its effect. Yemo remembered the details of that class clearly. The teacher had lied to them, saying the psychic tranquilizer would make them feel very comfortable, but all it did was give him a headache. Yemo put the psychic tranquilizer bottle back and burrowed under the covers. For the first time in days, he had a good night's sleep. He slept so soundly that when he woke up the next day, it was already noon. Yemo quickly washed up, got ready, and hurried downstairs. If he went down now, he could still make it in time for lunch with Arnold. He could also ask if things at home were really okay now, if his brother could still graduate safely, and if his mother had returned home yet. He flew down the stairs and shouted out before he even reached the dining room, "Arnold, I want." He choked back the rest of his sentence. Besides Arnold, Norton Grass was also sitting in the dining room. Both of them looked toward him, like two resting lions disturbed by a clueless, bouncing fawn that had suddenly sprung out. Yemo stopped at the dining room entrance and couldn't help taking a step back. Adelaide was the first to break the silence. He pulled out a chair for Yemo and spoke to him gently, "Young Highness, warm milk as usual." Yemo regretted not having gone over to pull the chair himself. Adelaide had chosen a seat for him right next to Norton Grass. With heavy steps, he shuffled over, not forgetting to thank Adelaide. Thank you." Adelaide didn't forget the other two either. After setting down Yemo's plate, he tactfully reminded them, "Your Majesty, Your Highness, the food is getting cold." Only then did they withdraw their gazes. Norton Grass said, without looking at him, "We will be away for a few days." It took Yemo a moment to realize Norton Grass was speaking to him. He gave a soft MHM. Norton Grass then stood up. Let's go. The fleet is already waiting outside. Once they were gone, Yemo's tense body visibly relaxed. After they had walked some distance from the dining room, Arnold suddenly spoke up, "Brother, can we take Yemo with us this time?" Adelaide had said Yemo had been feeling low lately and it would be best to take him out for some fun. Norton Grass replied, "He doesn't need to yet, nor does he have the capability to handle it. He can stay with you then." Adelaide said we should do things together more often. It's very beneficial. Arnold said earnestly. Adelaide said it helped strengthen the parent-child bond. Norton Grass conceded, "Just this once." Arnold immediately turned back to fetch Yemo. The fleet departed from the imperial capital and traveled until it left the empire, reaching the nearest unaffiliated star zone. Unaffiliated star zones are regions without established governments. The empire's predecessor also belonged to such a region. The difference was, due to its unique geographical location, when the insect tide arrived, the empire's predecessor was tacitly acknowledged by various countries as the first line of defense against the tide. Its living environment was much harsher than current unaffiliated star zones. Consequently, the empire's rise to its current colossal status is considered a miracle by the outside world. Most existing unaffiliated star zones are not on the insect tide's primary routes. Although not comparable to many nations, they can mostly hold their own during insect tide periods. However, lacking national-level armed forces to organize the cleanup of insectoids, even during non-tide periods, some planets are often inhabited by insectoids. These insectoid-occupied planets are frequently adjacent to inhabited ones. The chaotic star zones actually host many factions, but they occupy the best territories and do not proactively clean up. The cost of completely clearing insectoids from a planet is exorbitant. A fully matured king insect can even withstand S-class psychic attacks, making it a losing proposition. The fleet bearing the Empire's insignia proceeded unimpeded into the unaffiliated star zone, encountering no obstacles along the way. It finally stopped at a planet occupied by insectoids. Other warships remained outside the planet, while only the one carrying EMO and the others continued to approach. Upon reaching a suitable altitude, the warship halted. The planet was teeming with insectoids, making landing impossible. The crew on the warship, with practiced ease, handed Arnold various pieces of equipment, mainly positioning devices for retrieving him later. Norton Grass checked the time. "You have 3 hours to finish." Arnold nodded and opened the exit hatch without even equipping a landing device. As soon as the hatch opened, the high-altitude wind rushed in. Even though the military uniform's material wasn't the flowing kind, its corners still flapped wildly in the gale. Arnold knelt on one knee, gripping the hatch above, and looked down with practiced ease. A dark mass of insectoids swarmed over the ground below. This was a planet completely overrun by them. Norton Grass said, "Go." As soon as the words were spoken, Arnold released his grip. Yemo, who had been some distance from the exit, was startled. Seeing Arnold disappear, he rushed forward, grabbed the hatch frame, and looked down. He only caught a glimpse. Arnold was facing away from the ground, arms spread, and happened to make eye contact with Yemo. The look in his eyes was utterly unfamiliar to Yemo, but before Yemo could process it, Arnold plummeted rapidly toward the ground and vanished from sight. Yemo clung to the hatch frame, but all he could see below was a dark, indistinct mass on the surface, no details visible. Almost as soon as Yemo had rushed forward to grab the hatch, a large hand landed on his shoulder, pulling him back as if scooping up a kitten. It was Norton Grass. He commanded succinctly, "Step back." Yemo moved away from the hatch under his guidance. "But Arnold doesn't have a landing device." Norton Grass didn't stop until he had pushed Yemo behind himself. "He's an adult. No need for you to worry." Grath children begin special training in their youth, jumping from warships without any measures and figuring out how to land on their own. As they age, the warship's height gradually increases. Upon adulthood, with fully developed psychic power, they can perform unassisted landings from any height. Yemo's psychic power after adulthood would allow him to do the same. Norton Grass led Yemo back to the command room. On the screen was the scene from the planet below, a dark sea of insectoids. Yemo's face paled. Instantly, he recalled the feeling of being submerged by a swarm of insectoids in that deep well during his internship. He took a step back, lowered his head, and fixed his gaze on the floor. Norton Grass, watching the screen, spoke up, "Don't lose focus. Watch clearly how Arnold does it. Familiarize yourself with it. Sooner or later, you'll need to engage in such activities too. As soon as he finished speaking, Emo immediately raised his head, forcing himself to stare at the screen. Below the warship, Arnold, about to land, flipped his body mid-air while simultaneously gripping the sword at his waist. Upon landing, he drew the sword from its sheath. Although he used psychic power, the impact was still significant. Arnold quickly rolled over, landing on his knees and right hand like a cat, while his sword swept out, clearing a path around him. Then, the insectoids surrounding him rapidly retreated, creating an open space. Their antennae twitched in the air for a moment before they began to pull back further. If scholars studying insectoids witnessed this scene, they would doubt their sanity. Insectoids don't retreat even under artillery fire. The best way to fight them is to use heavy firepower weapons at full output, aiming to kill them in the shortest time possible. Arnold, holding his sword, slowly advanced toward the slowly receding insect tide. Along with his steps went swiftly released psychic power.